Part 44. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 432. Huang Mian really thought that he was still in a dream at this moment. Otherwise, why would Zhang, who was still struggling so hard yesterday and looking like he wanted to die with the little emperor immediately, now kneel down and serve him with such a gentle look on his face? Pouring tea with the little emperor. So I didn't go to court, and those old men didn't say anything. While listening to Huang Mian's words, the little emperor showed an irritated look on his face because of the mention of court affairs. I just can't listen to this. Anyway, as long as you are here, uncle will handle it. That'll be fine. Logically speaking, this answer was the most satisfactory to Huang Mian, but when he looked at Zhang, who was slightly rolling up his sleeves and handing the tea on the table to the little emperor, with the gentle smile on his face still not fading, he just felt feeling uncomfortable all over. Seeing that the little emperor was really unsuspecting as he picked up the tea and wanted to drink it, he subconsciously stretched out his hand to stop him. His Majesty. Ji Chang's was holding tea and looking at Huang Mian with a blank face, who stretched out his hand to stop him. What's wrong, uncle? Huang Mian showed a smile. Didn't the eunuchs who prepared the meals for your Majesty's food in the past use them first? Why didn't you see them today? Of course, he did not stop it out of family affection, but if the little emperor really had 3 shortcomings and 3 longs, he would be equivalent to losing the best card in his hand. At that time, the court will not be without an emperor, and everyone will still have to choose a suitable emperor. Unfortunately, there are many young and strong people in the clan now. When Huang Mian sent the infant emperor to the throne, he was thinking, this is your Majesty's only remaining biological child. If the little emperor is gone, Huang Mian will not be able to control the next emperor no matter how powerful he is. What's annoying is that the little emperor didn't listen to him at all, but still put the tea to his mouth with an innocent look on his face and took a sip. With a expression on his yellow face, he said slowly. I don't know why I looked at him today because he looked ugly, so I asked him to go back. How can uncle mention this so quietly? Miss Zhang took one look at the yellow face that was almost dumbfounded, with an expression of how could you be so stupid written all over her eyes, then she covered her mouth and chuckled. Your Majesty does not understand what the prince means. She held the handkerchief in her hand, lightly hit the little emperor on the shoulder, and said with an almost coquettish smile. Your Majesty is afraid that I will poison you. As she said that, Miss Jiang's tone contained some anger. Your Majesty, if you also. For example, the prince generally does not believe in his concubine, so he can just leave. She looks generous and gorgeous, and when she acts like a baby, she looks really charming. As he spoke, he stood up and looked like he was about to leave, but Ji Chang's pulled his sleeve back with one hand. My beloved, please don't leave. Huang Mian's eyelids jumped upon hearing this title. The little emperor has always snatched people back without banning their accounts. In the past, he had snatched so many people back, but I didn't even see him. As a result, today she actually called Zhang Madam my beloved concubine. What do you mean, he? Does he want to make Zhang a concubine? Miss Zhang was pulled by her sleeve, so she took the opportunity to sit next to Ji Chang's, and lightly scolded the little emperor and hit him on the shoulder. Your Majesty, why do you want to stop me? I have already been married. It is normal for the prince and your Majesty not to believe in me. That's all. I don't want to serve your Majesty anymore in the future. Qingdeng ancient Buddha will be fine. My dear concubine, my uncle just said it casually, why should he be so grand? The little emperor has a bad temper, but he is still a man, and he has no intention of getting angry at the beauty he likes being so presumptuous in front of him. He even coaxed and looked up at Huang Mian. Uncle, come and explain to my beloved concubine, you didn't mean that. Huang Mian. His eyelids twitched a few times and he looked at Zhang, who was leaning on the little emperor, but said nothing. Seeing that he was unwilling, the little emperor was a little anxious. "Uncle, you are good at talking." Huang Mian. Seeing that the little emperor was getting anxious, he could only endure the discomfort in his heart and hesitantly said, "I really didn't mean that. My beloved, look, uncle has already explained clearly, don't misunderstand, don't be sad, ah." Huang Mian watched helplessly as the little emperor put down Jiang's hand covering her face and wiped the tears from her face. Not only did he wipe it, he also wiped it with eyes full of pity. He just wanted to hold the little emperor's shoulders, shake him, and shout at him, "Please be more sober. Do you believe in such a backhouse method? Didn't you see that there were only a few tears on her face?" But obviously, Huang Mian also knew in his heart that these words could not be said to the little emperor who loved beauty the most. So even if he could tell at a glance that this was just a woman's little trick, and she wanted to leave whenever she was angry, just to make the emperor like him more, he didn't say it out loud. What's the use of saying it, Xiao Huang? Dru. Now it was obvious that he was fascinated by this woman Zhang. The more correct he is, the more the other party will feel the deeper affection he has with Zhang. Having several sons, I am experienced in this, Huang Mian thought. But he still couldn't understand why the Zhang family had changed so much. Didn't he still scream and kill yesterday and almost bring down the entire palace? After looking at Zhang carefully several times, I couldn't help but want to study what happened. Miss Zhang keenly noticed Huang Mian's gaze, and the expression on her newly coaxed face changed again, and she got into Ji Chang's arms. "Your Majesty, the prince always watches what I do, and I feel very panicked when I see you." Huang Mian. He already felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second, the little emperor looked at him with vigilance. "Uncle, there are countless beauties in his own courtyard, why do you still look at my beloved concubine like this?" He protected Miss Zhang, as if he wanted to steal women from him. "If uncle likes beauties, I will give you a few." Huang Mian, I have no such intention. When Miss Zhang heard this, she refused and punched the little emperor on the chest. "Your Majesty, the prince has been looking at me, and I saw it." Okay, yes, yes, yes." While coaxing his beloved concubine in his arms, the little emperor looked at Huang Mian. The expression on his face showed that he did not intend to continue the conversation in depth. "If nothing happens, uncle, please leave first. I will go to the royal garden to enjoy the flowers with my beloved concubine." Huang Mian. He looked at Miss Zhang, who was acting coquettishly with the little emperor for a while, and then looked at him again. At this moment, he felt as if he had somehow become a backyard vying for favor with other concubines. With a face full of fantasy, he still retreated. The main thing is that in the past, he was unstoppable, but today the other party used the method of Mrs. Hosei to win favor. Even if she knew in her heart that Miss Zhang used this method to attract the little emperor's attention, she would always be the one who was being competed for. Know how to respond. The key is that he is not sure whether Miss Jiang's current charming appearance is beneficial to him. The emperor gradually grew up, and as he grew up, Huang Mian's worries also grew day by day. Even if these worries did not appear on the surface, similar thoughts occasionally flashed through his heart. What if the emperor starts to want to control the government as he grows up? Although the little emperor currently behaves as if he is right. I am not interested in government affairs, but what if it happens in the future? Men always have a desire to achieve success. He has the temper of a child now, but he will not always have the temper of a child in the future. In the past, Huang Mian could coax him with some things, but what about in the future? If he can't be coaxed anymore, will he want to intervene in government affairs himself? Huang Mian didn't say anything, but he always had this hidden worry in his heart. But now that the little emperor has grown up, what inspires him is not to get the government, but to become interested in snatching the women back. The look just now was clearly one of being fascinated. Such an emperor is definitely in the best state of control for Huang Mian. After he went out, a eunuch who was serving the little emperor immediately came up to him. "Your Majesty, I will take you out." Huang Mian glanced at him and asked directly, "What's going on with Zhang? Wasn't she unwilling to serve His Majesty yesterday?" "My servant was with His Majesty at the time. Mrs. Zhang had been making a fuss. It is said that she fell asleep after being tired from the fuss and became a little quieter. Your Majesty went to see Mrs. Zhang early this morning." Mrs. Zhang was still angry at first, but when she saw His Majesty's face, she was no longer angry. The eunuch answered diligently, "Your Majesty has a rich and handsome child, and it is normal for Mrs. Zhang to like her." This answer seems quite reasonable. Huang Mian vaguely remembered that when Zhang married Lu Zhong, it was because Lu Zhong was good looking a few years ago. Zhang saw her when he went on an outing. Later, when Lu Zhong came to propose marriage, she personally nodded in agreement. This matter has been a topic in the capital before. After all, parents have always ordered matchmakers. Men who fall in love with their beloved girls come to propose marriage? Forget it. How can a woman fall in love with a man, and then her father actually returns the favor? I really asked my daughter's opinion when the other party came to propose marriage. But General Zhang has made great contributions. Even if some people think this incident is really a joke, the most they can say is that they deserve to be from a family of military generals, but they just don't care about these rules. Since there is such a thing to lay the foundation for, Miss Zhang was imprisoned for a night, knowing that it is difficult to recover, and she can only stay in the palace for the rest of her life. Also, she saw that the little emperor was doing well, so she changed her mentality and started to be the emperor wholeheartedly. That makes sense. Even so, after Huang Mian thought about it, he still blamed Miss Zhang. It's really unruly. It turned out to be just one night of urination because of the little emperor's birth. Her good looks have changed her mind, she is worthy of being a military general, and she doesn't care about any moral etiquette. When he thought about these things, he naturally never thought that Miss Jiang's husband Lu Zhong sent people to the palace by himself, nor did he think about what Miss Zhang would do in the future if she did not comply with the emperor. Anyway, according to Huang Mian's logic, the emperor can rob women, but a married woman can never really surrender to the emperor after being robbed. She must die in order to be worthy of her innocence. After despising Miss Zhang for being such a person, Huang Mian left with dissatisfaction and disdain. The little eunuch didn't know where he said the wrong thing to offend him. He was unhappy and hurriedly chased after him to serve him carefully. Zhao Ling watched Huang Mian leave, then opened the door and went in. In the room, the emperor and Miss Zhang, who were still intimate, had separated. The emperor was squeezing his shoulders and thighs, which were a little uncomfortable. Miss Zhang, on the other hand, had been talking non-stop just now and was drinking water like crazy because she was so thirsty. Seeing him come in, the little emperor asked, "How? My servant looks at it, the prince believes it." Zhao Ling has been in a trance since last night. He didn't sleep all night, and now there are two big dark circles on his face. Even so, there is always a sense of excitement when he speaks. After all, his master turned out not to be someone who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, but had been keeping a low profile and acting to deceive others. For him, who had almost watched the little emperor grow up, this was definitely good news. Ji Chang's had no doubts about his loyalty. Zhao Ling was brought to the little emperor when he was a child. Everyone told him that he must be loyal to the little emperor. No matter how violent the little emperor's temper was, Zhao Ling was smart and quick to react, but he was never punished. In addition to the supremacy of imperial power, no matter how powerful Huang Mian is now, for eunuchs who cannot go to court, the emperor is still more powerful after all. For example, if a minister joins Huang Mian, he can get an official position and be able to speak in the court. But what about eunuchs? Can Huang Mian still interfere in the affairs of the palace? Even if he could really intervene, Zhao Ling had always been the most trusted person around the emperor. For the eunuch profession, he had already reached its peak. Can you give him yellow noodles? What? Zhao Ling is a smart man, Ji Chang's believes that he will figure it out. Everything was as Ji Chang's thought. After Zhao Ling learned what the little emperor had planned, he stood up without hesitation. Over there? At this moment, I am fully satisfied with my plans for him. I thought carefully about it last night. I could probably guess which person in the palace was the regent, so I wrote them all down. He took out a pamphlet from his arms and handed it over. This was an unexpected surprise. Ji Chang's took it and looked through it. It was densely written with the person's name, which palace he belonged to, what he did, how old he was, and what kind of person he was, all written clearly. He looked at Zhao Ling with some surprise. You actually still have this ability. Being praised, Zhao Ling chuckled and said rather embarrassedly, I like to hear about Man Palace's affairs, and they don't hide it. You can tell it with just one look. This is not something that can be seen at a glance. Even if Huang Mian is completely confused now, for these servants in the palace, not offending the emperor is the first priority they have to do. They were not sure whether the emperor would be angry if he knew that he was loyal to the regent, so they would naturally try their best to hide it. Zhao Ling's ability to see them all was already considered very impressive, and he was actually able to write down the names of work units one by one from memory. Coupled with his reflexes and lip reading, Ji Chang's is very sure that this is a perfect talent. After reading each name carefully and remembering all this information in his heart, he raised his eyes to look at Zhao Ling again. I'm afraid you will have to work harder in the future. I have a lot of things for you to do here. Zhao Ling immediately became energetic and could only pat his chest and promise, Your Majesty, don't worry, I will do a good job for Your Majesty. Very good. Although there are only 3 people in my team now, it feels like it is worth thousands of troops. Moreover, doesn't this also have yellow noodles? Now that he wanted to take advantage of the little emperor, Ji Chang's made him the sharpest knife in his hand. After going through a series of things to do next in his mind, Ji Chang's looked at Miss Zhang, who was quietly listening to them. Is Miss Zhang willing to lead troops? Leading troops? Miss Zhang was stunned at first. Since ancient times, there has never been any precedent for women to lead soldiers. Especially in this dynasty, women, let alone leading troops, will be criticized even if they go out without wearing a veil. But she did not hesitate, even though she felt that this topic was a bit unreal, she still looked at the little emperor quietly. He nodded and agreed. If His Majesty wants me to do it, I am willing. She also added confidently, although I have never led an army, I have been familiar with the art of war since I was a child and have seen many of my father's battles. I am confident that I can lead it well. Very good, this girl is very offensive-minded. He has martial arts, art of war, and acting, and he can be very liberal. Clear thinking and long-term vision. Ji Chang's looked at Miss Zhang with eyes full of appreciation. What a strong labor force. If all his men are like this, then he will definitely have a lot of leisure in the future. Naturally, Miss Zhang did not miss the emperor's appreciative gaze directed at her. She could clearly feel that it was not a look she had seen before. Not because of her appearance, nor because of her family background and generosity. It's an appreciation of her abilities. Your Majesty is recognizing her ability. Miss Zhang couldn't tell what she felt in her heart after realizing this. It seemed that a wave of emotion came directly to her heart. Even though my heart was filled with all kinds of what if I want to lead troops but I can't lead them well? If I have to lead troops, how can I lead them so that I can live up to His Majesty's trust? Now it seems that I am full of thoughts. Hot, warm, and exciting. I was so excited that I wanted to jump up and dance a sword for His Majesty right now, so that he could see that I indeed had this ability and that I met His Majesty's expectations. Of course, there was no big sword in the palace, so Miss Zhang had no choice but to give up on this idea. After confirming that there was no problem with Miss Zhang and even looking forward to it, Ji Chang started to make trouble. While the ministers in the DPRK were still discussing how outrageous it was for the emperor to directly dismiss Liu Zhong from office in order not to seize his wife, they learned a new piece of news. The emperor directly made Miss Zhang a general. Everyone, even Zhao Ling and Miss Zhang themselves, were confused after learning the news. Is it so direct? They originally thought that His Majesty would first ask Miss Zhang to lead the troops with the excuse of "I love my concubine so much, so I let her lead the troops." Then secretly, he quietly developed the soldiers in his hands and continued to work hard. After it begins to take shape, more people will be added to it. In the end, it will become a hidden force in the hands of the little emperor. In the end, Ji Chang's actually made a general so carelessly. They are still confused. The court is. It exploded instantly. In the past, when the little emperor was a bastard, that was within their tolerance. Now he is such a bastard, making a woman a general? It's simply a crime. When the imperial edict was announced, even if the emperor did not go to court, Jizi's objections like snowflakes were still sent to Ji Chang's side. However, Ji Chang's refused to go to court. If you want to beep, then beep. I just don't listen or watch, pretending not to know. Courtiers. They also saw that the little emperor was planning to not listen to the bastard chanting sutras. In the past, if they opposed him and wanted to do something, he would jump up and confront his ministers. Get angry and scold someone. No matter who wins in the end, most of the time it's the little emperor. After all, no matter how outrageous he does, Huang Mian is still fanning the flames behind his back, hoping to make him even more outrageous. In short, in the end, there will be a result. As a result, what does it mean for the little emperor to just pretend to be dead now? After the imperial edict was issued, they also cursed, but people came out to confront each other. In the past, the courtiers liked the fact that the emperor did not go to court. After all, the situation was the same whether he went to court or not. Anyway, it was the regent who handled the matter. But now, they really began to regret turning a blind eye and letting the emperor not go to court. If he didn't go to court, they would have no place to scold him if he did something outrageous. Really unable to catch the young emperor, the courtiers had no choice but to go to the regent to complain. Huang Mian. He had to be speechless, because before others came to him, the little emperor also sent someone to ask him to enter the palace. According to his understanding of this nephew, most likely the little emperor came to him for support. So now comes the problem. Should he do what he did before, support the little emperor, support him no matter how outrageous he did, and try hard to get him to do even more outrageous things? It is better to side with the courtiers in the court and ask the little emperor to withdraw from this ridiculous practice of making a woman, or a woman from the harem, a general. For a time, Huang Mian was in a dilemma. Reason told them that the more stupid the emperor was, the more useful they would be. But let a woman be a general. Thinking again about Miss Jiang's strong possessiveness towards the emperor, even he, his uncle, had to find a way to interrupt him when he was talking to the emperor for a long time. If she becomes a general, she may not be able to do anything in the future. That's a shameless thing. Hesitant, just hesitant. Huang Mian entered the palace hesitantly. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the main hall, the little emperor greeted him with an aggrieved look. Uncle, take a look. You have been ill and absent from the court these days. They are about to rebel. The yellow-faced boy was pounced upon by the little emperor. Now that he is older, his bones are not as strong as before. He was hit so unexpectedly by his 15-year-old nephew who has a long body, and his waist is almost broken. Flashed. But it has been a long time since the little emperor grew up, and he has not behaved as if he is so dependent on him now. Huang Mian did not want to miss such an opportunity to win over people and improve the little emperor's favorability, so he could only hold his waist and stand firm. Okay, how old is your majesty? Why are you so unstable? He winked at Zhao Ling next to him. Hurry up and help your majesty. Zhao Ling could see that he was already struggling, so he pretended not to know, walked over slowly, and asked Ji Changs to stand still. Huang Mian worked hard to support his waist. Your majesty, what happened? Tell me, if they really dare to bully your majesty, I will make them pay the price even if I risk my life. Ji Changs immediately complained. I just want to make my beloved concubine a general, but they are gibbering as if I want to kill them all. It's really unlucky. Uncle, you have many ways. Please help me think about it. How can I make them shut up? Huang Mian was choked by his confident attitude. At this moment, he couldn't help but reflect on what he had taught the little emperor during his growth, so that he seemed to think it was normal for a woman to become an official. Your Majesty, this matter is indeed a bit difficult to handle. How could a woman be an official since ancient times? Ji Changs interrupted him and said rather willfully. Since ancient times, if the people in front have done something and only the people behind can do it, then what's the point? It's interesting to do something that no one else has ever done, isn't it? Huang Mian. There seems to be no problem with this logic. But those bad old men just don't want to let me have my way. The little emperor was angry and looked like he was about to die. They have been against me since I was a child. They never let me do anything I want. Uncle, please help me think of a way. Not only do I need them to agree this time, but I also need them to not object to anything I say in the future. Huang Mian. Is this difficulty too high? Even if he wanted to make the emperor more and more stupid, he didn't really think that Manjiatang could really listen to them. For a while, he felt that the emperor was really young, and when he got a woman, he was so obsessed that he lost his mind and dared to think about anything. For a while, he felt that this was not bad, and he could just stay in ignorance anyway. Of course, since this can't be done, we still need to persuade him. He deliberated and said, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, they are all ministers of the court. If your Majesty does something that is not in line with the ancestral etiquette, it is normal for them to do this. We can't kill them all. Kill them all. The little emperor interrupted him again. His eyes lit up, and he looked like he had discovered a new world. Huang Mian. An unpleasant emotion rose in his heart. Sure enough, the next second the little emperor clapped his hands, looking like I have discovered the bright road. Uncle is right. Since they are disobedient, wouldn't it be enough to kill them all and replace them with obedient ones? Huang Mian. They simply stared at each other with expressions of disbelief, and were shocked to find that the little emperor actually thought so seriously. The little boy seemed to have realized the best way to prevent himself from being troubled by these annoying courtiers in the future. He ran toward the table like a butterfly. Zhao Ling. Go get my seal, I want to issue an imperial edict. Where are the guards? Call them all. I want to listen to my uncle and kill all those ministers and replace them with new ones. After finishing the instructions, the emperor eagerly grinned at himself and said happily to the confused Huang Mian. Uncle is indeed an uncle. Why have I never thought of this great idea before? Kill them all. Ha ha. Once and for all. Huang Mian. His face showed confusion in capital letters. When he found out that Zhao Ling actually came with the seal, he rushed over and said, Your Majesty, you can't do that. The little emperor was blocked and frowned, obviously a little unhappy, but maybe because Huang Mian was his uncle after all, he didn't say anything. He just asked, Again? What's wrong? I'm going fishing soon. Uncle, what do you have to do for me to finish writing? Let's talk about the imperial edict. After writing the imperial edict, it's nonsense to talk about it. There are other people in the court. It is no exaggeration to say that most of the people in the court are his yellow-faced men. If we kill them all, it's a waste of time. When the time comes, let's not talk about the chaos in the DPRK, but how to deal with it in the future. Government affairs will be very worrying. Your Majesty, even if you have objections to hundreds of officials, you can't kill them all. The little emperor looked confused and asked. Didn't my uncle himself tell me to kill them? Huang Mian choked. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that we cannot kill them all. Why not? The little emperor looked reasonable and confident. I am the emperor, they do things for me but don't listen to me. In this case, what are they still doing alive? In other words, I was too used to them before, and that's why they were so wanton. In this case, if we kill them all to make room for them, the newcomers will naturally know that I'm not that easy to mess with. Good guy. Huang Mian couldn't refute this logic. But, since ancient times. He was about to say that since ancient times, there has never been an emperor who directly killed all the civil and military officials of the entire dynasty, but before he could finish his words, he remembered the previous emperor's words. It's interesting to do things that no one else has done. The fallacies and heresy were immediately suppressed again. Uncle, don't stop me. Don't worry. I will only kill people except Uncle. When the time comes to choose new people, Uncle and I will choose together. We will choose a group of people who listen to us. Huang Mian. He didn't know for a moment whether he should be happy that the emperor had such an attitude of I want to share the country with you and what's mine is yours. Your Majesty, it's absolutely impossible. The little emperor was happily telling him that their subordinates would be more obedient and work harder in the future, but when he heard this, the smile on his face suddenly fell. He threw the brush out of his hand. Absolutely not possible. Again. Absolutely impossible. Didn't Uncle say that you are Nagasawa's only support? Why even you? You must learn from those bad old men, and I will stop whatever I want to do. I just want to kill them all and replace them with others. Isn't Uncle willing to support Nagasawa for such a trivial matter? Seeing the little emperor's eyes turning red with grievance as he spoke, Zhaoling hurriedly stepped forward to support him and offered him a handkerchief with a look of distress on his face. Your Majesty, don't feel bad. That's not what the prince meant. I love your Majesty the most, how can I make your Majesty sad? As he spoke, he looked at Huang Mian. Your Majesty has been pampered since childhood. Those people outside are bullying your Majesty so much now. Your Majesty, seeing that you are His Majesty's uncle, will help you. Please help your Majesty. Your Majesty is young and it is the time when you need the prince. Zhaoling didn't say much, but in summary, what he expressed was almost the same as that of Xiong's parents. Just change the routine template. He's just a child, he just wants to eat ice cream. Why don't you, the parent who loves him the most, not agree? You are ruthless and unreasonable. And what Zhaoling means is, he is just a child. He is just a weak and pitiful child who lost his father at a young age. He just wants to kill a civil and military official. Why don't you agree? Huang Mian was immediately stunned by this combination of punches. In particular, the little emperor looked aggrieved, as if he had made a legitimate request but was not satisfied. And Zhaoling next to him also had a look on his face. Your Majesty is so pitiful. Your Majesty only has you. What will your Majesty do if you don't help? Huang Mian. He thought Zhaoling was crazy. This damn thing is to kill all the civil and military officials of the dynasty. It's not like building a zoo and playing a gambling game like before. How can the court function if so many people are killed? But the truth was on his lips. Looking at his nephew who had already started throwing things on the table to vent his anger, Huang Mian silently swallowed those words. He suddenly woke up. The little emperor's thinking mode is not normal at all. You knew it from the beginning, right? Foolish and tyrannical. Now it is quite normal to propose to kill all the civil and military officials of the entire dynasty. Regardless of whether it was normal or not, at least a path was laid out in front of Huang Mian at this moment. Either he go and settle the matter, or the emperor will go crazy and kill all the civil and military officials in the dynasty. If there were more people standing next to the emperor in the court, although Huang Ming would think it was a bit too scary, he would definitely support it secretly. But the problem is, most of the people in the court are his people. The emperor did not kill various officials who were against him, but cut off his yellow-faced hands and feet. Can Huang Mian agree? He will definitely not agree. The little emperor had already run up to him and started shaking his sleeves. Uncle, uncle, if you don't help me. There is no one in this world who can help me. Go and get the token quickly. We tell them that they are going to court, and then wait until they arrive at the court, and kill them to catch them off guard. He also said something quite smart. Uncle, don't you hate a minister? How about this? When the time comes, you go and kill him yourself. The white knife comes in and the red knife comes out, and you will think that I am venting my anger for you. Huang Mian. The person he hates is an old minister. He has assisted 3 Earth Kings before and has many students under his command. He can almost be said to be a role model for literati in the world. If he really kills people directly, I am afraid that I will be scolded to death by everyone in the world. By then, the little emperor, who is still young and orthodox, should be fine, but he will probably be betrayed by Qing Jun. Seeing the trust and eagerness in the little emperor's eyes, Huang Mian, who had been deliberately leading the other person in the direction of violence, finally got a taste of what it means to dig a hole by yourself and jump out of it. What the hell? It's too cruel. In the end, he could only endure the heartache in his heart and gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, I will ask them to agree to make Zhang the general. So don't think about such unrealistic things as killing the civil and military officials of the Manchu dynasty. Real. The little emperor suddenly became happy. He also stopped talking about killing people. Also, stop crying. He said happily, then I'm waiting for the good news from my uncle. Watching Huang Mian leave with a grimace, and when only he and Zhao Ling were left in the inner hall, Ji Chang slowly put away the excitement on his face. Look, you and Miss Zhang are still worried that making her a general is too sudden and the government will not agree. There's nothing to worry about. My uncle will take care of it. In order to stabilize him, no matter how shocking the incident is, the powerful Huang Mian will try his best to do it. He only needs to put forward his wish, and the other party will naturally help him realize it. The regent is the only one in power, and everyone in the world knows that as long as Huang Mian comes forward, no one will care whether it was brought up by the little emperor or not. Anyway, you control the government, and if you want to support this imperial edict, then you are disturbing the government. Ji Chang's took advantage of it and cursed the regent Huang Mian. Ji Chang's was so satisfied with his uncle. The little emperor washed his hands in the basin brought by Zhao Ling and sighed with emotion. My uncle is too honest. The author has something to say. Amway, my dear CP Wien Wen. The male protagonist wants to wear it quickly. It's my CP title again. Oh. She has made great progress in this book. We have discussed many plots together, and the overlap rate of ideas is very high, which is very beneficial. Interested little angels can search for the title of the novel or the name of the author to see the tweets. I am also working hard to be a good person today. Quickly where, October Daogwa. After becoming the leading actor in tragedy, Qin Dumaying looked at the script in his hand, smiled softly, and put it away. Then The incompetent father who abandoned his daughter bought a castle from scratch and gave it to his daughter as a coming-of-age gift. The zombie doctor who destroyed the world sells a cute injection. The more ruthless he looks, the cuter he becomes. The wasted dandy son suddenly turned around and started a new world, becoming the richest man in the country. The scoundrel husband signed up to join the military camp to become a strong man, and won military honors for defending his family and country. Chen Dumaying, I think I am already a good person. Everyone nodded, yes, you are very good, very good. Woo 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 woo. I used too much force on my hands last time, and now it hurts when I type a little faster. I can only poke at the keyboard slowly and slowly. It takes a long time to write a chapter. Later, I gradually feel that my speed is getting faster, and I have finished writing. I realized that I was so immersed in the plot that I forgot that my hands were hurting. Now to add insult to injury, it hurts even more. Regret. Why should I pay it off all at once? I can divide it into batches. I have to continue to study the voice codes. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 433. Chapter 374. Everything happened smoothly. After all, the power of the yellow face is no joke. Of course, smooth means these things will not bother Ji Chang's size. For Huang Mian, it can be said that it is a state of mind, and every day when he opens his eyes and closes his eyes, all he thinks about is this matter. The issue of conferring the title of female general is not a question of whether it is easy to do or not, but rather no one has done it at all. There are many people under Huang Mian, but not all of these ministers do what he says. They chose Huang Mian because the regent has more power than the little emperor who seems to have no interest in government affairs. Speaking of which, yellow noodles make people want to take sides more. But this does not mean that their stubborn and old ideas can be wiped out by Huang Mian's words. Oh no, this can't be considered an old thought. After all, in this era, their thoughts are normal. Ji Chang's knew very well what a shocking thing he had done. If he had done it by himself, the result would have been that he had back and forth with those ministers every day, had intrigues, various conspiracies, and worked hard to dig holes. Although he could win, it was really unnecessary. It is very troublesome to implement it in the front, and it is even more troublesome to remedy it later. So, life is like this. When you think this road is difficult to walk, you will always be surprised to find that there is a villain standing in front of you, eager to help you walk. After listening to the little emperor's theory that the regent was taken advantage of, Zhao Ling said. To be honest, when faced with such a situation, most people would think that the regent is the biggest stumbling block. But His Majesty actually thought of using this big stumbling block to deal with other small stumbling blocks. He began to deeply reflect on how careless he had been in the past. He actually regards the unknown master who worked hard and finally succeeded in growing into a sinister emperor as a person who loves to play and enjoy himself. It really shouldn't be. It was in vain that he had always prided himself on being the most inquiring person in the entire palace. After inquiring about so many things, he actually failed to find out about His Majesty, whom he had been taking care of. While Zhao Ling admired Ji Chang's, he reflected on himself. From then on, every time he inquired about something, he became more serious and attentive than before. Although the little emperor never asked him again about what happened in the palace and what happened in the court, he still had to have everything in his mind so that he could answer anytime and anywhere. Zhao Ling, who had such a profound awareness, found out something after asking around. He thought it was a lie at first, but after asking about it carefully, he was shocked and hurried to the little emperor to report it. What? Ji Chang's is learning painting, which is the little emperor's recent new hobby. This hobby relieved the ministers who had been worrying about how to get Regent Huang Mian to give up the idea of a female general. It's better to like painting than anything else. If the little emperor suddenly comes up with some good idea, and the regent who controls the government also snaps his head and supports the little emperor's good idea, they will really be worried to death. In the final analysis, no one believed that the young emperor had the ability to confront the regent. Although it was said that the young emperor came up with the idea, it was the regent who actually implemented it. If the regent doesn't agree, what can the little emperor do to him? Because of everyone's mentality, Ji Chang's was regarded as a transparent person by both parties. If you like to play and draw, just play. Just don't be a monster. No one is paying attention to him, so he will naturally take the opportunity to do something. And now, the news brought by Zhao Ling gave Ji Chang's a hint of something to happen. Are you sure that the yellow-faced eldest son has really embezzled so much? Zhao Ling nodded quickly. Really, if I'm not sure, I won't dare to tell His Majesty. He loudly told the news he had found out. The thing is like this, as the chief eunuch, Zhao Ling has 3 days of vacation every month. Usually at this time, he will change into civilian clothes and go out. The little emperor himself likes to go out and have fun, and has no sense of danger. There are no rules for the servants in the palace to go out. In addition, Zhao Ling's status as the chief eunuch means that every time he goes out, it goes very smoothly. In order to curry favor with him, the other young eunuchs who were responsible for purchasing often went out and knew that he liked to hear all kinds of gossip and news. Every time they came back, they would tell him where to hear gossip and where to get news. Once, in order to help a palace maid find her abducted sister, Zhao Ling got a place to inquire about information from a young eunuch. There, he spent money to buy a place where most of the children abducted by the kidnappers in the capital would be temporarily stored. Of course, he was not stupid and did not report the crime directly to the police. Those kidnappers committed crimes in gangs. Zhao Ling had never thought that the young emperor could have such ability. In addition, he knew that His Majesty had a bad temper and did not dare to bother him with such a thing. Therefore, he never mentioned it in front of him and only quietly spent money from one person. Redeemed that child. Talking about this matter, if it were handled by a young man in the capital, he would definitely feel that Zhao Ling is really aggrieved. He has found the territory of a kidnapper, and his identity is the eunuch chief, but he can only take money. Redeem people. But Ji Chang's can understand Zhao Ling. He was used to being cautious in his words and deeds, and the emperor he served had a volatile temperament. Although Zhao Ling seemed to be happy every day, it was because he had adjusted himself well. If it were someone who was a little less courageous, I would probably be in panic all day long. His identity and temperament dictated that he could only handle it this way. Otherwise, he would not be sure that the little emperor would protect himself. Of course, things are different now. Zhao Ling clearly realized that Ji Chang's was not a foolish king, and he did not ignore everything and let the world become chaotic. Instead, he had a strong hand and a strong heart. At the same time, His Majesty also has a soft spot for him. Because of the confidence given by Ji Chang's, he also told what he had done before while telling this incident. Although they are all His Majesty, but inexplicably, at this moment, he is not afraid that His Majesty will think that he is looking for trouble. After the slave rescued the palace maid's sister, he thought about many connections and paths, and never stopped communicating with the person who revealed the information. In the past few days, His Majesty gave the slave a token to enter and leave the palace freely, and the slave go to him often. It was at his place that I heard about Mr. Xiao Huang and said that corrupt officials had embezzled millions. Mr. Xiao Huang had not only embezzled millions. The originally prosperous Yandi was now in dire straits for the people. Ji Chang's listened expressionlessly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. What did he do? Zhao Ling hesitated for a moment, but instead of being tactful, he said it directly. To sum up, because his father was the powerful regent, Mr. Xiao Huang also got a good official position, and the place where he took office was the famous and wealthy Yandi. Huang Mian also kept his wealth to outsiders, and specially got his son the highest position in Yandi. In other words, in Yandi, Mr. Xiao Huang was the biggest official. Just look at Huang Mian and you will know that Mr. Huang, number 2, has such a father's influence, and there is a high probability that he will not be able to produce good bamboo shoots. Master Huang lived like a local emperor in Yandi. Not only are there beautiful gardens everywhere, but there are also countless beauties in the back house. To support these, naturally, a lot of money is needed. Mr. Huang is so old, so of course it is impossible to ask his father, the regent, for money. So he came up with a good idea. If he had no money, wouldn't it be enough to raise taxes? He was also genius and thought that this was not corruption. After all, corruption was putting money that originally belonged to the court into his own pocket, but the money he handed over to the court was not less. Not only was there no shortage of money, but I even paid more for the sake of good performance. It's just that in this way, his resume looks good, but the people who were originally living a good life have suffered. At the beginning, the land was prosperous, everyone's living standards were very good, and the price of food was naturally slightly higher than in other places. Even if farmers farm the land, after deducting the money they turn in for a year, the remaining money will be enough for them to spend and save some. But Huang was so smart that he began to increase taxes year by year. The people have gone from being well off to ordinary, and then to poverty. It had already been a year of hard work, and all the money had to be handed over. In the end, nothing was left behind. Master Huang was still not satisfied. The more and more things he wanted, the more and more money he needed to support naturally increased. So in the end, even if the people worked hard for a year, the money they earned was not as much as the taxes they had to pay. If you can't pay taxes, the government will come to arrest you. Either go to jail or sell your son or daughter. Over time, the once prosperous Yandi became extremely cold. If Lord Huang could have stopped in time at this time, there would not have been a riot, but the problem is that not only did he stop, but he also raised taxes again when there was a drought in Yan. Originally it was just a small drought, and there would be no problem if he opened warehouses and put grain out to appease the people according to the normal handling method. But not only did he not appease the people, he also stabbed them when they were already injured. After stabbing him, he found that the other person was still alive, so he stabbed him again. Knife after knife after knife, no matter how kind a person is, he can't bear it. So the people rioted. Mr. Huang, whom Ji Chang's had only heard his name but not seen in person, almost died in the riot, so he could only let the official escort protect him and escape in the usual direction. This is the place that best proves how smart he is. Mr. Huang himself knew clearly that he had done something wrong, and he was also afraid that other officials would not only refuse to help but also pass the news to the court if they found out, so he retreated and ran towards the capital to seek shelter. However, he is not the kind of person who can endure hardship. He ran with such great fanfare that he almost had the words "I did something wrong and am planning to go to the capital to ask my father for help" written all over his face. Therefore, before he arrived in the capital, the news had already spread secretly through channels unknown to most people. Those who run around in the world are not as squeamish as Mr. Huang. They walk for a day and rest for a day, and it takes half a day to cook anything on the road. Therefore, Ji Chang's got an almost perfect information gap this time. How long does it take for him to arrive in the capital? As expected, Zhao Ling was still the reliable assistant with unlimited potential and full preparation. He had obviously made the calculation early. When Ji Chang's asked, he gave his calculation. Based on their journey, it's probably about 3 or 4 days. Let's just calculate it as fast as possible. If Mr. Huang, who is 40 or 50 years old, is still like a child who gets into trouble and comes back to find his father, If he feels uncomfortable somewhere on the road and has to do something, I guess it won't arrive for 3 or 4 days. 3 or 4 days. There is plenty of time. Ji Changs took out a piece of rice paper and slowly drew a tree on it. He has been studying well recently, mainly teaching the emperor how to draw a tree without 2 brushes. Now it is quite easy to draw a tree. The little emperor painted plum blossoms. In the snow, a crooked-necked plum tree stood crookedly, its head covered with all kinds of gorgeous plum blossoms. Zhao Ling heard Ji Chang say slowly, "Turn into spring mud and protect flowers." Although he is very interested in gossip, Zhao Ling has no research on poetry, so he can only hear that this seems to be from a poem. "What does your majesty mean? If the flowers on the trees wither and fall, they will melt into the soil and nourish the trees, but this may not be the case for humans. Humans are like trees. It is good to have flowers and fruits, but if there are too many flowers and too many fruits, the tree may bend under the weight and collapse." Ji Chang slowly sketched the flowers on the tree. After finishing the last stroke, he took back the brush with satisfaction and asked Zhao Ling with a little joy, "Do you know why I keep holding back?" Zhao Ling thought about it seriously. In the past, when His Majesty was young, there were many things that His Majesty could not do even if he wanted to. That's one thing. The little emperor smiled. It was a gentle smile, but it contained a hint of coldness. "I am waiting for my uncle to grow like a tree. I have been behind my uncle a lot since I was born. If you want to catch up, it will be extremely difficult. But when my uncle gradually carries a lot of things on his back and is no longer as cautious as before and leaves no room for others, he will naturally slow down and wait for me to catch up." He put away the painting, holding it in his hand and admiring it carefully. The gaze of appreciation is no different from the appreciation of a tiger or a teacup in the past. The difference is that this time there is expectation in his eyes. It was the long-awaited expectation to finally close the net. He thinks that he has all the power in the government, and that he has many loyal people under his command. However, the more people he has, the greater his weakness. "My enemy, my uncle, cannot move a thing. Those who work for him, help him make suggestions, and know him very well, but it only takes one sip to make him bleed profusely." Zhao Ling heard it, half understood. He was even more shocked. It was a kind of shock that he thought he was familiar with His Majesty, but now he discovered that not only did he only see an illusion in the past, but he also had no idea about His Majesty's true appearance. He looked at the little emperor, who slowly put down the painting in his hand. Obviously he is not very tall, and he even looks a little young and thin because he is a premature baby. At first glance, his fair face looks like he has baby fat. This is a look that no one can deny is delicate and handsome, but no one can admit that the other person is already an adult. But when his eyes were downcast and his tone was slow, it always made people feel that there was a powerful emperor in this immature body. Zhao Ling couldn't help but feel full of admiration. Naturally, he also knew that even if His Majesty did not have the aura he has now, just seeing how he could hold back and plan for so long, even he, the eunuch in charge who was always by his side, would not have even the slightest clue to know His Majesty's intentions. "Then, Your Majesty, what should we do next?" "How to do it?" Ji Changs chuckled. "Don't they say I am a tyrant? Then I will show them." While the DPRK was still arguing over whether to appoint female generals, a piece of news quietly reached the ears of the DPRK civil and military officials. The treasury was empty and the emperor planned to replenish the treasury by collecting money from various places. Of course, this is just an official news. If it is further detailed, it means that the little emperor wants to build a summer resort. But when I arrived at the treasury, I found that there was no money in the treasury. So he now plans to levy it. Of course, if the officials of the DPRK and China feel that the current taxes on the people are already very heavy and do not agree to add another burden to them and make them work hard for a whole year without getting anything, then they will have to pay back money. They may also make donations to the summer home. If they donate, there will naturally be no need to collect money. Civil and military officials. Before the previous problem was solved, the annoying nephew threw out the next yellow face. It is obvious that the little emperor is acting rogue. Tell everyone clearly, I want to increase taxes to build houses. If you don't agree, that's fine. If you give me the money, I won't increase it. Obviously, he had the experience of being opposed by his ministers no matter what he did before. This time he learned wisely and specially added a treaty of overlordship: if you are willing to pay me, I will not make trouble. Civil and military officials would be crazy to donate money to build a summer resort to satisfy a young emperor. I have only ever heard of His Majesty granting rewards to his ministers, so there is no reason for his ministers to raise money to build a summer resort for His Majesty. The resentment that had been accumulated over the matter of the female general exploded due to the little emperor's coquettish manipulation. So, a new round of quarrels began again. One moment everyone was arguing about the female general, and the other moment they were arguing about raising taxes. The key is because the little emperor is too young to go to court, so they all quarrel with Huang Mian. Huang Mian almost lost his gray hair after being quarreled for just one day and even had a few extra hairs. For the first time, he regretted that when he discovered that the little emperor had a bad temper and had no mercy or tolerance for his subjects. He not only didn't take it seriously but also secretly rejoiced in his heart. At that time, he was still happy that if the little emperor had no love for the people, he would naturally not want to control the power of the court to do things that were beneficial to the people. As a result, everything turned out as he imagined. But he just wanted to regret it. It's better to let the little emperor care for his subjects, so that he won't always come up with such suffocating operations at the top of his head. Now that he is fine, he can just beep and be happy. Huang Mian, the regent, became a butt wiper. Being forced to compromise the first time already made him unhappy, but this matter came up again before one thing was settled. Huang Mian was also a little angry. Not only did he not feel that he was in control of the government, he also felt that the little emperor was really ungrateful. He had such a temper that he could not manage the country at all. As an uncle, he was already very old, and he still had to drag such an old man to do this. He takes care of the court. It turned out that he was doing well and had one sexy idea after another. This time we will definitely not let him get his wish. Otherwise, the devil knows what he will do next time. So this time, Huang Mian sided with Begwan. It doesn't matter if you don't stand the increase in taxes itself is a matter that will be written down in history and be scolded. Although all the officials in the court have their own thoughts, it is certain that no one wants to be scolded. If you say that the country is about to go to war, so taxes are increased, and the people of the country pool their money together to save a military fund, then it is barely justified. It turns out that you are asking people across the country to tighten their belts just to build a summer resort that is actually not needed. Isn't this a joke? At this time, the letters from all the civil and military officials of the DPRK and China, including Huang Mian, were unprecedented. Because they knew that they were right to refuse Ji Chang's actions, and they were standing on the moral high ground. Even if they were written down in the history books, they would be praised and sympathized with rather than scolded. Everyone worked together to form a rope. Even in order to organize this matter, all the officials gathered together and wrote a long paper on what will be the consequences of increasing taxes without reason. In addition to the various disadvantages of increasing taxes, the names and fingerprints of most officials in the DPRK are also signed below. The last folded book was so thick that Zhao Ling was very tired when it was sent to Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's didn't look at it carefully at all, he just looked through it casually. There is indeed a lot of content, but it can be summed up in one sentence. Even if you are His Majesty, you must not increase taxes for your own selfish desires. Good guy, it's time for the little emperor to explode. He no longer hides in the palace and plays games without going to court. He went to court angrily. In front of all the civil and military officials of the dynasty, they smashed things and threw inkstones. He looked extremely angry and acted like they had no choice but to feel aggrieved. I just want to increase taxes. Why don't you agree? Prince Regent, tell me. Why can't I increase taxes? The whole world belongs to me. I just want to increase taxes. Why can't I do that? Huang Mian looked at the little emperor above, who was so angry that he couldn't speak, and felt a sense of victory in his heart. Probably it was the crushing of his IQ that made him feel happy. Even the righteousness and awe on his face seemed much more real. Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely impossible. With a righteous expression on his face, he babbled out a series of truths: how hard it is for the people, how hard it is, and if you have to increase taxes even though they are already having a hard time, aren't you just waiting for them to die? While talking, he looked at the historian next to him, who was taking notes carefully, imagining how heroic he would be in the historical records and how much future generations would admire him. As he spoke, the expression on the little emperor's face gradually turned ugly, as if he couldn't believe that even his uncle was standing in the opposite direction to him. Your Majesty, the regent is right. A minister also stood up and seconded the proposal, adding what Huang Mian didn't mention just now. The second minister came out, followed by the third and fourth. By the end, almost everyone in the hall was kneeling on the ground. The little emperor's face was no longer ugly, but dark. You all want to stop me? Is it true that my taxes are too high? An old minister gave a solid salute, and his whole upper body was about to lie on the ground. That's it, Your Majesty. If taxes are rashly increased, the people will not be able to live, and it will be harmful to our country. Presumptuous. The little emperor suddenly kicked down the large vase next to him. The vase rolled down and broke into pieces. Ji Chang silently pulled back his foot, which was a little painful due to excessive exertion, thinking in his heart that acting is really a technical job. Next time I'd better push with my hands. He's very weak now, so it'll hurt his feet if he does this. When the emperor is angry, no matter whether his anger is justified or not, the ministers still have to kneel down and put their heads to the ground. Your Majesty, calm down. Calm down your anger. Aren't you the ones who stirred up my anger? Whatever I want to do, you have to be gibbering. Seeing that none of the ministers responded after he finished speaking, they all just knelt on the ground silently to express their resistance. The little emperor seemed to be so angry that he had no choice but to grit his teeth and said coldly, "Okay. I won't raise taxes or build this summer resort. I want to see it. If I die in this palace, you will all have to find someone to become the emperor who can't even do this." He snorted, tossed his sleeves and left. He obviously looked like a child who was resentful that he couldn't get enough. The ministers all breathed a sigh of relief, and their hearts relaxed. Although many of them were so scared that their hearts tightened during the confrontation, fearing that the emperor, who had always had a bad temper, would get angry and push them out and chop them, but fortunately the result was good. But now His Majesty seemed very angry. The ministers who slowly stood up looked at each other and knew what was going on. I'm afraid I have no choice but to agree to this female general's matter. One of the regents agreed to this. Secondly, the little emperor had just been annoyed by them. He was very angry when his original request was not met. If the female general's matter was denied again, who knows what he could do. It's not unusual for such an older boy to do anything when he's angry. So, Ji Chang's got angry, and the next day, he learned from Huang Mian that although all the officials in the court strongly opposed it, he worked hard and finally got the female general's matter done. Yet, the little emperor who got what he wanted was not happy at all. His expression was wilted, and he was lying on his couch with unhappiness written all over his face. Huang Mian knew clearly that he was still thinking about taxes, but he didn't take the initiative to bring it up. He must have the money to build a summer resort for the little emperor, but why would he use his money to fulfill a child's wish? Anyway, no matter how angry the little emperor is, he can only be helpless and furious if this matter is not justified. Because the little emperor did not show the attitude of "I am so happy that my concubine can finally be made a general," Huang Mian's original dissatisfaction with this matter magically subsided. After all, even if he fulfilled the wish for the other party didn't seem to think that Miss Zhang really becoming a female general was something worthy of celebration. He didn't even take a closer look, he just asked how much salary the yellow-faced general received for his position and how many troops he had under his command. After Huang Mian finished speaking, the little emperor, who had obviously lost interest in the matter, frowned. Why does a general need at least so many people under his command? Where can I get such people for my beloved concubine? Before Huang Mian could speak, he waved his hand impatiently. Forget it, let her take care of the eastern suburbs camp. There are the fewest people there, so nothing can go wrong. Huang Mian's original attitude of watching the excitement suddenly turned into hesitation. The current leader of the eastern suburb camp is his. Then the original person in charge over there. Ji Chang's lay lazily on the couch, obviously having no idea about the matter. Promote me. You can be promoted to any official. My beloved concubine is a woman. I don't want to put a man on her head. She must be from Dongjiao, the biggest official in the camp. Huang Mian understands instantly. Understand that if his concubine wants to go out and show off, he will definitely not be happy for her to have a lot of contact with other men. Anyway, one of his own can be promoted, and looking at what the little emperor meant, it didn't seem like he really had confidence in Zhang, but more like he was pointing to a random place for Bo Hanjian with a smile. It is estimated that after a while, the Zhang family's woman will make a mess in the management of the eastern suburbs camp. The little emperor will naturally find that women are not suitable for work. When the time comes, he will just replace him with a close confidant. He nodded and agreed, feeling a bit like he was taking advantage. Ji Chang's glanced at him and knew exactly what he was thinking. He didn't say anything and just held his head. I won't say it anymore. I have a headache when I think about those people who oppose my increase in taxes. The little emperor was furious, and Huang Mian had no intention of persuading him. Anyway, according to his character, if anyone provokes him these days, he will naturally vent his anger on the other person. He returned home peacefully. As a result, on the second day, the little emperor, perhaps out of anger, changed his clothes and went out to play. As soon as he went out, he bumped into someone who had fled all the way to the capital to complain. I heard that he was an ordinary citizen. Because of the increasing taxes, his family really couldn't survive. In the end, his daughter was taken away by the government and was said to be sent to a brothel. He was almost arrested and made a young man, but later escaped. Finally, he thought that this would not work. The government salary increases almost twice a year. If this trend continues, even if he escapes this time, no one in the family will be able to escape later. So he gritted his teeth and rushed to the capital to complain. It was such a coincidence that when he went to the government office in the capital to voice his grievances, he happened to be caught by the little emperor wandering there. When his ears pricked up, he heard the other party saying that taxes were added 2 or 3 times a year, and it was really hard to survive. This time it was a bomb. He carried the person back to the palace directly, and almost overturned the table when he went to court. You all refused to let me increase taxes. But you increased them behind your back. Are you greedy for my money? Civil and military officials. They didn't know for a moment whether they should be shocked that someone had the audacity to raise taxes privately, or whether they should be shocked that the little emperor's method of focusing on key points was so magical. I have been on the throne for 15 years. Which year has I not been cautious and frugal with my expenses? Be careful with your expenses, for fear of adding even a little bit of burden to the people. Ji Chang started babbling. He didn't even look at the expressions on the faces of the officials standing below, "Aren't you farting?" and continued to flatter his face. "I just said a few days ago that I wanted to raise taxes. Each and every one of you, you act like I am some foolish king who doesn't care about the life and death of the people. Stop me dead or alive. It's better now. I didn't add it, but the people have been added to it for an unknown number of levels." Many people looked strange when they heard this. With the little emperor's attitude, those who didn't know it would have thought he was worried about the country and the people. As a result, after he kept talking for a long time, he finally turned the table over and almost roared. "Where's all that money from taxes? Why haven't I seen any of it?" All the officials suddenly had "this is right" expressions on their faces. "Of course, we have to add a follow-up, Your Majesty, how can you only think about money? You have to think about the people." The little emperor was very angry, but because he rarely went to court, he only knew how to get angry but didn't know what to do next. After the fuss was over, he stood still with his neck stiffened. A posture of "you either give me an explanation today or give me money, or we are not finished." Huang Mian, who was watching the show on the side, felt that his intelligence was suppressed to the highest level. He had some slight disdain and slight jealousy towards the little emperor, similar to a kind of "if you weren't of royal blood, where would this throne be for you? If I weren't of royal blood, I would definitely be a super good emperor, but I can't compare to you." The mentality of too strong gradually emerged. He had a righteous look on his face, as if his losses were about to be recorded by the historian. "Your Majesty, the increase in taxes must be the result of local officials secretly passing on the imperial edict, and not the work of colleagues in the court. What Your Majesty needs to do now is to escort the audacious criminal to the capital for questioning and execution." It seemed like he was teaching, but the condescension in his words was not concealed at all. Really, the little emperor was not very trusting. "You really didn't lie to me? Did you increase taxes behind my back? I don't blame you, just hand over the money." "His Majesty." The yellow-faced expression was solemn, as if "I'm so upright, I'm super upright. How can Your Majesty, as the king of a country, say such things? Falsely passing on imperial edicts and privately raising taxes is a serious crime. There is no reason why you can avoid punishment by paying money." The little emperor looked blank. "But I think it's okay to increase taxes." Okay, uncle, don't look at me like this, I just listen to you. So what should I do with the minister who increased taxes? Why don't I dismiss him from office?" He was obviously thinking about small money, and added, "After you are dismissed from office, your home will be ransacked, and the stolen property will be returned to the state treasury. How can we be treated so leniently? If so, there are countless corrupt officials in the world who would be brave enough to raise taxes privately." Huang Mian was getting more and more into the state. Feeling that some of the courtiers who had looked down on him before were now looking at him with approval, he straightened his chest and raised his head. He should be punished severely. In addition to confiscating his home, he will also be interrogating and beheading his entire family. Okay. The little emperor didn't quite understand what he was saying. If you can confiscate your home, then just do it. That whoever. Ji Chang's nodded and was brought up by Zhao Ling. The trembling and bewildered people asked, "Who is the official who increased taxes? What is his name? Is his family rich? Is the money from the ransack enough to build a summer resort?" The people were cautious. I don't know who he is. The biggest official I have ever seen is a police officer. Why are you so troublesome? I don't know this or that. Why are you still complaining?" The grumpy little emperor suddenly lost his temper and frowned with anger and impatience on his face. Huang Mian glanced at him. "Your Majesty, he is just an ordinary citizen. He is illiterate. It is normal not to know these things. It doesn't have to be a name, just know the place and arrest the local magistrate. He glanced at the little emperor who was not calm at all, and he felt more and more deeply that he would be better than him as emperor. At least in terms of being close to the people, he must have done a good job. Thinking like this, Huang Mian showed a friendly smile. Smiling like a blooming flower, he asked, "Don't be afraid, tell me where your home is, and I will definitely make the decision for you." The ordinary citizen looked at him pitifully. My little one's home is in Yandi." "Huang Mian, what did you say?" Thinking that the official's ears were hard to use, the common man raised his voice. Xiao Xiao said, "Xiao Xiao's home is in Yandi." "Yandi? The place where the yellow-faced eldest son works. Think again about what I just said about confiscation of homes and executions." The flower-like smile on the yellow face cracked a little bit. "Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft." You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, CleverProtagonist. Chapter 434. So far, this must be the funniest thing Huang Mian has ever experienced. Just now he was righteously reprimanding the little emperor for being too tolerant towards the guilty ministers, but his face was not full of justice to express that the guilty ministers should be executed and all of them should be killed. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. The so-called guilty minister actually seemed to be his son. Huang Mian kept his cracked expression for a while, then finally found some sense. His IQ went up, and he quickly knelt down to apologize to Ji Chang's. "Your Majesty, the magistrate of Yandi is the son of a minister. There are officials in the area under his jurisdiction who are falsely passing on imperial edicts and raising taxes privately. I beg your Majesty not to let him off in the face of blood relatives. He must be severely punished for his mismanagement." What a sin! This matter was disclosed directly in the court. If you want to remove your son, there is no room for maneuver, so the only thing to do is to reduce the big issue to the trivial matter. Huang Mian was still very confident about whether the little emperor would give him face. Not to mention that the young prince didn't know how serious it was for officials to increase taxes privately. Even if he knew, just because he didn't take the people seriously, he would definitely choose the people between his uncle and the people. Sure enough, the little emperor, who had looked confused at first but didn't understand what they were saying, immediately showed some surprise on his face when he saw Huang Mian like this. "Uncle, get up quickly. My cousin is an upright man. How could he do such a thing? Others must be hiding this from him. Others insist on hiding it. What can he do?" Seeing that Ji Chang's was on his side, the big stone in Huang Mian's heart suddenly fell to the ground. When he stood up calmly, his intention to let his son be charged with a lax punishment was no longer so serious. He is now the regent, and he has the support of this stupid little emperor. If he can't even save his own son, then what's the point of doing this regent's job? Thinking like this, he said directly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will discipline my son well and bring all the guilty and corrupt officials in Yan to justice." "What else are you checking?" The little emperor obviously didn't like this formal way of speaking, and yawned as he listened. He waved his hand and said directly, "Wherever taxes are increased in Yandi, just behead the officials there." He also wisely said, if the local officials don't know about it, how can they promote tax increase? If the local officials know about it, they must be the culprits. Just find out and kill everyone. Such a simple and crude solution is worthy of the little emperor. The civil and military officials were very speechless, but if you think about it carefully, the little emperor has never been patient. His willingness to deal with this matter was based on the anger of he wanted to increase taxes but failed. Don't expect too much from them. No one objected to this method, So Ji Changs directly asked the common people who had not dared to say anything. Tell me, where in Yandi have taxes been increased? The man glanced at Huang Mian carefully. This. The little emperor frowned and became even more impatient. Just say what you say, why are you so hesitant? Grass people don't dare to say. The impatience shown by the emperor was obviously a great psychological pressure for ordinary people. With a pop, they knelt on the ground, trembling and looking as if they were so frightened that they didn't know what to say. There's nothing you dare to say. Huang Mian had felt something bad when the man looked at him just now, and now he was even more anxious when he saw that he had something to say but didn't dare. He was acting like this, obviously because he was worried about his presence. This matter must be related to his son. Huang Mian quickly understood the situation in his heart and quickly spoke to interrupt the man's words. Your Majesty, he is just a humble citizen. How can he know about these important affairs of the government? Most ordinary people have never left the county in their lives. How can he know about the affairs of other counties? If this is not the case, send the person down for resettlement first, and then the court will send officials to Yandi to investigate clearly. Huang Mian was too anxious. The abnormal actions and words were noticed by many officials, and they made silent guesses in their hearts. In today's court, those who can stay may not necessarily be the best at things, but they must be the most discerning. After all, except for those famous real bosses who couldn't touch Huang Mian, it was more than enough for him to touch others if he wanted to. However, the young emperor was definitely not among those whose faces were important to look at in the court. He didn't seem to see what his uncle was trying to hide at all, and he waved his hand carelessly and said casually. I asked him when I brought him back. He once worked as a merchant with his brother and traveled almost all over the world, so he must know. It's just that this little man is too timid. He is afraid that he will be frightened by my Majesty when he sees me, so he doesn't dare to say anything. Huang Mian. Civil and military officials. To be honest, His Majesty is indeed quite confident sometimes. Okay, hurry up and say it. If you don't say it, I won't care about it. I'm afraid he is definitely the first emperor in history to threaten his people with such words. But I have to say, this trick is really easy to use. After hearing Ji Chang's words, the man suddenly looked up in fear. The common people say. The grassroots people used to go around doing business with my brother. There is no place in Yan that we haven't been to. Everywhere we went, we were suffering from taxes. After he finished his last sentence, the courtiers who were still discussing in low voices in the court fell silent. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Most of the courtiers were a little hesitant to look at Huang Mian's current expression. I also knew it would be ugly. The son of Huang Mian is the highest parental official in Yandi. And all the counties and cities under him have increased taxes. Are you saying he doesn't know about this? How can it be? In fact, it is almost likely that he did this. Besides the magistrate, who else can increase taxes in all counties in the country? If their immediate superiors did not request this, would the county magistrates below dare to do this? In the silence, the little emperor looked extremely naive. After hearing this, there was no surprised expression on his face at all. This was certainly not because he had expected this incident, but because he did not understand the stakes at all. He said directly, if this is the case, then kill all the officials involved. Huang Mian was speechless at first because the little emperor is so stupid, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining civil and military officials looked at each other and Huang Mian. This incident made it clear that his son had done a good deed, and if something went wrong, his subordinates would take the blame. It's not that you won't be allowed to push people out to pick up the bag. But under normal circumstances, when the court is looking for someone to go out and take the blame, it is to find the most suitable person and push him out to die for the big guy. It doesn't matter if he does it voluntarily or not. Anyway, this is called sacrificing one person to save everyone. But this time, the situation is different. If you cause something to happen, just push someone to take the blame. Once you push everyone except yourself. Many officials whose families had relatives serving as officials in Yandy changed their expressions. Especially since there are many ministers following Huang Mian. Since they are following him, his son will definitely follow him. So they themselves followed Huang Mian, and their sons and grandsons followed his sons. When Huang Mian's eldest son went to Yandy to become the magistrate, many people chose to go and join him in order to express their loyalty and feel happy that their immediate boss was one of their own. As a result, something happened now, and the culprit was fine, but everyone else had to die for him. It's okay if there are no relatives there, and I don't have much inner thoughts when I clean up the snow in front of my house. But those officials who had relatives serving as officials in Yandy were all heartbroken and panicked. Especially Huang Mian's subordinates. They looked eagerly at the regent they followed, hoping to get words of mercy from him. If nothing else, at least your life should be saved. However, Huang Mian didn't say a word. What could he say? Now the little emperor didn't understand the situation at all, so he caught the culprit and dealt with it. If he stood up and said, "Your Majesty, in fact, they are not all guilty, why not let some of them off?" the little emperor would definitely ask why. Didn't this matter come out in a matter of seconds? Many things can be done secretly, but if it is done openly, no matter what choice he makes, his reputation will be damaged. Just sacrifice some petty officials. It would be their honor to die for his son. Above, Ji Chang saw that Huang Mian did not say a word. He covered his mouth with his hand as if he was yawning, but in fact he covered the smile that was about to come up. An old lion is easier to deal with than a young sheep. Because it has become accustomed to dominating everything on its own, it thinks too highly of itself, and thinks that it can bite all the animals that stand in its way just like when it was young. Okay, since no one has any objections, let's leave it at that. He stood up and walked out. The courtiers whose relatives were in Yandy watched eagerly as the little emperor left. They were anxious in their hearts, but they didn't know how to save their relatives. We can only wait for the next court, and then go looking for yellow noodles one after another. Your Majesty, my son could have stayed in the capital. He went to Yandy for Xiao Huang. You must save him. Your Majesty, my brother is still young. How could my brother-in-law dare to do such a thing without Mr. Xiao Wang's permission? Your Majesty, I am only a biological sister. My son-in-law. Huang Mian was surrounded by a bunch of worried ministers who were yelling at each other, and they also remembered that many of his subordinates' children and relatives were in Yandy. And according to the little emperor's handling method, it is estimated that no one will be able to escape by then. After all, this kind of thing is usually handled by those with higher official positions, and the relatives of his subordinates follow Yandy just to show their loyalty. In order to respond to their loyalty, Mr. Xiao Huang will naturally open a back door for them. Now that the back door has become the door of life and death, it is useless no matter how much you regret it, you can only try your best to get a promise from Huang Mian. I know that your Majesty is furious. It is difficult to resolve this matter. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to save the dog's life. My lord, I am an only son. Huang Mian was so distressed. So now he is in a dilemma. The current situation is definitely the best for him and his son. The little emperor never doubted his son at all, but almost instinctively skipped the process of questioning his cousin. But he was still angry. Huang Mianke had confronted him about taxes before and made a lot of big arguments. As a result, the little emperor was so angry that he had to accept the fact that he could not increase taxes. Why did the yellow-faced son pretend to pass on the imperial edict to increase taxes privately? Huang Mian understands him. The little emperor was kind to his uncle, but if he got angry, let alone his uncle, even if it was the Queen Mother, it would not help. So when he didn't realize this and trusted his cousin unconditionally, it was the best chance to escape from this disaster. Then the problem arises. The little emperor poured out all his anger on the other courtiers, and if at this time he tried to stop them in order to save their relatives, at that time, the two angers will be added together. His son will definitely not be able to pick it out. Huang Mian suddenly felt as if he had entered a quagmire. No matter whether he struggled or lay flat, the result would not be good. Yes, this is what Ji Chang's wants to see. After he returned, he stretched and said to Zhao Ling, who came forward to help him take off his coat. The person who is acting today seems to me to be good and useful. Give him a sum of money and let him work for me from now on. His Majesty also taught me well. Zhao Ling flattered him and put the little emperor's robe aside to give it to the palace maid. Ji Chang stared at the yellow dragon robe with a look of disgust in his eyes. I don't like yellow, I want a black dragon robe. Zhao Ling didn't know how he could talk about this so well, but he still replied, if your Majesty likes black, just let your subordinates do it. No, I don't want to just dress myself. Ji Chang sat on the couch and continued to draw his paintings. As he painted, he said slowly, I want all the dragon robes in the future to be black. Zhao Ling was a little surprised, I'm afraid the civil and military officials won't agree. The Emperor's dragon robe has always been yellow. If His Majesty suddenly changed it to black, I'm afraid it would cause an uproar. I know. The little Emperor snorted coldly, now showing a bit of youthfulness, sooner or later, I will make them agree. Not just dragon robes. There is something else. Zhao Ling had been studying deeply in the past few days, and after hearing some clues at the end, he immediately shut up and stood behind Ji Chang's honestly. He looked like he was just a young boy since he had not opened up yet. The little Emperor paints. Ji Chang's drew a formation diagram this time. Miss Zhang was extremely excited after winning the position of general. She stayed in the main hall and carefully read the military manual all morning, and practiced her skills carefully before heading to the military camp with confidence. She also knew that what she faced would definitely not be recognition. There has never been any precedent for a woman in this dynasty to serve as a soldier, let alone Miss Zhang, who was transformed from a concubine to a general. In the eyes of many men, no, even most people, she only gained the position of general by charming the monarch. Ji Chang's guessed that she would encounter the distrust of the soldiers, but he had no intention of intervening. If he really helps, it will really prove that Miss Zhang relies on men to get her position. If she wants those people to truly convince her, she has to fight for it herself. The current formation map was waiting for Miss Zhang to use it for practice after she conquered the eastern suburb camp. What's going on in the harem lately? The ladies are all very cooperative. Zhao Ling answered quite professionally, but there is a lady like you. She didn't know where she heard about Yandy, so she dragged the servant to ask if she could ask about her family. Oh. Ji Chang's put down his pen and recalled who this MRSRU was. She was also considered to be one of the more cooperative ladies among the wives captured by the original owner. It was not because she had a docile temperament, but because she was a slave. Because of her beauty, she was given to a rich man as a concubine by her master. The rich man doted on her, but it was like doting on a toy. Thinking that this thing was useful, he changed hands and gave it to a small official. As a result, the young official's wife was not happy and forced her to return her, which made the rich man very embarrassed. Naturally, the rich man would not think that he had given her away, but blamed her for not being beautiful enough. Let the junior official take a fancy to her. Although he took her with him when he went to the capital later, there was no hope of getting the favor he had in the past. When she went to burn incense, she was spotted by the original owner and snatched away. After entering the harem to understand the situation, she became quiet. What can she do if she is not quiet? She is a lowly person. Even if people transfer her around, she can't complain. Being snatched away by the emperor is the best way for her. After all, being an emperor is better than being a rich man. But what I didn't expect was that His Majesty snatched her away because he knew she could disguise herself. Yes, disguise. For example, Madame used to be a slave. She was beautiful, but in order not to be attracted by the male master of the family before she could save enough money to redeem herself. When she was 13 years old, she noticed that the male master was looking at her in a wrong way, so she began to think of ways to cover her eyes. Appearance. She had always covered herself up very well, and had she not been forced to kneel in the rain when it rained heavily, her true appearance would not have been revealed. At that time, the male host happened to be cooperating with the rich man. After accidentally passing by and seeing her, he sent someone to pack her up and send her to the rich man's house the next day. This matter was very hidden. For example, Madame mentioned it when chatting with a close maid after entering the palace. She could not imagine how His Majesty knew such a hidden matter before she entered the palace. If Ji Changs knew what she was thinking, he would definitely tell her. Of course he didn't know. It was only based on what MRSRU said to the palace maid and sent someone to verify it that Zhao Ling was asked to tell the other party, "Your Majesty did not snatch you for anything, but wanted you to carry forward your disguise career." MRSRU was pleasantly surprised. The fate of her life is not her own. She was a slave when she was a child, and a concubine when she grew up. She often worries about what she will do in the rest of her life if her appearance grows old. But now, she suddenly learned. The greatest man in the country, the emperor, told her that he would give her money and stability as long as she was willing to continue to study disguise in depth and teach this disguise to the people he wanted her to teach. At least I won't have to worry about my next life. MRSRU had no time to think, how can I, a woman, help His Majesty? Instead, she grabbed this opportunity as if she had grasped a life-saving straw. She simply spent all her time studying disguise. The latest record Ji Changs got was that she had begun to study sex, instead of directly changing her appearance with camouflage on her face. It's a talent. Naturally, we should pay attention to the requirements put forward by talents. Her family is all in Yandi. Hasn't she been sold into slavery since she was a child? Zhao Ling, the king of gossip, answered with insight, MRSRU was indeed sold into slavery since she was a child, but it was not her family who sold her, but her aunt who deceived her into selling her while her parents were away. It is said that it was her uncle who came up with the idea. Although a long time has passed, MRSRU has been thinking about the past, so she still remembers it very clearly. This is also very infuriating. For example, my wife lived in a poor mountain village when she was a child. She had parents, an older brother and a younger brother at home. As the only girl in the family, Yuxiu is tall and cute, so she is actually very popular. As a result, it was precisely because of her good looks that she was targeted by her gambling uncle, who asked his wife to trick MRSRU out of the village and hand her over to Renyazi. MRSRU was too young at the time, so she only remembered that Renyazi was talking about the goods coming from this place, but she couldn't remember the specific address at all. After all, she had never left the village before being stolen and sold. MRSRU has been smart since she was a child and knows in her heart that she is different from those people who were sold by her parents. She has a father, a mother, and a family, and they are unwilling to sell her. So she kept planning to escape and go home. But it's not that easy. As a young girl, she was sold to other states. After being transferred several times, she finally became a slave in someone else's house. She had to learn the rules and do things every day. If she ran away, she would be a runaway slave. If you don't tell me you can't go home, you might be beheaded. Therefore, Her greatest hope was to save her monthly money and wait for the day when her redemption would be successful. Things are unpredictable, and in the end she turns out to be someone who works for the emperor. Because the little emperor had just lost his temper in the court, the people in the harem who got the news could not help but discuss it carefully. Of course, this was also specially approved by Ji Changs. He is deliberately cultivating the political acumen of the ladies in his harem. Madame Ru captured the key word, Yandi. She also saw that His Majesty was not as fatuous, violent, impulsive, and lustful as she had thought before. On the contrary, he respected her, or rather them. It was precisely because of this respect and confidence in her ability to disguise herself that MRSRU had the courage to bring it up. Ji Changs understood her mentality of wanting to save her family. He turned the jade pendant in his hand and quickly formed a plan in his mind. Go and tell MRSRU that I will help her find her family, but she will have to suffer a little and cooperate with me. Zhao Ling subconsciously looked at the little emperor and found a smile on his lips, as if he had discovered something new. He recalled it carefully. Not long after Your Majesty laughed like this last time, the female general came out. Ji Changs was indeed taking a bad idea. It is certainly not easy to knock down a big tree full of fruits. But what if the fruit hanging from this big tree turns against itself? Since those ministers could not make up their minds, he came to help them. Huang Mian was so entangled that he had no choice but to ask for an audience with the emperor, not knowing what he was going to do. However, Zhao Ling told him that His Majesty was not available. Your Majesty is sleeping. If he wasn't sleeping, Huang Mian couldn't imagine why an emperor who was so idle all day long could only play games here and there could have no time. I am comforting MRSRU at her residence. Zhao Ling showed great respect for the regent and answered all questions. MRSRU's hometown is in Yandi. When she heard about the disaster in Yandi, she was very worried and cried for a day. Your Majesty loves Madame Ru and comforted her for a long time. Huang Mian's eyebrows jumped when he heard the words Yandi. MRSRU, doesn't Your Majesty love MRS Zhang? MRS Zhang got the eastern suburb camp at the rarest time. She goes to the eastern suburb camp every day. His Majesty does not blame MRS Zhang, but it is inevitable that she will feel a little lonely. It just so happens that MRSRU has a gentle temperament, just like a spring flower. Your Majesty has been there several times, and now MRSRU has become the most favored. What Zhao Ling said was reasonable and well-founded. Huang Mian was either busy fighting with his ministers or recuperating recently. After listening to this, he nodded and didn't feel anything was wrong. After all, it's normal for the little emperor to frequently pamper all kinds of beauties after he regains consciousness. Then MRSRU, is she worried about her family? No. Zhao Ling curled his lips in the direction of the harem and whispered to Huang Mian, with an expression on his face, I'm only telling you this, but don't tell anyone else. Your Majesty was already angry about Yandi's affairs, but now that Madame Ru is the one who is at the forefront of his heart, he is even more angry about this matter. Looking at His Majesty's intentions, it seems that he feels that it is too much to deal with only those guilty officials. Lighter. Huang Mian. Raising taxes will not be serious. It's serious if you make the beauties in your harem uncomfortable. Good guy, he is worthy of being a little emperor. Then what are Your Majesty's plans? Zhao Ling looked around, quietly approached Huang Mian, and whispered, Your Majesty said, let MRS Zhang directly lead the soldiers and MRSRU to suppress the rebellious people, and then find MRSRU's family, and finally bring those people to justice, kill a few guilty officials and then ransack their homes. Huang Mian. He almost wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. MRS Zhang leads the troops. No. Zhao Ling had an expression on his face, you think it's outrageous, too. After MRS Zhang heard about this, she came to His Majesty crying and fussing, saying that now that she was a general, she should lead the troops and do something, and the current Yandi happened to allow her to practice. Your Majesty originally didn't agree, but Mrs. Zhang was crying so hard that your Majesty had no choice but to agree. Huang Mian, what about MRSRU? Zhang is now a general, and it is considered a matter of course to lead his troops out of Beijing. For example, Madame is now a concubine in the harem. If the emperor doesn't go out and she runs out, this is simply unbelievable. It was not Mrs. Zhang who caused the trouble. Madame Ru had no intention of leaving the palace. Seeing that Mrs. Zhang had made the trouble, she followed suit. His Majesty was doting on her, so he naturally agreed. Huang Mian, oh my god. He very much hoped that the little emperor would be mediocre. But this is too stupid. This is simply treating court affairs as child's play. Zhao Ling seemed to be afraid that Huang Mian was not shocked enough, so he added, Your Majesty is afraid that MRSRU will be bullied when she goes out, and he also said that he will issue an imperial edict to give MRSRU the status of an imperial envoy. Huang Mian. Nonsense. It's just nonsense. But when he opened his mouth to say something, he realized that the little emperor seemed to be acting like this all the time, so he had to swallow back what he wanted to say. Correct. Since the two beauties started crying, the emperor could allow them to go to Yandi in such a childish way. Does that mean that this matter is actually not that important in his mind? If he begged, maybe the emperor would agree to let those people off lightly. It seemed that he suddenly had a certain idea in his heart, and his yellow face looked serious. This king is waiting for your Majesty here. Could you please pass the message to your father-in-law? Zhao Ling immediately gave a look that said, No problem, leave it to me. Don't worry, I love running errands for you, Prince. Then after waiting for Huang Mian for half an hour, the little emperor came over with a satisfied look on his face. Huang Mian was a little angry at first that it took him so long to come, but when he saw Zhao Ling's helpless and apologetic expression of I can't help it, His Majesty was having sex just now, I can't disturb him, the anger in his heart started to subside. Stop. After all, as a man, this kind of thing is really not easy to disturb. Uncle is here, but what do you want to tell me? Forget about the matters in court, I don't want to hear this. Huang Mian was choked. That's right, Nagasawa, my uncle doesn't want to bother you with this kind of thing, but just now you said you would behead all those guilty officials. He processed his words with language, and packaged himself as a person who was begged by many ministers, and also sympathized with their love for their children, etc. He couldn't bear it, so he came to the emperor to talk to him. They are all guilty, so they must be punished. But if they are all decapitated, the punishment is a bit too severe. Seeing that the little emperor listened to him attentively and did not show any displeasure on his face, Huang Mian continued with peace of mind. What's more, most of their family members are officials in the court. Each of these ministers is loyal to His Majesty. If His Majesty kills all their relatives mercilessly because of taxes, I'm afraid they will feel uncomfortable. I thought that your Majesty was kind and could not bear to deal so harshly with the family of a loyal minister, so I came to talk to your Majesty. This trick is often used by Huang Mian, and it works every time. The general meaning is to hold people up to a high level, and the emperor will naturally pick them up and let them go gently for the mercy in his mouth. After all, since the emperor could leave this matter to the beauties in the harem, he probably didn't take it that seriously. His success is still great. Sure enough, the little emperor nodded. What my uncle said is that I have been reading history books recently, and I have indeed gained a lot of insights. It seems that most of the wise kings who left their names in history were very tolerant to their ministers. Exactly. Seeing that he had been fooled, Huang Mian immediately calmed down and, like a teacher, gave the little emperor various examples of how a wise king is tolerant towards his ministers. The little emperor nodded repeatedly. As expected, thank you uncle, I have learned a lesson. Seeing him like this, Huang Mian asked tentatively, "Has your majesty made a decision in his heart?" "Nature." The emperor held his hand, his eyes serious. "I will follow the example of my ancestors and be more tolerant to my ministers. I will remember everything you told me, uncle. I feel that I may leave my name in the history books in the future and become a wise king." "Huang Mian, you can pull it down." Although he was shocked by the little emperor's extraordinary self-confidence, he achieved his goal and retired with success. After returning home, he looked at the crowd of ministers waiting anxiously in his mansion and stroked his beard with great satisfaction. "Don't worry, everyone, this matter will definitely be handled properly. Your Majesty has already listened to my advice. You just have to wait and see the result." All these ministers breathed a sigh of relief. After they expressed their gratitude, they left one by one, waiting peacefully for the emperor's forgiveness for their relatives. Then came the dismissal. Ministers. After asking around, I was shocked to find that all officials who had relatives working as officials in Yandi, regardless of their official position, had all been dismissed. And it's the kind of dismissal that shows no mercy and doesn't even give a pension. Obviously, this is not what the little emperor meant. Because he didn't even go to court and directly issued the imperial edict. To be precise, the little emperor never had the right to make decisions on major matters in the court. It was always Huang Mian who said what he did. Thinking again about Huang Mian's initial hesitation and his complacency after returning from the palace, these ministers were all angry. It's not that they can't understand Huang Mian's desire to protect his son. "I don't plan to really pick all my relatives, as long as they keep their lives. When the limelight is over, they can still be successful after some manipulation." They knew very well that helping their relatives would affect their yellow-faced son. Because of this, they didn't have much hope from the beginning. But yellow noodles are too awesome, right? Not only did he not help, but in order to avoid those ministers whose families were in Yandi from holding grudges, he directly encouraged the young emperor to remove all their official positions. If Huang Mian was faced with a dilemma before, so now he is indeed no threat at all. Even if he pushes everyone else to die in order to save his son, no one can threaten him and stop him. Good. Very good. This trick is so beautiful. The ministers were so angry that they almost fainted. If there was a hatred value above Huang Mian's head, it would probably increase by more than 100 every second. Huang Mian was also shocked. He hurriedly explained to the dismissed officials and ran to find the little emperor. Ji Chang's looked very innocent. "I want to be a wise king and be tolerant to my subjects." "Huang Mian, your Majesty's tolerance is dismissal from office." "No." The little emperor was confident. "My uncle asked me to be tolerant to my ministers. Now that I have dismissed them all, don't I no longer have to be tolerant to them?" Huang Mian. He tried his best to explain that tolerating ministers should not be done by dismissing them from office, otherwise those ministers would have dissatisfaction buried in their hearts, which would be a great disadvantage to the court and the country. Will this happen? The originally lazy little emperor was shocked. Seeing that he had frightened people, Huang Mian quickly said that he was right, that was it. "So you humming stop dismissing them. Then I will go to court tomorrow to change my will." The frightened little emperor hesitated, but obviously still planned to listen to his uncle's opinion. Huang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. The second day. In the court hall, the little emperor still dozed off, sleeping soundly. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, Huang Mian had no choice but to stand up and cough twice. "Your Majesty, what was discussed between your Majesty and your ministers yesterday? Do you want to issue an order today?" "Ah." The little emperor opened his eyes in a daze and yawned. His face was blank for a while before he finally came to his senses. "Yes, I forgot." He spoke slowly. "I take back the order of dismissal I made yesterday." Without waiting for Huang Mian to show his satisfied gaze, he added slowly. Those ministers will not resign from office. They are all in prison and will be killed on the 15th day of this month. All right, let's go to court next time. Huang Mian. He watched helplessly as the little emperor walked away in a lazy manner. Surprisingly, I got his thoughts. Since the ministers will be dissatisfied if they are dismissed from office, and may be harmful to the court and me, then just kill them all and eradicate the roots. Huang Mian. After realizing it, he turned around and saw the increasingly complicated gazes of other courtiers. He quickly explained, "This is not what I taught you, Your Majesty. This is not what I meant." However, the regent had great power in both the government and the public. Like the little emperor who is not interested in government affairs and is too lazy to think. When these two are combined, who would believe that the little emperor's will has nothing to do with Huang Mian? Especially the two decrees were issued after he entered the palace. The little emperor had forgotten about it just now, but Huang Mian still insisted on reminding him. Huang Mian looked at these people with eyes full of "Stop pretending that we all know who are you, doing things for you and taking the blame for you. You are still afraid that the person who takes the blame for you will retaliate later, and even if you are dismissed from office, you will have to eradicate the roots swallowed. I'm really not the king." The official who was caught by him explaining was frightened. He was afraid that if he didn't answer well and would be targeted by the regent Jiazuabun. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, I know he is not the prince." Seeing that his face was as white as a sheet of paper with fright, and then looking at the suspicious and fearful eyes of others, Huang Mian felt aggrieved as never before. It's really not him. Not him. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 435. Ji Chang's was well prepared. When Huang Mian came over with a cold face and asked, "Why did you just say that in the court?" his answer was almost the same as what the other party had thought of. "Why did uncle ask that? Didn't uncle say that they would be resentful? Since they all have resentments, why bother to keep these people alive? I already like to go out to play in the palace. If they become disobedient because of this matter, even if I always have guards around me, afraid of that, you'll have to be a little frightened." What the little emperor said was so confident. Huang Mian was almost speechless. Ji Chang's didn't feel guilty at all. After all, he had laid the groundwork twice before. One time, Miss Jiang's husband was dismissed from office. The other time was to remove these officials from their posts. Anyway, he just acted like I naturally have my own logic. If you can't understand, it's your problem and not my problem. Seeing what the little emperor said, he was full of heart and breath, and even blamed himself for not understanding what he meant. Huang Mian said. He finally realized it. I was wrong. It was wrong from the start. How could he use normal people's thinking to try to understand the little emperor's thinking? So now the question is, the imperial edict has been issued, those officials have been arrested, they are all his minions. If this time really can't save them, it doesn't matter what these people think. The important thing is that other people who are willing, what would the courtiers who followed him think? No matter how hard he tried to explain, no one believed that this was not what he meant. After all, you, the regent, have always had all the power in the government and the public. Every time there is a policy in the court, you have to nod and agree to it, let alone this kind of imperial edict. And what about the little emperor? He is famous for only having fun and not caring about anything else. He has always been unreliable, but his unreliability is all about the things he likes to play around with. Doesn't he always obey the regent in all aspects of government affairs? The king's. To sum it up in one sentence. You said it wasn't you, but we could tell it was you at a glance. Huang Mian felt like he was being wronged to death. When he was young, the little emperor had not yet been born, The eldest prince who almost became emperor was still young, and the old emperor was not very old. He had just come to power. In order to gain more power, he cleaned up the court, which was not yet so chaotic, and wronged those who were unwilling to join him. Dirty courtiers. At that time, the other party was so angry that his face turned pale and he covered his chest. He still felt that this person was really useless. Now that it was my turn to be wronged, I realized that if I was really wronged, my chest would indeed hurt. The pain was so painful that he almost lost his breath. But even if his physical condition became like this, in order to prevent things from getting worse, he could only try hard to explain to the emperor that this was not what he meant. Even if it's a matter of taxation, it was done by their relatives, what does it have to do with them? They are loyal to your majesty, so why should your majesty continue to pursue them? This was what Ji Chang's was waiting for. Is he special? Innocent is special? He asked doubtfully. But didn't my uncle talk about taxation last time? This is a serious matter, and all the officials who interfered with this matter will be executed. Huang Mian choked. The little emperor remembered it very clearly. He could only make excuses for himself, that's just the mastermind. The other accomplices don't need to be so harsh. Besides, so many officials have been dismissed and beheaded, leaving a large space in the court. Then many official duties will not be possible. Ji Chang's didn't care. It seems that those corrupt officials can do their official duties well if they stay in their positions. As for Huang Mian, a leader whose eyes only focus on power and enjoyment, who believes in following his senses and doing well. Do I still need to rely on them? Ji Chang's flicked his sleeves and grabbed Huang Mian's hand, saying, "Don't worry, I believe you on his face. I have uncles, but I still have uncles to deal with the court affairs without them. I believe my uncles will handle it well." Huang Mian. But Chen is just a person after all. Is uncle alone better than all of them together? He's much stronger. Ji Chang's resolutely added, "Besides, I have already said that I will behead them. If I don't, they will know that I am going to kill them, and they will definitely hold a grudge even more. I don't want to leave any hidden dangers for myself. If uncle thinks it's a pity to kill so many people, will it happen again next time? If this happens, I just won't kill you, but you have to let me get my wish this time." Huang Mian. He was completely speechless. Did you really think you were going to buy groceries on the street? This dish is very expensive, so I'll try it this time. If it's not cheap, I'll make it cheaper next time. Do you want to talk about this kind of thing next time? Ji Chang saw that he was so angry that he was hurt internally, and his face was even more innocent. What's wrong, uncle? Do you think this method is bad? Really, me too. I feel bad. He began to talk to himself, what if I let those people go next time and they have a grudge to assassinate me? Huang Mian. He found that the logic no longer made sense. Then you can only click directly. How can your majesty let these people go? Let them go. Ji Chang's thought about it seriously. Then his eyes lit up. If you want to describe it, it is probably equivalent to the expression of a person walking on the street and suddenly discovering that there is a golden mountain in front of him. How about this? If they don't want to die, each of them can pay 1,000 gold to redeem them. As long as they can afford the money, I will let them go. What does uncle think of this method? The yellow noodles were completely numb. He now vaguely understood what the little emperor wanted to do by creating so many things. Your Majesty, what are you going to do after you take the gold? You still need to ask. The little emperor looked confident. Of course he is going to build my summer resort. Huang Mian, I knew that was the case. He said that the little emperor had always been too lazy to care about such things, so how could he be so well behaved and yet be dismissed from office and beheaded? No matter which of these two methods is used, it will be followed by a house raid. Confiscation of homes equals money. With money, wouldn't the little emperor be able to build his summer resort? For a moment, Huang Mian didn't know whether to lament that he was such a stupid king, or to grieve that he had watched the little emperor grow up. The result? He couldn't understand such a simple and clear emperor version of logic. It's been a long time in vain. Now his subordinates are in the cell, and his reputation is ruined. Now if you want to get a handful, each person has to spend 1,000 taels of gold. To be honest, 1,000 taels of gold for one person is really not much. But the problem is, there are so many people. If we put it all together, Huang Mian can certainly afford it. But it will definitely make him feel sad. He was a little reluctant, so he thought of asking the ministers to pay for it themselves. Ji Chang's immediately cut off his thoughts in his juvenile body. I've already had my house ransacked, and with 1,000 taels of gold per person, my summer resort will definitely be built very well. Huang Mian. He looked at the smug little emperor with a confused look on his face. Your Majesty ransacked their home. The little emperor nodded, yes. Zhao Ling waved his hand happily, and Zhao Ling understood and immediately brought over a luminous pearl. The big luminous pearl is so beautiful that it seems to be able to transmit light. My uncle came to see it. I copied this from a man named John. I thought it looked good, so I kept it specially for you. The little emperor is still young now, and his palms are not as wide as those of an adult. When the night pearl is in his hand, it appears to be larger than both of his hands. It does seem to be a priceless treasure. But Huang Mian, who was stuffed and put into his hand, just wanted to smile bitterly. His birthday was coming soon, so the courtiers below tried their best to prepare gifts for him. This luminous pearl was specially collected and given to him by Mr. Zhang. Although the delivery hadn't started yet, Huang Mian had heard him mention before that the night pearl was still on the way, and he once said that he would be very surprised if he saw the night pearl. Now that I saw it, there was no surprise, only fright. Why does uncle look like this? Seeing Huang Mian holding the luminous pearl with a bitter look on his face, the little emperor was a little confused and surprised. Don't you like the luminous pearl? Oh well. Without waiting for Huang Mian to answer, he directly took the night pearl back from Huang Mian's hand and handed it to Zhao Ling again. Since uncle doesn't like it, then give it to MRSRU. Isn't she going to go back to her hometown? Giving her this luminous pearl can be regarded as a way to support her. Huang Mian didn't even have time to say a word, and watched helplessly as the night pearl that belonged to him was given directly to the harem woman by the little emperor. He couldn't be angry yet, because the little emperor didn't mean it at all. Still holding his hand, he said affectionately, I got a lot of good things from this house raid. It doesn't matter if my uncle doesn't like this. I still have a lot here. In order to show that what he said was true, he also asked Zhao Ling to bring the list of the house raid. The above is a dense and detailed record of what was copied. As for the last treasures, there are all kinds of treasures. However, Huang Mian looked at those treasures, and his heart almost bled. These treasures all have one characteristic, that is, they are special and suitable for giving as gifts on people's birthdays. He knew in his heart that these 8 achievements were intended to be given to him by his subordinates. It was something that belonged to him, but now he could only choose one under the eyes of the little emperor. How about this sourness in my heart? I can express it clearly. My uncle seems to be really old. He doesn't even like these things. Happy. The little emperor who had been paying attention to him shook his head and asked Zhao Ling to take the list. I specially kept it because I wanted to go with my uncle. But in the end, you weren't even interested at all. That's all. Let's talk about it. It's about 1,000 taels of gold. I think 1,000 taels is too little now. Uncle, what do you think of 10,000 taels? They are so rich, 10,000 taels should be the same. No problem, right? Huang Mian's heart skipped a beat. I can't care less about those things that originally belonged to me. Originally, 1,000 taels would be very painful, but 10,000 taels, wouldn't it cost him his life? 10,000 taels is too much. Others may think that His Majesty has no tolerance and is just using this matter as a show. Is that so? The little emperor was half informed and looked very hesitant. The yellow face is special? He nodded affirmatively, that's right. Okay then, the 2,000. Huang Mian. Is there any bargaining involved? He really couldn't bear the little emperor's thoughts. Your Majesty is the monarch? How can the emperor change his words? How can he change them again and again? All right. Seeing that it seemed that he could not increase the price any more, the little emperor did not bother with it any more and nodded, 1,000 is 1,000, I will issue the decree right now. If they can pay the ransom, I won't argue with them and let them go back. If they can't pay the ransom, then let them all die. This is really true. The cold heart of an emperor. Huang Mian finally managed to control the ransom to 1,000 taels of gold. When he went out, he was still glad that he had reacted quickly, otherwise he would not have known how much it would cost to redeem everyone. But when he returned to his home and sat down in the study, he suddenly realized what he was doing. It's not right. He originally wanted to tell the little emperor that there would be no ransom. How can a minister do something wrong, and the emperor wants to kill someone but says I won't kill you as long as you pay? He was completely usable just now. Let's refute this. The result. Because the little emperor wanted to raise the money to 10,000, he was so panicked that he was afraid that when it reached 10,000, he would redeem so many people and bleed. Just keep the price at 1,000. After reacting, Huang Mian was completely stunned. Is he really old? In the past, people were led by their noses. The result. Now facing a naive little emperor who doesn't understand government affairs and yet relies heavily on him, he actually forgets himself. Original persistence. It's useless to regret now. The little emperor moved quickly and had already issued his decree. It's easy to save your life, give money. 1,000 taels of gold per person. As long as he takes out the money, he will let him go. Of course, don't even think about reinstating your official position. Your Majesty, he is not willing to put the person he almost killed in the court again, who knows what will happen. So, the courtiers all knew. In order to rescue those ministers, Huang Mian spent 1,000 taels of gold each to take them out of the prison. All the money has been spent, so Huang Mian will naturally not give up spreading the word that he cares for his subordinates, and even if it costs his family's wealth, he will take them out to save their lives. Including the ministers who were picked up by him, no one believed what he said. So say it. People just can't do bad things. Everyone knows what kind of person Huang Mianzi is before. When the late emperor was still there, in order to ascend to the throne, he excluded dissidents and wronged others in various ways. Later, when the young emperor ascended the throne, he became the regent and directly controlled the entire court. There is no doubt that the little emperor is a foolish king, but no one will believe that the little emperor really did this. Nothing else. He is young and doesn't understand anything. I was still learning to paint a while ago, and my biggest wish right now is a summer resort. When he couldn't convince the ministers, he left in anger. For such a person, you can say that he is stupid, or you can say that he is incompetent, but he is definitely not ruthless enough to directly announce that he will kill everyone. It's not that he doesn't know how to kill, but he can kill so many courtiers at once. Not the style of a little emperor. Who could it be? Who else besides Huang Mian? Of course, do the courtiers have such ideas? They are not all relying on their own imagination. Ji Chang's made great efforts to this end. In the dungeon, the imprisoned ministers often listen to the guards guarding them. Most of them are talking about how the regent is being reused. I heard that His Majesty got a lot of treasures from ransacking his house, and the first thing he wanted to do was to give them to the Prince Regent. A while ago, the Prince Regent was talking to His Majesty almost every day, for 2 hours at a time. Anyway, they were prisoners, but the people they once followed and believed in became extremely prosperous, and even got their property. Plus the matter with Mr. Xiao Huang. If there is anyone who doesn't have any hatred in his heart, it is the true Holy Father. And outside, what did the ministers see? The regent went to the palace, and the young emperor ordered that all the ministers be dismissed from office. The ministers went to the regent to complain. When he went to court the next day, the regent winked at the little emperor, and the little emperor ordered that all these ministers be executed. Full of frying pans. Then the regent went to find the little emperor. The little emperor once again decreed that no one should be killed, but everyone must hand over a ransom of 1,000 taels of gold. If you hand it over, you can save your life. If you don't hand it over, you will die. Then the regent paid the ransom with a look like I am willing to sacrifice everything for my subordinates. It looked like everything was fine. What if Ji Chang's hadn't rewarded him with 3 large cars as gifts? Those 3 big cars were all obtained from the houses of these officials who had their homes confiscated. In this regard, Ji Chang's was not stingy at all. Anyway, even if he gave it to Huang Mian, he was confident that he could get it back intact in the future. So after he did this, what did it look like to others? Is the yellow face bleeding? He's out. But the problem is, the little emperor soon made up for him, and it even seemed to be more than what he paid. From beginning to end, what did he gain? My son is fine, he is no longer afraid of being threatened, and he has a good reputation of caring for his subordinates. Where are the ministers? Their relatives couldn't save themselves, they were finished, and their homes in the house were ransacked. It was obvious that everything was because they took the blame for the yellow-faced son, but in the end, they had to shed tears of gratitude to the other party because the other party saved their lives. As I said before, not everyone in today's court can do good deeds. But everyone must have 18 minds. This series of things comes down. Everyone has only one judgment left for Huang Mian, they are all foxes of thousands of years, who are you playing with here? People who were already unhappy with yellow faces were even more disdainful of him. The ministers who originally followed Huang Mian began to regret and wanted to retreat. After all, his operation is really too cool. People helped your son to avoid disasters, but the result? You were afraid of retaliation, so you directly had these people dismissed from their offices and their homes confiscated, and you were given the credit of being rescued. It's simply scarier than eating shit. No one wants to have a boss like this. When everyone was saying to Huang Mian, damn it, you're actually the one to take action like this. You won't spare any of your own people, Ji Chang's order came down. MRS Zhang led the troops to Yandi, and MRS Ru accompanied her. Beautiful. Its name is, I can't leave Beijing. There are no heirs at the bottom of the city, so I can only send my 2 beloved concubines to help appease the people. Civil and military officials. Fart. What appeases the people? Basically, he was obsessed with beauty, his brain was wet, and he was greedy for the property he got from his family. Originally, Jiang's status as a general was enough to make people hum him. Later, when she led the army and captured the eastern suburbs, many people had their own thoughts. But didn't there just happen to be an event called Prince Regent digs holes for his subordinates online? Everyone is busy gossiping and participating in activities, and no one cares about it. Subconsciously, I feel that a woman can't stand up to the trouble. Even if the little emperor dotes on his woman and gives her the eastern suburbs, so what? I'm afraid that if she goes, she will only be a mascot. The result? Now, the mascot has to lead his troops to a place as far away as Yandi to deal with this disaster. All civil and military officials didn't know what to say. If you want to object, the little emperor was already angry because of the tax issue, so it would be a direct blow to his anger. Because the other party is a foolish king, so forget it if he remonstrates with you or something. Because the little emperor wanted his 2 concubines to appease the people on his behalf and eventually died, they felt ashamed when it was written in the history books. Agree, this matter is really speechless. After thinking about it, in the silence of the entire court, no one really raised any objections. Although no one agrees. Ji Chang's didn't care about this. I found that all these grandchildren were as obedient and quiet as rabbits, so I took the opportunity to say a few more words. Roughly speaking, he felt that it would not be safe just to take the soldiers from the eastern suburbs to a place as far away as Yandi. However, the soldiers in other military camps were also brought by someone. If they could get them for him, the concubine seems not very suitable either. So he came up with a good idea. He paid privately to give Zhang the privilege of, as long as you can make people become your soldiers on the road, then you can make them your soldiers. You should be able to pass through many towns along the way. In this way, when you reach Yandi, won't Jiang's soldiers be enough to suppress and pacify the people? Civil and military officials. They looked at the gushing little emperor as if they were looking at a fool. Sure enough, I really don't eat minced meat. The little emperor didn't even know how difficult it was to recruit soldiers. When recruiting soldiers, this dynasty has always forced people to join the army. If they don't want to join, they have to pay. Nadu who volunteered to join the army. There is no land or house at home, and I really can't survive. The idea is probably similar to that I can't survive anyway, and it doesn't matter where I am. The little emperor actually expected these people to join the army voluntarily. Why doesn't he want to go to heaven? This matter can't be accomplished anyway, so naturally no one will object. But when everyone looked at the bright yellow figure sitting on the dragon chair above, the disdain and ridicule in their eyes almost overflowed. This is why no one thought that the little emperor was responsible for those ministers. In their hearts, the little emperor simply does not have that ability. Or even put it simply, even though each of these people bowed their heads to him, deep down in their hearts, they were not very loyal to the person they called Your Majesty. Zhao Ling could clearly feel the meaning revealed in the eyes of these ministers. He was very unhappy for his master. What do these people know? If not all of them were corrupt officials and none of them stood up to the regent, what would happen to His Majesty? As for the fact that at such a young age, he had to pretend to be crazy to protect himself. Now he finally understood why His Majesty had been pretending for so many years, and even when seeking foreign aid, he only turned to the ladies in the harem. Because he could see clearly that even if the people left behind in the imperial court disliked the regent, they were definitely not his foreign aid. They are essentially the same as the regents. You all look down on me? Your Majesty. I think His Majesty is not good enough. Only women are different. Women are looked down upon by others, so only they can understand the ambition and pain in His Majesty's heart, and they will work hard to achieve it for His Majesty. Zhao Ling thought for himself and was moved to death. After returning home, he saw Ji Chang's lying on the couch and fell asleep, so he ran to his new friend MRSRU to talk about this. In the past, Zhao Ling still considered that these were His Majesty's women and did not dare to go beyond that. But now, Ji Chang's made it clear that he did not regard the women in the harem as his own women, but as subordinates. At the same time, Zhao Ling was not only his chief eunuch, but also his right-hand man. Now that his status was equal, and there were indeed some work-related matters to communicate with, Zhao Ling gradually relaxed a little, and frequently exchanged outside gossip with the ladies in the harem. MRSRU was preparing for departure. While Zhao Ling was helping her with what she wanted to bring, he kept talking about what he had just said. His Majesty, you expressed his thoughts. Did you just know? MRSRU looked at him a little surprised. You know. Zhao Ling was stunned now. This situation is probably similar to when you just ate a big melon and it was said that Celebrity 1 and Celebrity 2 broke up. You excitedly ran to your friends and said, I heard that they are not talking about each other. The result? My friends said, I knew it a long time ago. Confused, just confused. MRSRU nodded, of course. Your Majesty, if there is someone in the court who you can trust, why would you come to find us women? She put the medical books into the box and said, Your Majesty, there is really nothing you can do. You just have to look at it. Is Miss Jiang's father still a general? In order to save Miss Jiang, Your Majesty had no choice but to bring her into the palace. The civil and military officials in the dynasty opposed it so fiercely. But no one dared to really stand up. Even the courtier who had been helping had no choice but to retreat. Maybe it seemed at the time that they didn't dare to disobey His Majesty, but what if we look at it the other way around? They didn't even dare to say anything about His Majesty's unreasonable request, let alone the regent. Zhao Ling then recalled that after His Majesty asked those ministers to withdraw, he did not look happy. His expression was even, a little sad. MRSRU continued, You can see that Your Majesty wants us to help you, but you can only pour dirty water on yourself and pretend to be good. You can see that Your Majesty really has no choice. He can only taint himself, because those courtiers only accept that Your Majesty is a foolish king. At this point, she let out a long sigh. Not for herself, but because at that age, she was only as young as her brother, and she was forced to pretend to be a fool every day. Not only did he have to bear the contempt of his ministers, but he also had to face the pain of being messed around by this group of people. I can't even imagine how Your Majesty has survived all these years. Zhao Ling was stunned for a moment by MRSRU's words. It turns out that Your Majesty has always been in such a difficult situation. It's hard to act, it's hard to face so many people. But as someone who accompanied His Majesty, he actually never felt it. Father-in-law, you have been with His Majesty for more than 10 years, but you never knew about his arrangements. You didn't know about it until now. Do you know why? Zhao Ling, who had been completely taken away by MRSRU's words, was stunned for a while. Why? If the lady has a serious face, she is serious. Said, because His Majesty is protecting you. Zhao Ling was even more stunned, protect me. MRSRU nodded. This is what we sisters in the harem discussed. After all, you have been with His Majesty for more than 10 years. How loyal are you? A smart person like Your Majesty must have known for a long time that since he has such a helper like you, why should he give up now? Do you do things for him? If Ji Changs were here, he would definitely answer from the bottom of his heart. That was of course because he had just arrived. But obviously, Zhao Ling hasn't thought of this yet. He shook his head, I don't know. MRSRU said with special certainty, because His Majesty was not very sure before. He didn't know whether he could do this, whether he could succeed, and whether he would be ruined after planning for many years. Zhao Ling, that's it? MRSRU said, it is precisely because I am not sure whether it is feasible or not that I cannot involve you, the only person he trusted at the time, because if he loses and you work for His Majesty, the end will probably not be much better. You said does that make sense? Zhao Ling nodded frantically, it makes so much sense. Your Majesty might think so. It's not that maybe, I definitely think so. His Majesty brought us into the palace, but he never explained to us what he wanted us to do. He was waiting and observing us slowly to see if we were trustworthy and whether we could be used. Wait until everything is planned and we are sure that we have a high chance of winning, then we will involve you at this time. MRSRU's analysis was as fierce as a tiger's, making Zhao Ling nod his head. The more I recall it, the more it seems to be the same thing. His eyes even turned a little red. "It's not easy for your majesty. You have worked so hard and you are still worried about my life. I am just a eunuch. How can I make your majesty work so hard?" Madame Ryu is also a little envious of him. "You too? Don't be sentimental. This is a good thing. It means that His Majesty regards you as the person he values the most. Just do good things for His Majesty in the future. We sisters are all envious of you." After the little emperor loses the outer shell of the Hunjun, the inside is really so warm. Every time he came to discuss matters with the ladies in the harem, it was under the guise of coming to have sex with him, but every time he slept on a small couch and let these women sleep on his bed. Usually when talking about things, we keep a proper distance. When no one is around, we don't even touch our hands. Heaviest want is. He also helped them handle so many things silently. For example, Miss Jiang's hot chicken husband. Such as the wife's wish to return to her hometown. There were also other wives, some of whom were bullied by their husbands and their husbands' families when they were at home. The little emperor did not say anything, but secretly vented his anger for them. Especially those civilian women, most of whom are widowed and have to work in order to make a living. The little emperor gave the money simply and rudely. That money may be nothing to a noble girl like Miss Jiang, but to these commoner women, it is equivalent to decades of expenses for their family. The more we get along with such a little emperor, the more heartache it becomes. Yes, it hurts. Also, I don't know whether the little emperor is young or they are older. According to common sense, the affection between men and women is basically a relationship between men and women. But when these female colleagues in the harem looked at their boss, it was difficult to see him as a man, but mostly as a teenager. To put it simply, he is treated like a younger brother. To exaggerate, it is simply overflowing with maternal love. Of course, they themselves don't know why they are so overflowing with motherly love. If Ji Changs were here, maybe he could explain it to them. Women have a stronger natural ability to empathize, especially when faced with good-looking young men who are stronger than them but are more miserable than them. When it was discovered that the seemingly arrogant little emperor was actually a fool, he had been fighting alone for more than 10 years. In order to save his life, he had to slander himself and pretend to be an old pervert. This is his misfortune. In order to keep the only person close to him, he refused to reveal a single word of his plans, or true thoughts to Zhao Ling for more than 10 years. He would rather carry so many burdens alone until he was sure of what he was doing. Only when it was safe did he inform Zhao Ling. This is warm. As for beauty, I won't talk about it. The little emperor's appearance is indeed quite good, and since he was born prematurely, he looks a little younger than his actual age. These women are older and it is difficult not to look at him from an elder's perspective. Beautiful, strong, miserable, and warm. The combination of these is enough to make them feel a maternal love that they don't even know exists in their hearts. Zhao Ling didn't know this. He just felt that Your Majesty is indeed Your Majesty. Look, even when facing a man, he always. When Madame Ryu mentioned that she was not interested, His Majesty's eyes seemed to light up. Yes, His Majesty is so powerful. He has been working hard for many years, and once he takes action, he acts vigorously and resolutely. It is normal for the ladies in the harem to have any thoughts about His Majesty. However, His Majesty seems to have little interest in women, and only treats the ladies in the harem as subordinates. Should he remind MRSRU? If you say it directly, will MRSRU be a little shy? After thinking about it, Zhao Ling still had the embarrassment to say, don't you? You are thinking about Our Majesty. Your Majesty is still young and has no such idea. He only plans to treat you as a social animal. But when I walked away, I couldn't help but look back 3 times, and kept looking at His Majesty, so I had a smile full of admiration on my face. MRSRU, who was smiling motherly, realized that he was looking at her. He warned, "It's windy today. When you go back, remember to ask your majesty to send ginger soup to the royal kitchen. Don't catch the wind and cold." Zhao Ling said with complicated eyes, "I will. You, don't think too much, your majesty is still young." "Yes, it's just that they are young, so they have to pay more attention to protecting themselves from the cold. Such a big child needs to keep warm the most." Zhao Ling saw MRSRU's disinterested look, and then recalled the other ladies in the palace who mentioned His Majesty with expressions of admiration, love, on their faces, and sighed. "All subordinates have evil intentions. What should I do? I am really worried about your majesty." The author has something to say. Zhao Ling script, "My boss's subordinates all like my boss." Nagasawa script, "My subordinates all regard themselves as my mother." Lily free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 436. Ji Cheng's turns of tricks almost sent Huang Mian to the west. When he returned to his house, he just lay down for 2 or 3 days before he could rest a little. The young and beautiful concubine served him. Seeing his half-dead appearance, she was a little frightened. She was afraid that he would die on the spot and she would have nothing to rely on. She sobbed while serving, half-heartedly. Complaining said, "I have always heard that His Majesty respects the prince very much, but now it seems that is not the case." Huang Mian was lying on the bed sickly, because she was his beloved concubine, and he didn't react much to the fact that the other party spoke so boldly about the affairs of the court. "You just don't understand. Your Majesty naturally respects me. I don't look at you with respect." The concubine had witnessed the whole process, and now she had seen some clues. She was afraid that her biggest supporter would fall, so she took the time to speak out her guess. "Your Majesty, think about it. Your Majesty has done a lot of things during this period. First, he wanted to make a female general, and then he raised taxes. The affairs of the court have always been left to the prince, but His Majesty directly attacked those adults without asking the prince. At first, it was just dismissal, and later it became beheading after the prince entered the palace. She knew that Huang Mian liked delicate women, so she lowered her voice when speaking. Everything seems to be a coincidence, but why do these coincidences all point to the prince in the end? Doesn't the prince have any doubts in his heart?" After she finished speaking, the yellow face was still the same as before, and even the lazy look on her face had not changed. Her heart sank, knowing that the sponsor had not listened at all. "What do you suspect?" "Sure enough," Huang Mian spoke in a disapproving tone, "do you think His Majesty did these things deliberately to target me? Forget about the rest, the thing about the female general is just a random promise he made to make the beauty in his harem happy. Is this worth talking about?" Hearing the contempt for women in Huang Mian's mouth, the concubine bit her lip slightly, or said carefully, "I feel that His Majesty's appointment of MRS Jiang as a general is not just for fun, but perhaps because he wants to use MRS Jiang's hand to gain military power." Before he finished speaking, there was a sneer from Huang Mian. "Military power? Eastern Suburbs camp? She is the only woman. Okay, even so. She really has the military power of the Eastern Suburbs camp, so what can she do? It's just a large camp in the Eastern Suburbs, so what can she do if she gets it?" The concubine listened to Huang Mian's rebuttal and continued, "But His Majesty ordered MRS Jiang before she set off that she could recruit new soldiers along the way. As long as the regulations for new recruits to join the army are slightly changed to make people feel that there is a way to survive and hope, all the way from the capital to the land, the number of recruits that can be received will definitely be an unimaginable huge number. At this time, this is the biggest trump card in His Majesty's hand." Ha! Huang Mian did not speak this time, but chose to use laughter to express his contempt. The concubine felt dissatisfied in her heart, but due to the huge disparity in status, she did not dare to say anything. She could only use other aspects to prove this point. Even if the prince thinks that Mrs. Zhang is unable to command an army, he still has to think about General Zhang and Mrs. Zhang. But if his only daughter, Mrs. Zhang, turns to His Majesty, won't General Zhang be loyal to His Majesty? What I said was full of hidden worries. But Huang Mian couldn't listen at all. If this had been said by one of his staff, he might have to think about it carefully even if he didn't think so. But what the concubine said. A woman he redeemed from a brothel, what unique insights she can say. She is just like the women in the back house fighting all day long, thinking that the court is the best. Is this the case? No matter how much that old man, General Zhang, dotes on this daughter, it is just a daughter. He can dote on her when she is not married, but now he will not make impulsive decisions for a married daughter. Huang Mian felt that there was nothing wrong with him thinking so. So what if General Zhang loved Miss Zhang before? He naturally believed that General Zhang would be angry and unfair if he knew that Miss Zhang was bullied. But would he hand over his military power to a 15-year-old little emperor because of a daughter? How can this be? Seeing the confident look on Huang Mian's face, the concubine felt an unknown anger rising in his heart. If she hadn't been just a little concubine and Huang Mian was her food, clothing, and parents, she would have been unable to hold back her anger. But now, she has no chance to get angry. I could only endure the irritability in my heart and continue to work hard to explain to Huang Mian. Even if General Zhang won't do anything because of Mrs. Zhang. But Miss Zhang herself comes from a family of military commanders. She has been dancing with swords since she was a child. I heard that she was famous for her strong martial arts skills at home. She is a military general, and she has been influenced by General Zhang since she was a child. Even without the help of her father, if such a person wholeheartedly plans for His Majesty, she will definitely be a powerful force. Your Highness. Shouldn't you? You should have made plans in advance. Ha 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 ha. Huang Mian's reply to her was, laugh out loud. A woman is a woman. He rudely belittled his concubine, regardless of how hard she had just tried to analyze the current situation for him. She is a woman, what kind of trouble can she make, that is? You are also a woman, so you think too highly of her. If, as you said, the Zhang family was specially trained by His Majesty to gather military power, then are all the beauties in his harem the same ones? Under the guise of robbing civilian girls, he will the staff they brought into the palace to advise them? The concubine who was about to analyze this way said, no. There is no possibility of this. Ha 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 ha. Huang Mian laughed so loudly. He even laughed and cried a little. If you spend less time looking at talented people and beauties, I think this kind of idea can only be thought of by bored housewives like you. Concubine. She was speechless for a moment. After being speechless, she didn't say that she never read any books about talented people and beautiful women. What she liked were various military books and various historical records, analyzing the situation in the court and major civil affairs from the past to the present. It's not that I don't want to say it, but that I know clearly that it would be useless to say it. Huang Mian didn't think that what she said was right at all. Even if what she said was somewhat reasonable, when these words came out of her mouth, they became nothing in Huang Mian's ears. Think big and be whimsical. The concubine doesn't have a good impression of Huang Mian, but she is Huang Mian's concubine. Only when he is good can she be good. If he falls, she will be a lowly one. Even if she is lucky enough to escape death, she will still have to do it. If you are beaten into an official slave, then you will really be unable to stand up for the rest of your life. She didn't want such an ending, so she naturally tried hard to make Huang Mian stop despising His Majesty. But now it seems that her efforts are in vain. Her identity and gender are doomed. Yellow faces can't believe her. Huang Mian had laughed enough, and felt that it was quite good to find a concubine to serve him. At least the ridiculous ideas she mentioned made him laugh. After laughing, your body naturally relaxes and becomes less tired. Feeling better, Huang Mian began to prepare to continue his career. You go down first? I have some things to deal with. Did the concubine accept his words? Without saying anything else, he bowed to Yingying and left Huang Mian's yard. Outside, her maid was waiting for her. When she arrived, she hurried over to greet her and asked worriedly, "Is the girl okay?" Huang Mian was not feeling well recently, so he took it out on his concubines. Almost all the concubines who came to serve him were scolded, but she was the only one who managed to survive, so the main task of taking care of Huang Mian fell on her. The concubine shook her head. "It's okay, the prince's illness seems to be getting better. Let's go back." She thought carefully, and she didn't know how much psychological preparation she had to do before the advice she gave out was rejected without being listened to carefully. She felt disappointed in her heart. There was also some anxiety. Because she could see clearly that Huang Mian, the current regent, seemed to be in the prime of his life, but everything that happened in these days, one after another, were all signs that the little emperor was planning to target him. But he still clung to his laurels and thought he had control of the situation. As a concubine with a yellow face, when he dies, she will not only be buried with him but also suffer with him. She is very worried about her future. It's a pity that she is from a lowly position, otherwise she would have to find a way to escape Huang Mian at this moment. On the way back, they saw the literati walking towards them talking and laughing from a distance. They are all yellow-faced staff members, most of whom are in their 40s, and each of them looks like a very popular literati. This is a male guest. If you meet him, you will naturally avoid him. The concubine turned slightly to make way and greeted them politely. These staff members who had been supported by Huang Mian for at least 10 years also returned the favor, but the contempt in their eyes and the disapproval on their faces could not be concealed at all. They had been following the regent for a long time, and naturally they knew that he loved beauty, but liked the new and disliked the old, and the beauties he favored around him were like running water. Even if she is favored now, if a new beauty appears in a few days, she will still be a low-class wife. They are different. Their status is staff, which can be considered as yellow-faced eyes, ears, and mouth. Although I have not had any major events in the past 10 years or so, I am a bit slack, but my heart is definitely full of pride and pride. This kind of pride made them feel contempt when they faced the concubine who was serving people in Israel. Even if they didn't say it, they still showed it easily. They chatted and laughed and then left. They talked for a while about how to give advice to the regent, what books they had read recently, and what ideas they had. No one cared about the little concubine behind him. She stood behind and looked at them, not feeling sad about their condescending attitude, but with a touch of envy in her eyes. "Girl, what's wrong with you?" Seeing the little girl who had been taking care of her, she seemed to be in a bad mood, so she asked cautiously, "Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" "No." The concubine replied gently, "Let's go." After taking 2 steps, she still couldn't help but look back at the fat-bellied staff. Although their literary talents were not as good as hers, and their gazes were not as deep as hers, they were still treated as guests. If she were a man. What if she were a man? The reluctance lingering in my heart for a long time finally dissipated. She won't really become a man after all. When Huang Mian's concubine pointed out the problem but failed, Ji Chang's was also hiding in his palace to analyze Huang Mian's current situation. The regent's palace alone has more than 20 staff members. They have been supporting him since he was young until now. These people were all his right-hand men and helped him with many things. But people will change. Not only is Huang Mian accustomed to being pampered, but the staff are also accustomed to following Huang Mian and being the strong one without having to think about the life of fighting. Has the environment changed? But people have not. You can imagine how much surprise this group of staff can bring to Huang Mian. My servant arranged for 2 people from the Umbu to work in the regent's palace. Those staff usually held poetry gatherings together and went out to have fun. Sometimes they came back smelling of alcohol, and they didn't even look like it. Awesome. Ji Chang's was a little surprised by what Zhao Ling said. When Huang Mian gradually gained power, there should be someone behind him to help him. How could it happen that everyone has become like this now? Zhao Ling had obviously done some research and answered quite quickly. It was true at that time. There were a few powerful staff members. The regent at that time had not yet taken power. He was a cautious person and would act with caution in everything he did. But later on, when he took power, it was no longer like this. As the saying goes, if you want a person to perish, you must first let him expand. The yellow noodles just expand on their own a little bit. At the beginning, he knew clearly that he needed to climb up step by step, so he was very careful in everything he did. Whatever his staff said, he would also choose what would be beneficial to him in the future. As a result, later on, when he took control of the power and no longer had to be cautious, he was naturally dissatisfied with the long-term opinions of some of his staff. In his opinion, he has reached this point. If he is still timid about doing anything, then what is the point of working hard to get to this position? Since those staff members can make long-term suggestions, that is, they are visionary and knowledgeable. He clearly knows what a wrong decision the regent made. Even if it was, the emperor didn't have any thoughts because of his behavior. This dynasty will also perish step by step under his actions. Therefore, they ran away first. In the end, the only ones left are some staff members who will agree with the regent's ideas. As time goes by, naturally they will look fat and big-eared. After all, there is no need to progress or learn. What Huang Mian wants is their unconditional agreement and mindless flattery. These people will naturally continue to degenerate with peace of mind. Ji Chang's understood and nodded. So? It's unlikely that he will find out what I'm doing for the time being. As long as he doesn't break up, it will be much easier for him to do whatever he wants. After all, after putting on the skin of the Han Jun, Huang Mian was happy to see how successful he was, and was unwilling to irritate the little emperor who, in his opinion, depended heavily on him. It's like getting along with each other. Even if you are dissatisfied with your friend in your heart, your friend will wholeheartedly want to be a good friend with you, treat you very well, and think of you no matter what good thing he does. In this way, even if your friends sometimes make some decisions that you don't like because of their temper, the most you can do is to advise rather than directly say, "Don't make this decision, because I want to make another decision." What if? It would be different if we break up. Anyway, the relationship is not good. At this time, he will only try his best to resist whatever Ji Chang's wants to do, even if he has no idea what it means. Good. After ensuring that he and Huang Mian could maintain a pseudo-friendly relationship, Ji Chang's also relaxed. Miss Jiang's side is fine. Are you prepared enough? Yes, they are all done according to His Majesty's instructions. At this moment, Zhao Ling seemed to have the demeanor of a future president's secretary. No matter what Ji Chang's asked, he could get a quick answer from him. She exchanged the money according to His Majesty's instructions, bought a lot of food and grass, and also went to the weapons depot to apply for many weapons. Miss Jiang is a very active person. Before, as soon as she could go to the eastern suburb camp, she faced the challenge directly after she was ready. In the beginning, some people looked down on her, thinking how could a woman lead so many of their soldiers. But firstly, she was the emperor's wife, and secondly, her father was General Zhang. Although many people were dissatisfied in their hearts, they didn't say much. Miss Zhang directly followed Ji Chang's instructions that day and had someone carry a box of money up there. Directly tell the soldiers below that they can take turns to challenge her, one by one. Whoever succeeds in the challenge can get half of the money in the box. The remaining half is divided by those who failed in the previous challenge. Naturally, money moves people's hearts. At this moment, they had forgotten how dissatisfied they were with Miss Zhang, and how they felt that women could no longer join the army. You don't care whether he is a man or a woman, if he can bring them money, then he is a good person. Miss Zhang alone challenged 18 people that day. It's not that she can hit 18 in one shot, but that the eastern suburb camp has never been taken seriously. These people have not experienced systematic training. They are basically from various families when they were forced to join the army. Selected from. They were malnourished and had little fighting experience. If Miss Zhang hadn't started to lose physical strength at the end, and the 18th man was a veteran with rich experience and had been on several battlefields, I'm afraid, do you want to continue fighting? In the end, the old soldier got half a box of money, not counting it, and was treated as a promotion by Miss Zhang. He also has glory, money, and power. Even if he feels in his heart that women cannot lead troops, he will take the initiative to become Miss Zhang's subordinate driven by profit. The rest of the people understood how powerful she was. 1 against 18, even if a man achieves such a record, it is enough to be admired. This method was still Ji Chang's idea. After all, Miss Zhang is limited by the vision of the times. Even if she is. No matter how fast she reacts and is more open-minded than ordinary women, she is still. I didn't expect it to be so simple and rude, just go up and fight. But the little emperor is clearly in the deep palace, but he seems to have studied this matter countless times. His face is still very immature, but his tone is mature, like an adult emperor who has been emperor for decades. Everyone in the world comes for profit and leaves for profit. The marquis of the aristocratic family may still give himself a layer of dignity, but those who don't have enough to eat don't care about this. Only when they are full will they have time to pursue other pursuits. Only if you are stronger than them will they be willing to surrender to you. Don't worry about anything else. Only after you have conquered them will you wait until they find that you are stronger than them and can give them something. If they have enough food and even plenty of money, they will naturally support you. Miss Zhang felt more and more that the little emperor was a monster. He had obviously grown up in the imperial city since he was a child and had never been hungry for a meal. He had always wanted the wind to prevail and the rain to prevail, but he understood the mentality of the people at the bottom so well that he could use it to make a game. Such scheming, such strategy. She even suspected that if the little emperor hadn't been too young and looked like a child, he would have attacked Huang Mian long ago. And the facts also proved that Ji Chang's was right. No matter how these soldiers resisted a woman at first. Come and lead them. When he found out that she was not only powerful, but also had the ability to give them enough military pay, send them salary on time, take them hunting and have meals, and get them weapons and new clothes, they would naturally come to her side. Compared with courtiers and officials like Huang Mian, low-ranking soldiers are less concerned about the differences between men and women. It's like what Ji Chang said, if you don't have enough to eat, who cares about this? As long as Miss Zhang can make them live a good life, then they will obey her. Ji Chang's also specially asked people to go to other military camps to spread the news about the changes in the eastern suburbs camp. In order to please his concubine, His Majesty gave her a joke-like position as a general, and also gave her the charge of the eastern suburb camp. He even asked her to lead the troops from the eastern suburb camp to Yandi to quell the rebellion. Naturally, this happened. Spread to other camps. What Ji Chang's did was to spread the news in more detail. At first, everyone in the other camps sympathized with the soldiers in the eastern suburbs camp, and they were a little gloating and a little lucky. Not to mention sympathy and gloating. Fortunately, I am just glad that they are not in the eastern suburbs camp, and there is no one in the camp where I am staying. It was given to the concubine by His Majesty for his pleasure. But gradually, within a few days, the direction of the wind changed. The female general killed all those who were greedy for ink. The salary of the eastern suburbs camp was paid as usual, not to mention a lot. It seems that they were given supplies that they had not received before. How did she do it without being afraid of those people? Is the backer behind her targeting her? Can those people's backers be as powerful as Your Majesties? The one standing behind this female general is Your Majesty. If someone goes to file a complaint, she can just ask him to blow her pillow. Also, I heard that she is still going to the weapons depot for the eastern suburbs camp. New weapons are coming, as well as armors and clothes. All of them are coming. Why do you want to come? Aren't we above? Always go there? Can't you get it even if you want it? How dare the people in the weapons depot dare to stand up to His Majesty's wife? If they anger her, they go to His Majesty to cry. Since Your Majesty loves this lady, they will definitely suffer. This is also, hey, my knife has been sharpened so many times, but it is really useless. I am afraid that it will suddenly fall to the ground during training one day. That's not all. I'm telling you, I heard that in order to support this Empress, Your Majesty gave her the keys to his private treasury. She is buying food everywhere, saying that no one can starve themselves own soldiers. Ah, this. If he was just envious before, now other soldiers are eager to take his place. Nowadays, soldiers rely on the state to forcibly recruit people, mainly because the military policy is not good. First of all, we have to go to the battlefield, which is exhausting, tiring, and life-threatening. If it were just this, it would be fine, as long as there were enough rewards, but there just wasn't any. The military pay was not paid in time, the clothes were torn and there was no place to change them, and the weapons were broken and useless. There was nothing they could do, let alone money. After layers of deductions, they were lucky to get a tenth of it. Under such circumstances, when fighting occurs, the mortality rate is extremely high. It sounds ridiculous and sad. They didn't die on the battlefield. But those who died of starvation, those who died of illness, those who froze to death, and so on. When Ji Chang's first learned about this situation, he was speechless for a long time. In the end, I could only quickly adjust my plan and try to change the hidden rules of the military camp as soon as possible. Things have always been like this. If everyone is the same, no matter how bad they are, they will only think that this is the case. Normal. But when I see other people, it's not like this. They still receive military pay, get as much money as they earn, have enough food, and also get weapons and new clothes. Isn't it true in my heart? It's very delicious. Same thing. I used to live a hard life. Why are they still there? As usual, the soldiers in the eastern suburbs camp had such a happy life. The imbalance, envy, and jealousy in their hearts will make them eager to discuss all this. I used to think that my immediate boss was a woman, or the emperor's woman, and that my shortcomings were a joke. Now everything has become the envy of everyone. Woman. What's wrong? Women are at least soft-hearted and don't deduct their money, food, and clothing. It would be even better if she is His Majesty's woman. She has His Majesty as her backer, and the eastern suburb camp has her as her backer. From the series of things she has done, it can be seen that she is a protector. With her as a backer, the soldiers in the eastern suburbs camp can at least get real money and enough food to fill their stomachs. Of course, there are also people who say things like, but if a woman takes care of us, she might as well die. At this time, the entrustment sent by Ji Chang's began. Woman? What's wrong? She can make me eat well. Don't call her a woman. Even if she is a child, she is also my ancestor. I think women are pretty good. If you want to die, go and die. I think instead of living a life of unknown life and death, it's better to live happily under her hands and at least get money. I can make my family's life easier. You said this is of no use. Your Majesty didn't assign us to her. More and more soldiers began to feel uncomfortable. They were under the control of the regent, and they were originally considered direct descendants, but the soldiers in the capital were, at best, relatively idle, and at worst, had nothing to do. Huang Mian still cared about military power at first, but what he cared about was that military power was not military power, and he was naturally ordinary to them. Originally, this kind of soldier was generally pretty good compared to the soldiers controlled by others. Only half of the money was withheld. Although I didn't have enough to eat, I had enough to eat every meal. No need. It doesn't matter if the weapons in the war are broken. Isn't it the weather in the capital? It's very cold and the clothes are torn. But now, looking at the eastern suburbs camp next door, which used to be similar to theirs, has a new boss. Then look at the female generals busy work inside and outside, changing clothes and weapons for the soldiers, and making up money to buy food. I'm jealous. I'm so envious. They also began to secretly look forward to it. When it comes to his status in His Majesty's heart, the prince is better than the queen in the palace. Maybe the prince will do this for us? We are the prince's direct descendants. Such sounds gradually began to appear in the military camp. Naturally, if you want to ask about the source of the sound, you have to ask Ji Chang's. But regardless of whether the source was released intentionally or not, what is certain is that in the end more and more soldiers began to expect this. After all, the regent has more rights than the concubines in the harem. But no. When the money was distributed this time, it was still half or more withheld. The atmosphere in the military camp started to get weird. If there is no comparison, they may still be satisfied that they can get half. But now, the contrast appears. They are also people in charge of soldiers. They are also people close to His Majesty. Why can the female general in the eastern suburbs camp keep her soldiers well fed and clothed? The powerful regent ignored them. They even began to envy and yearn for it, hoping that they could also go to the eastern suburbs camp. Just that sentence. You talk about face, ideals, and future with me. Money is the last word. If you don't give money, it will count as. The regent is extremely powerful and has something to do with them. After Zhao Ling worked hard for a few days, he came to report to Ji Chang's, saying that these soldiers had become restless as His Majesty expected. Let them move. The little emperor was humming a song and reading the account book. I have to say, it's cool to have someone under you. The women in the harem are really hiding something, and he really wants to get it done quickly at this moment, so everything happened and he brought it to light. But the garbage in the court has not been cleared yet. There aren't enough vacant spots. Or he has to let Huang Mian be his powerful sword. However, he has been moving a bit too much and too fast recently. Although he knows that Huang Mian is now swollen and surrounded by wine bags and rice bags, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Ji Chang's feels that he still has to test it out. Huang Mian also learned about some recent rumors in the military camp. The general meaning is that he feels that the treatment in their military camp is not as good as that in the eastern suburbs camp led by Zhang. He had two words for this: ridiculous. Zhang was just playing for fun, spending the emperor's own money. She could do whatever she wanted, but it was different here. Well, every bit of his money has to be spent on the blade, so how can he use it to raise those useless soldiers? He came to serve his concubine again. She took a deep breath, as if she had seen the future. Your Majesty, this is Jiang's recruitment of soldiers and horses to win people's hearts. Not only did she win the hearts and minds of the people in the eastern suburbs camp, she also instigated the prince's men to fight against him. Of loyalty. This action must be guarded against. Huang Mian still regarded her words as farts. What kind of briber? Heart, what does a Zhang family woman know? She is just spending money lavishly because His Majesty is behind her. Concubine. She took a deep breath and said, did the prince really not have the slightest doubt about the purpose of His Majesty's move? In the heart of the prince, what kind of person is your Majesty? Can I listen to it? Huang Mian didn't care, but was a little proud and showing off. Your Majesty, you are still too young. I only know how to play around. I only know how to deal with government affairs. I only want to deal with the king. I indulge in beauty and have fun every day. He didn't say anything derogatory, but inside and outside his words, he looked down on the little emperor and thought he was no match for himself. Concubine. For the first time, she discovered that the regent was so blind. Your Majesty has cut off his hands, feet, and confidence, ruined his reputation, and taken military power. He actually thinks that the other person only knows how to play. Your Majesty, he. She wanted to say something more and let Huang Mian wash her eyes. It doesn't matter if he's blind, he can't see the situation clearly, or he's dead. Her bond of sale is still in the house. But before he finished speaking, a servant outside said that someone from the palace was here. The concubine could only shut up and follow Huang Mian out to receive the order. Luo Liba said a lot about the decree. To sum it up, I like fishing recently, but the amazing thing is that I actually caught a longevity turtle. This is a good sign of longevity, so I thought about it and decided to give it to me. Dear uncle. Also, I have a little bit of space in my hands recently. If uncle doesn't mind, can you support me with some money? Although I won't pay it back, but we have such a strong relationship, you shouldn't mind either, right? Concubine. The righteousness of the whole article are simply heard by her black face. She couldn't help but look at Huang Mian. Do you think he wouldn't fall out like this? The result is yellow face again? Ha 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 ha. After receiving the order, stand up. Lai said, it is rare for your Majesty to ask for anything from me, so I will naturally give it to you. With that said, he waved people to open the warehouse and send money to His Majesty who was short of money. Looking at the smug smile on his face, he seemed to think that the little emperor was bowing to him when he asked for money. Concubine. She was going crazy. No, use your brain to think about it. Where has your Majesty spent the most money recently? Eastern Suburb Camp. Female General. He is taking your money to strengthen his power and then deal with you. She was holding back internal injuries. Then after seeing a turtle brought up by the eunuch, everyone was completely speechless. When I heard the imperial edict that a longevity turtle should be given to the regent, my concubine thought it was the little emperor scolding the yellow-faced bastard. As a result, I saw this turtle. Isn't this a green turtle? This is no longer an illusion, it is simply a blatant curse. And it's so obvious, it's clear that the little emperor is testing. But obviously, Huang Mian did not receive this information. The concubine made a desperate discovery. Not only was he not angry, he was holding a green turtle and smiling with a proud look on his face. Ha 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 ha, your Majesty is really serious. At this moment, Huang Mian felt that what he was holding was not a turtle, but the trust of the fool emperor and the future of the country. He looked at his concubine with a really stupid look. She waited until everything was over before carefully asking the other party if he felt anything was wrong. Huang Mian glanced at her with a look that said, "You women just like to think nonsense. What's wrong? Your Majesty is asking me for money now. It seems that he really trusts me. That's right. I don't care about the stupid things he did in the past. I want to send him some more money to spend with him. Anyway, as long as the little emperor stays calm and behaves like a coward and doesn't care about anything else, then it will be perfect." Looking at Huang Mian helplessly, "Do you plan to go there again?" Open the warehouse and send military pay to the little emperor's concubine. In all her life, she has never seen someone with such a yellow face rushing to deliver weapons and equipment to the enemy, barely waving his arms and shouting, come on, get strong and kill me." Finding that nothing could be done to save her, she took a deep breath and planned to find a new sponsor as quickly as possible. After all, Huang Mian's situation is clear. This is no longer just blind or not. He is simply blind. The author has something to say. I was kicked off the nutrient solution list again. I find that this month I can't seem to beat the big guys at the same time. Forget it, let's just lie down. This month's nutrient solution update will be terminated first. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tan Zhong Mao. Chapter 437. When the concubine tried hard to fight for her life with the sky but found that the sky was a joke, she was racking her brains to think of how to get herself out. Ji Chang's gave all the money Huang Mian sent to Miss Zhang. He also wrote a special souvenir, in which he warned that the money must be used wisely, and every penny must be spent wisely. When Ji Chang's spending plan was delivered to Miss Zhang, they were already far away from the capital. Miss Zhang is not a squeamish person, not to mention that now is the time to cultivate relationships with the soldiers. Along the way, she eats what they eat, and what kind of tent they sleep in is what her tent looks like. She clearly knows that it is not easy for a woman to stand on her own merits. If she wants to get ahead, she must work harder than men. Otherwise, even if His Majesty is willing to promote her, others will think that she got to the position because of her beauty. Compared with her colleagues in the harem who have not yet appeared on stage and only work behind the scenes, Miss Zhang does not have the same motherly heart towards the little emperor. She was grateful, respectful, and worshipful of this young emperor. What kind of broad-mindedness can make him choose women as his subordinates and helpers without hesitation? What kind of tenacious mentality would it take to choose the most difficult one among many roads? It is no exaggeration to say that Miss Zhang was the last to enter the palace, but she was definitely the most loyal to Ji Chang's. This kind of loyalty led her to believe the souvenir from Ji Chang's without hesitation, even though no one had ever verified the words written on it. Your Majesty was afraid that our army would not have enough food during the march, so he specially asked someone to send another batch. Putting down the souvenir, and taking advantage of the rest time, Miss Zhang raised her voice and said to the subordinates around her, "Not only do you have food, Your Majesty also ordered some meat to be delivered. Meat is easy to spoil, so everyone we are tired from the march. Today we will find a village to borrow some meat cooking utensils and eat meat together to rest." There were cheers all around immediately. Those who were too far away to hear it also learned from word of mouth that His Majesty felt that their march was hard and sent some food and meat. The general ordered everyone to find a village to borrow meat cooking tools to cook meat together in the evening. Everyone seemed to be in a dream. When they marched in the past, they always had enough to eat. Even filling their stomachs was a luxury, and eating meat was beyond their dreams. Your Majesty is so considerate of him. Them. Some people began to praise His Majesty's kindness, and another person said, "Your Majesty does it for the general's sake, right? I haven't seen him before. His Majesty reminds me of us." At this time, the agent arranged by Ji Chang's appeared. "Maybe he has the reputation of being a general, but have you ever thought about it? Has Your Majesty never been in charge of an army before? At least the soldiers in the capital were brought by the regent. The little emperor's own people are in charge of the army, and currently there is only Miss Zhang." As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly realized. Nichuo started again. "I heard the general talking to all the gentlemen before, saying that His Majesty wrote a letter specifically, saying that we are all soldiers who protect our homes and the country. This time it is to counter the rebellion. He doesn't understand military affairs either. But I just want to make sure we have enough food and drink, and tell the general to pay him well. His Majesty also said that if someone blocks the general's payment of military pay, there is no need to be afraid of the other party's forces. He will support the general. These words first made everyone moved that His Majesty, the Emperor, would consider them so thoughtfully, and then their attention turned to what His Majesty said about someone blocking the payment of military pay. Who dares to stop the general from distributing military pay? The general is your Majesty's man. Is there anyone in this world who has a stronger backer than their general? Naidu opened his mouth and wanted to say, why not? Yes. Halfway through, he suddenly thought of something, a look of panic appeared on his face, and he quickly covered his mouth. I won't say it anymore, I won't say it anymore. This is not something we, the little soldiers, can talk about. He left in a hurry, leaving the person who asked the question with a confused look on his face. What's up with him? Some people who like to use their brains lowered their voices and said to him, who else can this matter be? It's not something you or I can ask. Don't talk about it anymore. The man was even more confused. It wasn't until night that someone uttered a few vague words under his questioning. We used to be the regent's subordinates, and we have never seen our military pay go wrong. It is normal for His Majesty to have this concern now. After all, everyone knows that His Majesty is young and all important affairs of government are left to the regent. Whatever your Majesty wants to do, the Prince Regent must nod and agree. Even a while ago, there was a lot of rumors about officials making mistakes and asking for money to redeem it from His Majesty. It was said that it was the regent's handiwork. The soldiers who had guessed this were all shocked and moved beyond measure. They did not expect that His Majesty would actually be willing to confront the regent for them. At this moment, countless people were rejoicing that their eastern suburbs camp was handed over to the general. Military. Otherwise, they will still be like before, with no food, no warmth, no salary, and half of them dare not go to the peak. Otherwise, they will be beaten at least, or beaten to death at worst. How can they die? There are good times like these. At the same time, I was also vaguely dissatisfied with the regent. In fact, this dissatisfaction is very simple. I used to follow the regent. I didn't have enough food, clothing, or warmth. I couldn't get my own money. Now that they have followed a normal peak, they know what normal is like. In addition, the regent is not orthodox. He just took advantage of the young emperor's youth to manage the government affairs for him. Many people are secretly thinking that it would be great if His Majesty could take over the government. Your Majesty is so kind to those who serve in the army. If your Majesty can take care of it, then they will no longer have to worry about returning to their previous life after the general leaves. Even if no one dares to express these thoughts. But at this moment, it was like a bunch of flames, rising silently and silently in my heart. This is exactly what Ji Chang's wants to see. Unseating the Prince Regent is easy. According to Ji Chang's operation, he can stab people to death when he comes up. Everyone is dead, so it doesn't matter how powerful the regent is. But it is undeniable, even if he is a tree with a crooked neck. This tree has been entrenched in the court hall for a long time, and countless courtiers, people, and soldiers have become accustomed to its presence. Once he dies, the court will be in chaos. It is certain that the country will be in turmoil, and it is certain that the people will suffer. What Ji Changzi wants to do is to get benefits from Huang Mian, slave him to do things for him, and slowly gather his own people at the same time. I guarantee that even if Huang Mian is really dead by then, the government will still be under his control. So far, it seems that he has completed this step well. As for Miss Zhang, she was also following His Majesty's instructions seriously. She specifically did not let everyone rest in the wild. Instead, She went to find a village that was not too big or too small just because she needed to cook meat. Someone was working outside the village. From a distance, they saw soldiers wearing armor, riding horses, or on foot approaching, with a look of horror on their faces. Their faces were full of panic. They wanted to run but didn't dare to run. They could only freeze and look over there in fear. An old man was summoned by the clever villagers. With a timid face, he carefully approached and saluted the group of soldiers in front of him. "Fellow soldiers, why are you coming to Gilia village? What's the important matter?" "Jonggu." My mother sat on the horse and asked directly. "Old man, is Li Zhen here?" The old man was about to answer when he looked up and found that the soldier sitting on the horse was actually a woman. He was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was doing and hurriedly replied. "Young man, this is the right place, Master Bing." Wait a minute, since she is a woman, it would be inappropriate to call her Bing yet." He paused for a moment and said, "If you need help from me, I will definitely obey your instructions." Miss Zhang didn't pay attention to what he was thinking, and directly said that they were on the march and wanted to use the village to rest. "I also want to borrow some tools for cooking meat." After finishing speaking, without waiting for the other party to answer, she waved to the secretary assigned to her by His Majesty to come forward. The secretary took out a silver coin from his pocket. "Here's the money for borrowing the pots." Li Zhen was originally worried about what if these soldiers ran away with the pots and pans after using them. Their village was already poor, and pots and pans were considered valuable items for every household. As a result, these soldiers were actually willing to give money. In the past, when they met a soldier, it would have been nice not to steal anything, let alone give him money. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly became happy and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, I will borrow pots and pans from the villagers for the soldiers to use." "Do the soldiers want to go into the house to rest?" Although most of the houses in the village are simple, they can be regarded as a shelter from the wind and rain. "No need, where will you live if we live in your house?" "I'll just camp in the village." Miss Zhang got off her horse and said, "Lao Feilai is taking us to find an open place suitable for camping." Yes, yes, there is an open space in the center of the village. It has always been a place to dry food. It should be enough for setting up camp." Holding the silver in his hand, he was smiling with all his teeth missing, and he was leading the way diligently. After the other villagers heard what they said, even if they still didn't dare to come forward, they all started talking in low voices after the group of soldiers walked away. They gave Li Zhen money, saying it was money for borrowing pots and pans. I saw it was a full ingot of silver. These soldiers actually gave back money. I have never seen a soldier give money. The leading soldier is a woman, right? Can women also lead soldiers? The villagers generally didn't pay much attention to national affairs, so naturally they didn't know that there was an extra female general. They were all shocked that the soldiers used their things to pay back the money. I'm not as shocked as a woman leading a soldier, but I'm not as shocked as a soldier who doesn't grab anything. Much. After choosing a place to camp, Miss Zhang immediately began to write a letter to Ji Chang's. For example, the lady helped her sew the trousers that were worn out from riding horses all day. "In the past few days, you have made an excuse to find some slaves for me. After buying them, I will train them to be medical women. They should be 8 or 9 years old. We must try our best to develop as many people as possible for His Majesty." Miss Zhang nodded, took the sewn pants, and continued to write the letter. The letter carefully wrote about what happened in the military camp in the past 2 days, the changes in the soldiers, and that she was about to follow His Majesty's instructions to lead this group of soldiers to get used to not taking advantage of the masses. The soldiers of this dynasty usually don't have enough to eat, so naturally we can't expect them to have a high moral sense. To be honest, for them, morality is something that only those who have had enough to eat can have time to talk about. Ji Chang's has already made sure that they have enough to eat. The next step is to cultivate moral integrity. The number of his soldiers can be small or thin, but they must not be the kind of soldiers who rob people of their property. There were soldiers on the road who naturally went to break the grain in the fields, but Miss Zhang scolded them. She was ordered not to pursue the matter for the first time. If she saw soldiers going to take people's property directly again, she would definitely slap the ban and deal with it according to military law. Li Zheng was still laughing with him, saying that the military men wanted to take it as they pleased. Miss Zhang didn't take it seriously. Who wants the food they have worked so hard to grow to be taken away for free? This is just helplessness under power. After finishing writing the letter, Miss Jiang's face turned cold when she left her tent, and said directly according to what Ji Chang said. I know the customs in the military camp in the past, but that was before I came. From now on, if you need anything, you can ask your superiors, and the superiors will report it to the general. As long as your request is reasonable, I will find a way to satisfy you. But you are not allowed to touch anything that belongs to the common people. They are all raised by your parents. Most of your parents are ordinary people. Think carefully about how scared they would be if someone from the military camp came to the village when you were young. Seeing the soldiers below being frightened by her cold face, Miss Zhang said with a dark face. In short, I can't control other people's soldiers, but I can't control my soldiers. They do things like taking things from the people without spending money. This is also your Majesty's instruction. If any of you don't listen, military orders. After handling it, drive them out of the eastern suburbs camp. No one dares to speak. They have had enough sweets these days, and no one is happy to leave the eastern suburbs camp. I remember these words clearly in my heart. To put it bluntly, they have no shortage of food and clothing now, so why should they worry about the 3 melons and 2 dates that the common people have? If you want money and food, each team in the military camp will compete against each other every 7 days, and the team that succeeds in the end will naturally get money and food. Why give up your great future for such a small thing? Seeing that the soldiers below were all obedient, Miss Zhang calmed down her expression slightly. I'm tired from traveling these days. I'll rest today until noon tomorrow. The meat will be distributed to you. If you're willing to open a small stove by yourself, you can discuss it with the villagers. If any of you have torn clothes, you want to ask the villagers for help. It's not impossible to sew, but remember, you can't take advantage of it at all. If I find out who disobeys me, ha! She returned to the camp with a cold face. The remaining soldiers looked at each other in shock. The general is so angry that it's scary. Can it not be scary? Then. She is the daughter of General Zhang. Who is General Zhang? Stop talking about this, we're not that bad. We can finally take a break. How are you going to eat your meat? As the saying goes, hit a stick and give a sweet date. Ji Chang's obviously knows this very well, and even his fan Miss Zhang also learned it well. The soldiers were frightened for a while, but as soon as the meat came off, they were left boiling and excited. This is real meat. The villagers also discovered the aroma of meat coming from the place where the soldiers were stationed, and some soldiers came to the villagers with meat to cook for them. Some said to give money, and some said to share some of the meat. In short, no one intends to have sex for free. How could this not make them flattered? Each and every one of them carefully and tremblingly expressed that it was their honor to serve the military master. How could they still ask for the military master's reward? This group of soldiers really didn't dare to resist their female general. Apart from anything else, even though the general was a female, he was kind to them, but he always said what he said, and there was absolutely no room for maneuver in what she said. After finally living such a good life, no one would be happy to lose their current life just for a little convenience. Just keep it. If you don't keep it, let our general know about it. We will be the ones who suffer. After hearing this, the villagers could only accept it cautiously, feeling happy in their hearts. While I was happy, I also felt a little uneasy as if I had done something wrong. Why does the general care about this? When they met soldiers in the past, it was a good thing if they didn't steal things, but there was no such thing as giving money back after using things. It was His Majesty's order. He said he wanted us to take advantage of the common people. Then one of the soldiers said it directly, "Put more salt on this meat, our general is His Majesty's concubine. She is deeply loved by His Majesty. She is also a general, so she treats us well." The villagers were shocked. "Can your Majesty's concubine still be a general?" "Why not?" "No. There is a rule that says that if you become His Majesty's concubine, you cannot be a general. Our general is so powerful and your Majesty is so tolerant. This is not normal. Eaters are soft-mouthed, but takers are short-handed. Nowadays, the soldiers who are following Miss Zhang to eat and drink well and have hope in life, regardless of what they say in private, in front of outsiders, each one of them defends her better than anyone else. Just kidding. If it doesn't seem normal for a general to be a female general, and others ask His Majesty to remove her from her post, what will they do? The villagers usually don't pay attention to national affairs. When they heard this, they thought they were ignorant. It turns out that women can also be officials. The soldier choked. He didn't know if women could be officials, but seeing that the villagers acted as if what he said was right, he was embarrassed to say that he was just guessing. He simply gritted his teeth and nodded, admitting it directly. Of course, how else could our general become a general? Isn't it because the general is His Majesty's concubine? That's also because our general is capable. Xiaobing didn't feel sleepy anymore when he talked about this. He wished he could talk all day and all night. Although our general is a woman, she is no worse than a man. She just arrived in the military camp and picked 18 strong men on the first day. The general is not timid at all, but she is also my father is General Zhang. Put in more salt, don't be reluctant. I gave you the money, how much does your Majesty trust our general? We don't have enough soldiers in the eastern suburbs camp. Your Majesty opened his own private treasury and told the general to go to this place in Yandi. Along the way, young and middle-aged people can be directly recruited into the army. When I return to the capital, I can just sign up for the list. How much trust does this show? He was so proud of his bragging that he did not forget to recruit people. Let me tell you, our military camp is different from other military camps. We eat 3 meals a day, and we are well fed every time. The monthly salary is this amount, and I can still eat meat occasionally. Look at the armor on my body, look at my clothes, and my sword. Did you see my knife? Mine is different from other people's. This was the day before yesterday. We held a competition in the military camp. I won the runner-up at that time. What is the runner-up? It is third. I am third. The strongest. This sword is a reward, but it was given to me by the general himself. Did you see the written on it? This represents glory. He didn't have the chance to show off before. After all, everyone around him was pretty much the same, but now that he finally got the chance, he showed off well. Seeing the envious eyes of others, the soldier wanted to raise his tail to the sky. If any of you want to join the army, just tell me and I will take you to register. But first, let's talk about the kind of people who can't fight. They look short and weak and don't have the skills to do it. Although His Majesty gives you, I have enough places for the general, but I don't know how many villages I will pass through along the way, so of course I have to choose only the best. Hearing this, the villagers' hearts moved. As a soldier, do you really get 3 meals a day? Are you paid every month? Can I still lie to you? But you have to try it out in the first month after joining the army. You can only get half of the money, and the remaining half will be given to the person who brought you into the army. Half is more than enough. Some villagers asked, "Why is this?" Xiaobing answered quite confidently. "We want to recommend you. If someone gets my recommendation and joins the army, and something goes wrong, the general will blame me, so he will give us half of the money in the first month. If you don't do anything wrong, this money will be I recommend your money. If you do something wrong and harm me, this money will be used to buy medicine." The villagers suddenly realized. It sounds very reasonable. How can you recommend someone for free? What's more, only half of it will be deducted, and all the remaining money will be sufficient, which can be said to be a child's fault. When some people were moved, they timidly took the soldiers and asked about things in the military camp. On the one hand, the soldier wanted to show off, and on the other hand, he also wanted to recruit people to join the army and receive half of the monthly salary. He didn't feel impatient at all, and he almost ran out of words while talking. There are not many people like him. Who wouldn't want the money delivered to your door? Make money. Not only can you get money by recommending someone to join the army, but you can also be regarded as half of the enemy's benefactor in the future. This is also a conclusion. Good way to pay. Of course, the key point is the half of the money. So you can see that during this half afternoon of rest plus 1 night and 1 morning, almost every soldier is thinking of ways to show how happy they are living now. We are very happy and full. Although we are tired, we get a lot of money, so hurry up. Come on, dear. Looking at this scene, Miss Zhang finally understood what Ji Chang's meant when he said, instead of putting the benefits in front of them, it is better to tell them directly what to do to gain benefits. Since recruiting people into the army means having money, there is no need for Miss Zhang to do the recruiting herself. Naturally, a large number of villagers rushed to sign up. Nowadays, most of the people are unemployed. When they finally find a job with enough food and money, they definitely want to give it a try. Before departure, there were more than 30 new recruits in the team. But don't underestimate the small number of these 30 or so people. They are all carefully selected. They have enough physical strength and the right height. They are all good talents. Are there any left? The selected villagers were a little regretful, but they were very satisfied after making a small profit from the soldiers. The recruits' families were very reluctant but full of expectations for the future and sent them to the entrance of the village, where they made shoes and clothes overnight. Miss Zhang sat on the horse and ordered, "In the future, we will add a rule that every recruit will have a chance to send a letter home for free. Veterans also have a chance, one person at a time. When the money is paid, the recruits will write letters and send them home. When the time comes when they see real money, more people will naturally realize what they can gain by joining His Majesty's army." It was at noon when the sun was at its strongest, but Miss Zhang didn't mind the sun at all. She just sat on her horse and looked at the sun in the distance. Dazzling and warm, just like His Majesty. She must go step by step to build an army for His Majesty that is only loyal to His Majesty and only obeys His Majesty's orders. I don't know what His Majesty is doing now. Is he too busy and troubled as usual? Has eunuch Zhao not taken good care of His Majesty? Miss Zhang thought worriedly, Your Majesty is good at everything, but he works too hard. For the sake of the court and for this country, I don't know how much I have devoted myself to it. Ah, sneeze. In the imperial city, Ji Changzi was taking a bath in his luxurious version of the imperial bath. While soaking, he suddenly sneezed several times in succession. Ah, sneeze. He touched nose. I must be sick. Zhaoling, go and tell me that I am sick and will not go to court tomorrow. Yes. After Zhaoling agreed, he hesitated a little. Your Majesty, if you never go to court, will you miss out? What? Ji Chang's asked from his soul, what do you think those people standing in the court could do that would make me afraid of missing you? Zhaoling. This is true. Seeing the little emperor leaning against the bathtub enjoying himself, he asked again, "Your Majesty, I received news that Mr. Xiao Huang is dead." Dead? Ji Chang's was not surprised by the news. After all, he was the one who sent people to kill the other party. My uncle is really useless. It's just such a trivial matter and he's only been sick for so many days. The little emperor's tone was squeamish, as if a spoiled child was complaining that the adults did not meet his requirements. I still expected him to pull the courtiers to live and die together, but now it seems that it is of no use. Zhao Ling said, "I think the regent will cheer up after hearing the pain of losing his son." Ji Chang's lazily sat in the water. He was in poor health. There was a lady in the palace who was proficient in medicine and specially treated him and asked him to take many medicinal baths. After taking medicinal bath for a few days, the little emperor's complexion did indeed improve a lot, and his white skin turned red and beautiful. He doesn't show any mercy when trying to trick people. This has always been like this. He and his son have caused countless families to lose their wives and families. I don't know how many people have gone through the pain of losing a son or a daughter, and I haven't seen them feel sad at all. Now it's your turn. Are you afraid that you have to blame others? Just let them die." He finished summarizing, and let the water in the bath drown his neck. "Just wait and see, my uncle, I'm afraid he's going to go crazy. I can't stand in front of him, lest he attack me too." Huang Mian was indeed crazy. Mr. Xiao Huang encountered an assassination and died on the spot. The opponent struck quickly, and he looked like a dead soldier at first glance. Naturally, it couldn't have been done by ordinary people. Huang Mian was still recuperating in the mansion, but after learning the news, his condition worsened and he almost lost his breath and died on the spot. He had trained his eldest son for so many years, and had sacrificed so many interests to keep him. The result is now, in vain? Toss. Check. No matter what, you have to find out for me. Who did it? He smashed the entire study, but the concubine hid the calmness in her eyes and pretended to be frightened. While picking up something, he seemed to accidentally look through his account book in his hand. After flipping through it quickly, she put the account book down as if nothing had happened, digging her nails into her flesh. She was once the daughter of a good family, but after a disaster at home, she ended up in a brothel. She eventually became a lowly citizen and was redeemed by the Yellow Emperor as a plaything. These are all fates, and she accepts them. She is Huang Mian's concubine, tied to him, and she also tries to prevent him from heading towards destruction step by step. After her failure, all she could think of was finding a way to escape so as not to be implicated. But in the account book that I just looked at, although I only glanced at it briefly, it clearly stated that in the year when her hometown suffered a disaster, the local prefect gave Huang Mian a full 70,000 taels of silver. Will it be a natural disaster or a catastrophe? Did her parents starve to death or were they killed? Her infant sister died before even crying. Who caused it? A fire seemed to be burning in the concubine's heart. She thought that her pride and conscience had been wiped out by the repeated beatings in the brothel. But now, she only felt a surge of anger. Yellow. Noodle. Reciting the name with hatred in her heart, she turned around with a calm expression, saluted the still angry Huang Mian, bent over and slowly retreated. After returning home, she looked at the imperial city that could be seen from her yard for a long time, and began to make kites in the house. When the maid came to ask, she said that she wanted to fly a kite to attract the prince's attention. Huang Mian began to attack the ministers indiscriminately. When everyone thought that the other party had killed his son, Ji Changzheng chose the highest building to bask in the sun. While basking in the sun, he saw a kite flying in the distance. This kite may look ordinary up close, but from Ji Chang's perspective, the kite looks like a turtle flying, and above the turtle's head, there is a butterfly flying. Interesting. The little emperor looked at the kite flying in the regent's house and smiled slowly. My uncle looks like he's really not very popular. Zhao Ling didn't know why. What does your majesty mean? Go and find out who is flying the kite. Ji Chang stretched his shoulders and neck in a good mood. He felt that he would no longer have to look at Huang Mian's old face soon. Not bad. Huang Mian has indeed been a bit crazy lately. It's like a person going to his boss and saying bad things about his colleagues for the sake of his own financial future. Wait until. When he found out that he was being hummed, his first suspect was his colleague. After all, he was the one who did the wrong thing first, and it is human nature for the other party to hold grudges. To sum it up, Huang Mian suspected that he was the one responsible for the official killing because of his son's unfavorable outcome. Or, it could be their relatives or friends. Anyone who has anything to do with these people will be regarded as his murderous enemy. These officials were in a state of distress, as if they were being chased and bitten by a mad dog. They wanted to seek help from the little emperor, but it turned out that the little emperor was ill and could not go to court. Now they have tasted the consequences of allowing the regent to dominate. Dogs began to bite dogs in the court. Huang Mian was getting older, and he was usually more suspicious. Now he lost his son, and with Ji Chang's malicious guidance from time to time, he felt that almost everyone he looked at wanted to harm him. Except the little emperor. After all, who can the little emperor rely on? The only one he can rely on is his uncle. When it comes to relationships with courtiers, the little emperor is not as good as him. At least he wasn't about to kill everyone at every turn. The concubine who had successfully connected with Ji Chang smiled sweetly. Yes, Your Majesty, you are right. Naturally, no one reminded Huang Mian that the little emperor had no intention of establishing a good relationship with the powerful ministers from the beginning to the end. When Huang Mian took the initiative to help Ji Chang's eliminate officials he didn't like, General Zhang was also on his way to the capital. In the original timeline, he learned that his daughter had been forcibly brought into the palace, and rushed to the capital in desperation. However, when he arrived, the emperor who killed his daughter felt guilty, so he simply refused to do anything and directly killed her. The old general was also killed. In this timeline, General Zhang has been working hard day and night since he received the news. He was so sad. As the saying goes, a tough man has a tender heart, and the old general is such a person. In the morning, it was time to set off. Before setting off, he cried. My daughter, I don't know how you can be afraid in the palace. Before going to bed at night, he cried. My daughter, you haven't suffered any grievances since you were a child. How can you endure this hardship? During lunch, he looked at the dry food and cried. I don't know if my daughter can have enough to eat in the palace. My daughter has only eaten 3 bowls of rice every meal since she was a child. How uncomfortable it would be if she didn't have enough to eat. The subordinates of the old general were all used to Shang Feng's peeing. They comforted him at first, but then he calmed down and the general cried. They ate. On this day, I was on the road as usual. As he hurried on his way, the old general thought again that his daughter might be suffering, and suddenly burst into tears. I don't know what my Nianer is doing now. I'm afraid she is crying. She has the most docile temperament in the family. She usually doesn't even dare to kill a rabbit. Once she enters the palace, I'm afraid she will be bullied. The subordinate listened politely. General, there seems to be a military camp ahead. Should we go and say hello? The old general cried, but his mind was still thinking, it's better not to say hello, we came back quietly, let people see it. It's not good. After rational analysis, he continued to cry. My Nianer can't lift anything with her hands or carry it on her shoulders. She has a docile nature and is submissive. She must have been frightened this time. Hey, my daughter is really having a hard life. She is so fragile and sensitive. I don't know what to do in the future. Before the tears started to fall, I saw laughter coming from the front. Several soldiers in armor were talking and laughing, and a man rushed out of the wood surrounded by them. Miss Zhang is carrying a wild deer in her left hand and a long knife in her right hand. She is wearing armor, her face is sunburned and there is a little blood on her face. She is smiling with big white teeth and bragging about herself. This deer still wanted to run away, and didn't even look at my legs. Didn't you look at it just now? I rushed in straight away, with white and red knives coming out, and it just spat at me. Eh? Where's that snake I just killed? Did you carry it? Yes. I'll go back and make snake soup later. The subordinate next to him immediately diligently picked up the big snake with thick arms. General, here you are. General, you are really powerful. Just now, when you unscrewed the snake's head with your bare hands, we were stunned. Ha ha ha, it's not worth mentioning, just now. That means the tiger can run fast, otherwise we will have tiger meat to eat tonight. Miss Zhang was smiling, and when she raised her head, she met the old general's blank gaze. Isn't this her father? The old general suddenly met her eyes. He was still thinking about how this person looked similar to my daughter, when he saw the person in front of him shook off the wild deer with one hand, holding a big knife, and ran over with surprise on his face. Dad! Why are you here? Old general, daughter. Take a closer look. She is really his daughter. Tears burst out of his eyes. He got off his horse and stepped forward to support his daughter. He opened his mouth and wanted to say a few words. Nianur, Dad rushed back as soon as he heard about it. You must have endured hardship. Dad thinks you are thin. While talking, I found that my daughter was not only not thin, but also seemed to be a little stronger. She was as energetic as if she could kill a cow, and she couldn't continue to say these words. Skinny, right? Skinny. Just looking at it, it's quite dark. The author has something to say, I am here to update in advance again. Great or not? Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 438. Chapter 379. Ji Changs didn't know that the old general who was supposed to come to the capital to confront him was kidnapped by his daughter on the way. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't say anything. The old general's character seemed to be his own nature, and it seemed to be clear at a glance. As long as Ji Changs has a clear conscience, he doesn't have to worry about him going against him. On the contrary, he would stand wholeheartedly on the side of the little emperor. The facts are naturally similar to what Ji Changs thought. Because there are really too many questions to ask. The old general and his daughter found a relatively open place alone. This can be regarded as a subconscious habit of the leader. When chatting about more secretive things, he likes to find an empty place with endless views. With just one glance like this, the two of them could tell if there was anyone hiding around, or if there was any movement in the distance. As Miss Zhang told the story, the expression on the old general's face remained the same. Just 2 words, shocked. His Majesty made you a general. His Majesty asked you to come to Yandi. Is this what His Majesty told you about how to manage the army? Until Miss Zhang finished speaking, the shock on the old general's face had not subsided even a little bit. Seeing this, Miss Zhang spoke with a little inexplicable pride and half guilt for having to rush to the capital every day because of her old father. Dad, don't worry, His Majesty is very good to your daughter. Etc., etc. The old general finally realized something was wrong. Where is your husband? His daughter just said a lot of things, but she didn't mention Lu Zhong, who was supposed to protect her when she was most afraid. Miss Jiang's face suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy. Don't mention that stupid dash. The sound was automatically silenced when these words were spoken, and the old general who was listening was stunned for a moment. After all, although my daughter could be said to be heroic, she would never say such dirty words. Miss Zhang didn't feel anything was wrong. Your Majesty has agreed, she can do whatever she wants, as long as she doesn't endanger others or the country, she can do whatever makes her relax. In the past, only men were allowed to curse in the capital, and women were considered indecent if they cursed, as if they had done some terrible evil. Miss Zhang herself had never scolded him, nor did she think there was anything wrong with this. But now that I have scolded me, I realize that scolding me for being stupid is such a pleasant thing. After she was satisfied with the scolding, she told her father what her husband had done. Dad doesn't know. It's a good thing that His Majesty isn't as bad as he appears. He doesn't know how to save me after he finds out. If I don't care about it, I'm afraid I will be harmed by Lu Zhong's beep. If I don't care about it, I can only do it in a way that is equivalent to destroying my reputation. Speaking of the little emperor, Miss Jiang's tone suddenly became one of admiration. My emotions have calmed down and people are at peace. Your Majesty thought over and over again and saved me in the palace. Later, it was difficult to explain to me, so he never showed up to explain. If I hadn't climbed out of the window by chance, I saw Lu Zhong's letter to me by chance. The letter from the regent makes me think that your Majesty is really so stupid and incompetent even now. The old general's expression was extremely complicated. It was obvious that he and his daughter had the same hatred, and he really wanted to criticize Lu Zhong's son-in-law for daring to sell his daughter. But as soon as he opened his mouth, before he could say anything, his daughter took the lead and squirted all over him. So he could only shut his mouth angrily, and after thinking for a long time, he said, I used to think that His Majesty was young and had not yet focused on state affairs. But it seems that is not the case now. Then why is His Majesty unwilling to accept the situation? It's obvious that the regent is controlling the court. Your Majesty sees his ambition and is pretending to be crazy in order to save his life. Miss Zhang got angry when she talked about this. She wanted to kill all the obstacles in front of the little emperor with one knife. The old general once thought that the regent would dominate and the court would be in a mess. However, seeing that the young emperor was very conniving at this, and had nowhere to express his dissatisfaction, he could only hide away at the border in despair. Unexpectedly, His Majesty was forced to look like this. He felt extremely guilty, and felt that the loyalty and patriotism he had always done was a joke. I never thought before that your Majesty has always been under the regent's nose. If the regent doesn't return the power, it will be really difficult for your Majesty to get power from him. At least in today's court, 80% of the courtiers are from the regent. Even if the little emperor takes power by force, no one will listen to him. What can he do as an emperor who has only grown up in the palace and has no chance to cultivate his own confidence? That's right, Daddy, my daughter can only help His Majesty with some trivial things. You are the general protecting the country. You must help His Majesty in this matter. Seeing that her father was also filled with emotion and regret, Miss Zhang climbed up the pole and took the opportunity to win over her father and herself. Together they helped the little emperor. That's natural. She didn't need to say this, it was all what the old general was thinking. Nowadays, the regent has made everything in the army a mess. His Majesty really does not dare to act rashly, but as an old minister, I can definitely rest assured that no matter what, I am on your side. The old general finished talking about his loyalty, and in a blink of an eye he saw his daughter's eyes full of excitement, as if the one he swore allegiance to was not His Majesty but her. He was stunned for a moment, and his eyes became suspicious. You can't be right to His Majesty. Miss Zhang didn't react at first, but when she realized it later, she laughed and hit her old father on the shoulder with her fist. Dad, what are you talking about? My daughter treats His Majesty as a brother who can trust her with her life. If it weren't for the restriction of status, My daughter would have wished to be sworn brothers with His Majesty. The old general silently rubbed his shoulder that was aching from being slapped. He really wants to talk about being a good daughter, but don't you think you are a woman now? But seeing how happy she was, and then thinking that Lu Zhong had failed her, all the resentment in his heart was directed towards the former son-in-law. Lu Zhong. Well done, he remembered. Dad, do you still want to go to the capital now? Of course I want to go. The old general replied through gritted teeth. Now that I've come this far, I might as well go back to the capital and go to His Majesty to apologize. Otherwise, I'll disappear for many days without any reason, and no one will know where I'm going. I'm afraid I'll be taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives. Just in time, Daddy has something to do when he returns to the capital. The last sentence was filled with murderous intent. Miss Zhang didn't care. Daddy, you don't have to be in a hurry on the way. Even if His Majesty is angry with you on the face, he definitely doesn't care in his heart. He has no plans. He will definitely arrive early. You will worry about me returning to Beijing. Big brother is so awesome, she is very confident. The old general nodded. He felt guilty towards the little emperor. After all, he hadn't realized the dangers surrounding the little emperor before, and he had secretly complained behind his back that he was too busy having fun. If he had noticed it at that time, His Majesty wouldn't have had to pretend to be a fool for so long. Full of guilty thoughts in his heart, the first thing he did when he returned to the capital was to plead guilty. Huang Mian, who was tearing apart the black eyes of his former men, finally remembered what he had forgotten. General Zhang. He had planned to get rid of him. As a result, things were delayed, and I actually forgot about them. But at this moment, it no longer meant much to get rid of General Zhang, an old general whom he simply couldn't stand. At least it's not as big as him having to find out who betrayed him. Although his son died, his subordinates all fled back. They vowed that it was one of their own who killed Huang Mian's son this time. If he wasn't one of his own, how could he possibly know where Mr. Xiao Huang was? It was also at this time that Huang Mian realized that his son was afraid of being punished by him and did not contact him even though he could. Instead, he contacted some of his capable subordinates and tried to get some ideas from them. It's too late for these subordinates to fawn over Master Xiao Huang. If he wants to hide it, they will naturally hide it too. As a result, he got burned. Furthermore, I heard that the young emperor was furious when he heard that General Zhang had returned to the capital without an edict and was throwing things in the main hall. Huang Mian was relieved. The little emperor started a fire, which was not something ordinary people could bear. However, Huang Mian didn't know that the little emperor who was said to be venting his anger on General Zhang was sitting on a chair and asked General Zhang to get up with a calm look on his face. In the background of Zhao Ling struggling to smash things, he said calmly, "General, there is no need to thank me. Although I was shackled by the regent in the past, I am fully aware of the loyalty of the general. You are loyal to the emperor and patriotic, so naturally I want to keep your family safe." These words were said in a plain and pretentious manner, and the old general burst into tears again. "I'm so ashamed of myself. I can't blame you for this. You are away from home all year round. How can you know what is happening in the capital?" Ji Chang's was not surprised at all that the old general became his support. In fact, he had been the little emperor's support from the beginning. It's just that the original owner cut off this road himself. General Jiang's harmonious discussion gave Ji Chang's more confidence in what he wanted to do. If the certainty was 90% before, then it is 99.99% now. Since General is here, can you help me? Ji Chang's put down the teacup in his hand, and when he raised his eyes again, he no longer covered the glint in his eyes. General Zhang didn't even think deeply about it, and bowed down again. "Old minister, what's your decision?" "Follow your Majesty's instructions." In the eyes of outsiders, General Zhang was well scolded by the young emperor, and he was also ordered not to leave the capital for 5 months. This is almost equivalent to relieving him of his position. 5 months later, who knows? When the time comes, will the little emperor let him go to the border? Some people in the DPRK were dissatisfied with this. But at this moment, Huang Mian was biting people like a mad dog, and they didn't dare to say anything even if they were dissatisfied. The old general was not allowed to leave the capital and was not idle either. He went to wander around and look at his son-in-law. When General Zhang came out of his son-in-law's house humming a song, Lu Zhong had been beaten until he vomited blood. This incident made his family very dissatisfied, and they went to the regent to complain. Just when the regent saw who was unhappy, he saw Lu Zhong's family and remembered that Lu Zhong had given him money to give his wife a promotion. As a result, due to the little emperor's shady manipulation, not only was he not promoted, but he was also fired from his official position. Lu Zhong asked him for mercy, and he also tried to ask the little emperor, but the other party, perhaps because he hated Zhang and still cared about his husband, never let go. Huang Mian suddenly felt as if he had discovered a new world. Lu Zhong has a grudge against him. As for whether he did not take action against his own son, then he doesn't care. Anyway, it's good that he doesn't add insult to injury to the other party, so why do you expect him to help? What good things are you thinking about? Lu Zhong's family, who didn't get a good look from the regent, could only cry again and go looking for the little emperor. But the little emperor didn't show any anger at all. He was still very curious. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Was he really beaten to the point of vomiting blood? Lu Zhong's family members nodded quickly. That's right, Your Majesty. How can we allow that general to be so arrogant under the emperor's feet? However, the little emperor didn't listen to this at all. Instead, his eyes were full of curiosity, and his immature face showed eagerness to try. I have never seen with my own eyes what it looks like when a person is beaten until he vomits blood. You bring him up and show him to me. Lu Zhong's family members. Why do you want to see such a lively expression? What's going on? But the emperor's life is difficult. Even if this little emperor doesn't have much real power, he is still an emperor after all. They could only carry the person to the palace in tears, and watched helplessly as the 15-year-old His Majesty walked several times around Lu Zhong, whose whole body was wrapped in gauze. Finally came to a conclusion, it's really ugly. Then he waved his hand, as if he had seen enough and lost interest. Okay, let's get it back. Go ahead. Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong's family. They looked at the little emperor in disbelief. Your Majesty, won't you seek justice for me? What does it have to do with me? Ji Chang's was particularly confident. I didn't beat him. Lu Zhong's family. None of your business. What do you want? Let us carry him into the palace and watch. The little emperor seemed to understand what they were thinking, and explained in a particularly kind manner, I was just curious about the injury of vomiting blood. Now that I have seen it, it doesn't seem to be that serious. It doesn't seem that serious. How serious? Well. This sentence has been repeated in several people's ears over and over again. They finally realized belatedly that they were looking for a fool who was known to only have fun. How could he handle this like a normal emperor? He even gave up Lu Zhong's official position just because he wanted to seize his wife. Lu Zhong's family carried Lu Zhong back in despair. Foolish king. Ba ba ba. What were they thinking, actually trying to get justice from a foolish king? The Hanjun Ji Chang stood upstairs, looking at their departing figures, feeling as lonely as snow. Hey, seeing that everyone was used to his unreasonable troubles, it was really boring, so he decided to make a plan in advance and just clean up the court. Ji Chang's always remotely directed Miss Jiang's actions. Along the way, at the beginning, the soldiers were needed to promote recruitment. Later, word spread, and when they arrived in a new place, they didn't even need to say anything, and there were many people with the mentality of giving it a try. Come and sign up. If someone does the math, they will find that the number of troops controlled by Miss Zhang is growing in a terrifying direction. But she didn't have to worry about not having enough money or military pay, because there was still a little emperor working tirelessly to deliver the yellow-faced wool. Zhao Ling has always been Ji Chang's right-hand assistant. It turns out he is. Ji Chang's asked Zhao Ling to take a concubine named Yu Niang who they discovered earlier and take her under their command. Most people would just do it after hearing the order. But Zhao Ling did not take action rashly. He first created a coincidence. Yu Niang is a smart person, and he already knows this from His Majesty. If she wants to leave the palace, she will definitely find a way to get some things in her hands. These things may be of no use at the moment, but they may be able to save her life in the future. So, in a day-to-day life where she was angry, Yu Niang just by chance and miraculously saw the account books about her hometown while collecting some things. Of course, the account book does not belong to Zhao Ling. After all, there is no such technology in this era. He just deeply understood what His Majesty taught him. Make use of everything that can be used, and when these things that you control are combined with information, they can definitely be put to great use. Zhao Ling knew that it was a bit dangerous for him to do this. This has been true throughout the ages. It is not a good thing for eunuchs to do things too well or too well. But His Majesty trusted him so much that he always wanted to do more to repay His Majesty. So, naturally, Yu Niang quickly defected to His Majesty's side. She hates Huang Mian deeply, and this hatred may be mixed with anger and resentment that her parents and family may have died indirectly at the hands of the other party, and she became his concubine to try to help him. A story about falling in love and killing the family's enemies can only be a story. If it happened in reality, it would only make people feel disgusted and hateful. In short, she can be considered as someone who has lost her fans and returned to her fans. Thanks to her tip-off, Ji Chang's wool harvesting plan went very smoothly. Huang Mian used to be a thoughtful person, before he became what he is now. That means that he will not put his property in one basket. At the beginning, he was searching for good places to hide his gold and silver treasures. For the convenience of storage, most of them were boxes of gold and boxes of silver. Zhao Ling couldn't touch these positions, but Yu Niang, who was always by Huang Mian's side, could. Ji Chang's received a steady stream of financial support. The source of money is Huang Mian, who is eliminating those court bugs for him. The little emperor sighed for the nth time that he was really a good uncle and silently wrote down his plan to shave his head in the first month. In spring, the grass grows and warblers fly. The rebellion in Yandi has been subsided. The people there received relief food sent by the imperial court, saw various corrupt officials who had oppressed them beheaded and had their homes confiscated, and were forgiven by His Majesty. The anger burning in their hearts because they could not survive naturally dissipated. They even began to feel honored. Because after filling their stomachs, they realized that there was a queen in their hometown. I heard that His Majesty was originally angry because of what happened in Yandi. Because this empress was born in Yandi, she was worried day and night after learning about it. His Majesty felt sorry for her and specifically allowed her to accompany the disaster relief team to visit her family in Yandi. Many people have seen this empress. When distributing relief food, she stood in front of a large pot and served rice porridge to the victims without wearing a veil. She said that His Majesty was concerned about the country and the people, and actually wanted to come in person, but he could not leave Beijing. Cheng sent her here with the intention of replacing His Majesty. Oh my God! This group of common people, who may have seen the biggest official in their lives being the county magistrate, were so moved that they opened and closed their mouths, unable to speak. Does Your Majesty really care about them so much? Yes, Your Majesty is so good, but the bad ones are those corrupt officials who wantonly increase taxes without His Majesty's knowledge. If their empress from Yandi hadn't been thinking about Yandi and came back specially to mediate, they wouldn't have known that the increase in taxes was not the intention of the court and His Majesty, but was done by corrupt officials behind His Majesty's back. That group of people really didn't regret dying. When the officials involved in the incident were beheaded in Yandi, a huge crowd of people came to see the excitement. Miss Jiang oversaw the beheading, and Madame Ru looked on. Following Miss Jiang's order, 76 heads fell to the ground. Blood and water flowed, and even after sweeping for a long time, it was not cleaned up. But the people all cheered and cheered. Seeing the death of these corrupt officials who had bullied and oppressed them, the prestige of His Majesty, who was far away in the imperial city, suddenly rose to the highest level in their hearts. That's exactly how it should be. Just like what was sung in the playbook, His Majesty heard their grievances and saw their suffering, and specially sent people to support them. For example, the Empress is looking for her family everywhere, which makes the people of Yandi very proud. They were running around, helping to inquire and send messages even though they were tired. Madame Ru was thinking of her family, but she did it deliberately to cause such a big fuss. She was going to make it dramatic. Only in this way will the story of the corrupt official and the wise king spread. When Your Majesty gains power and has the support of the people, it will be much easier to do whatever you want. Miss Jiang knew why she did this, and directly offered a reward to find Ru Niang's family. If anyone could help Ru Niang find her family, she would be rewarded with 1,000 taels. For the people who were already very accepting of this empress who came from their land, this was simply a shot in the arm. In the end, even people living in remote mountains knew about it. They scorned the corrupt officials who deceived the monarch and oppressed the people, and admired His Majesty, who clearly understood the situation and sent people to control the situation. They proudly left their territory and became His Majesty's favorite concubine. They cried and worried day and night when they heard about the disaster in the territory. Almost everyone in the entire Yandi has a completely new mental outlook. The first thing I asked when we met outside was not whether you had eaten, but I wonder if our queen from Yandi has found her family. When things got worse and worse as imagined by the two girls who were secretly stirring up trouble and helping Ji Chang's gain prestige, MRSRU found her family. They didn't come to you on their own. They are all honest farmers who dare not speak out when they see the servants on weekdays. How can they dare to hope that their lost daughter will become the empress of the palace? Others knew that they had lost a daughter, and they searched everywhere for several years without giving up. They finally gave up when there was no news at all, and advised them to go and see if it was possible. If so, it would be a huge profit. They had no hope for this. At first, people in the village said that human traffickers had come to their village. They asked around and only found out that group of children had been sold into slavery. How can I become the empress of the palace? What's more, she was so young, and maybe she wouldn't remember anything about her family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given up gradually after searching for a few years, because they knew deep down that after missing the first few years, their appearance would change if they searched again later. Not to mention, I'm afraid we won't know each other even if we meet. When the person who persuaded them saw that they didn't listen, he simply went away. He actually didn't have any hope, mainly because he wanted to see what the empress who came out of their land looked like. As a result, the information was almost consistent with what MRSRU said. Xiao Bing hurriedly brought the person to MRSRU's place. So, the couple who lost their daughter were so lucky that they found their daughter. And the man from the village next door, who was said to be a dog that meddles with rats and meddles in other people's business, also received a windfall of 1,000 taels. For example, the wife recognized her parents on the same day, and that night she threw the uncle and aunt who sold her into prison for child trafficking. As a result, people in Quinyan had another topic to talk about. It turns out that the reason their empress was separated from her family was because she was secretly sold by her uncle and aunt. This matter is even more legendary. Originally a peasant girl, she was secretly sold by her uncle and aunt when she was young because of her good looks, and she became a slave of others. In the end, she actually became His Majesty's beloved Empress. Your Majesty is a wise king, and this Empress is also kind-hearted. She came all the way to her hometown that was hit by the disaster, and waited until the disaster passed before looking for her family. Yandy gradually recovered, and more people spread the news. It even spread all the way to the capital. Ji Changs knew that there was someone who sang "Are You Madam?" So he booked a concert to listen to it. After only listening to the beginning, he discovered that his two subordinates were deliberately packaging his superiors. The image of a wise king. Most people may think that this is the history of the struggle of Empress Ru. But after listening to this, ordinary people will definitely have an image of a wise king towards His Majesty. Although he was young, he loved the people very much. When he heard that corrupt officials had secretly increased taxes on Yandy, he was furious. He dismissed more than a dozen high-ranking officials who wanted to plead for their relatives and opened a private treasury for himself. People provide disaster relief. He was very considerate of people's hearts. When he learned that his beloved concubine missed her hometown, he even promised her to go to such a distant place to appease the people in her hometown. At the same time, because he was worried that corrupt officials would cause trouble again, after much thought, he even sent another of his trusted concubines to appease the people and provide disaster relief. Only a concubine who lives in the palace and shares both prosperity and loss with Your Majesty can be absolute. We will not squander disaster relief food for ourselves. After the whole play, no one kept talking about the emperor's achievements, but almost everyone who listened would have a brighter impression of Ji Changs. Ji Changs even suspected that this drama was written by his two reliable subordinates. Sure enough, excellence is contagious. Together, these two have a lot of good ideas. He also knew how to put a layer of beloved concubines search for a marriage on the outside to prevent some people from snooping on what this drama would bring to the little emperor who always relied on the mercy of the regent to do whatever he wanted. It's almost there. Ji Changs cracked melon seeds and watched the whole play before asking Zhao Ling, "How is the black dragon robe I want done?" Reply, "Your Majesty, it's almost ready. I just asked about it yesterday. I just need some gold wire." Although it is black, it doesn't just mean that he is all black. As His Majesty, the biggest man in this country, his clothes must be extremely exquisite. For example, the 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it can no longer be as shiny as before because it has to be paired with a black robe, but dark silk is still needed. Tell the sewing room to hurry up. Ji Changs put down the remaining melon seeds in his hand and stretched, "Miss Zhang and the others are coming back soon. We must let them catch up with this excitement. How are the people in the palace prepared?" Zhao Ling bent down slightly and answered with certainty, "You ladies have been looking forward to this for a long time. No matter how timid they are about showing up, they are all smart people. Even if they are not that smart in the first place, they understand after being trained for so long. This is the best opportunity they can ever get in their lives. If you don't catch it, absolutely, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Okay, tell them, I will never let them work for me for so long in vain." After Ji Changs finished speaking, he continued to eat the melon seeds, clapping his hands and praising the new scenes from time to time. Anyone who saw him would probably think he was some playboy. But it was this dandy little emperor who was thinking of a big shake-up for the capital. The 9th day of the lunar month. Miss Zhang returned with her troops. She handled this matter well, but it was precisely because she was good that she made the courtiers who originally thought it didn't matter feel uncomfortable. Many people were holding their breath and thinking about how to impeach this woman. There is something unusual about the court today, because the little emperor who has been hiding for a long time actually went to court. Moreover, he was not wearing the bright yellow dragon robe required by the ancestral system, but a large black dragon robe. The eyes of everyone in the court immediately showed dissatisfaction. Huang Mian also felt a little unhappy. If it were in the past, he would be willing to save some face for the little emperor no matter how much he liked to do. After all, it was in his best interest to have this nephew act honestly and humbly. But changed the color of the dragon robe? How ridiculous! He frowned and stood up. How could your majesty abandon the ancestral etiquette and change the color of the dragon robe without authorization? The little emperor pretended not to hear, he just clapped his hands and said with a smile. My dear friends, I am going to court today to introduce to you the colleagues who will work with you in the future. As he clapped his hands, women in official uniforms walked out of the hall. They all looked calm, raised their chests and raised their heads, not even looking at the shocked and disdainful glances from both sides, and strode forward. I have met your majesty. As they saluted, the originally quiet hall suddenly became noisy. Absurd. Absolutely ridiculous. How can these women wear official uniforms? Has your majesty lost his mind and gone crazy? To ask me to serve as an official in the same court as these women? It's simply a shame and a great humiliation. They were noisy, and suddenly, this place became less like a court and more like a vegetable market. Ji Chang's didn't care, he just slowly picked up the teacup that Zhao Ling brought to him and drank from it, mistaking all the disapproval below as farts. The last ones to walk in were Miss Zhang and MRSRU, who carried swords at their waists. Miss Zhang walked directly to the regent. Without looking at the almost angry regent, Quan King Zongjai glanced at the regent and saluted Ji Chang's. I have met your majesty. Well, get up. Ji Chang's was holding the teacup with a smile on his childish face. From now on, you must serve me diligently, serve the court, serve the people, and serve the country. The female officers all responded in agreement. There was an emperor above and 2 rows of female officials below, but none of them had the intention to listen to the opinions of other ministers. Comparing the incompetence and rage of the courtiers, the regent Huang Mian felt that the young emperor had completely touched his bottom line. Because he even saw his concubine among those female officials. Although he became irritable and confused as he got older, he didn't really become stupid, and he realized what was happening without even thinking. He took a step forward, his body full of momentum like a roaring lion, showing his teeth and claws to confirm his authority. It seems that your majesty thinks that you are really old and have strong wings, yet you actually do so many things without telling me. Your majesty has done this and betrayed the ancestral etiquette. Aren't you afraid of God's punishment and the civil and military forces of the court abandoning your majesty? Ji Chang smiled and didn't look frightened at all. He only stood up slowly, and then unexpectedly threw the teacup to the ground. Snapped. The moment the sound of the teacup breaking was heard, Miss Zhang quickly drew the knife and placed the blade across Huang Mian's neck. Soldiers wearing armor also quickly ran in from outside the hall. They were fully armed and filled with a strong, cold, and iron-blooded aura that could only be cultivated on the battlefield. Without waiting for anyone else to react, he quickly surrounded the entire hall. Above, the little emperor wearing a black dragon robe slowly walked off the stage. I wanted to say before that I don't like yellow dragon robes, I just like black ones. I don't like you cowards as ministers either. The civil and military officials in the dynasty are just incompetent people who eat their own way and are full of flattery. He touched the golden dragons lying on both sides of the stage, raised his eyes to look at the yellow faces staring at him angrily, and sneered, Uncle said they will leave me, I might as well tell my uncle clearly that these people, I want none. Have you seen these female officials? Now that the court has left your group, they will naturally take over. Compared with being loyal to the emperor and patriotic, and handling political affairs, they are much better than you. Veins almost burst out from the yellow-faced forehead. You are so. This is ridiculous. Absurd. Ji Chang's laughed again. What is absurd? The regent's insistence on controlling the government is. Ridiculous. Is it absurd that I clearly care about the people but I have to pretend to be a coward under you? Is it absurd that the civil and military officials of the entire dynasty only regard me as a puppet? Compared to you, I just want women to be officials, which is much better than you. He finally reached the Prince Regent. When the little emperor got closer, Huang Mian discovered that this nephew, who he had always thought was a faint emperor, had a clear look in his eyes. "Uncle, look at my black dragon robe, how beautiful it is." "You don't like it, but I like it very much." Ji Chang showed off his new clothes and then said slowly, "Just like this country, you don't like it to be clean and clear, but I like it. The dragon robe belongs to me. I can wear it however I want. The court also belongs to me. Whoever I want can be an official. It's not your turn to say anything." The yellow face stared at the little emperor bitterly. "You ignored the ancestral etiquette and privately changed the dragon robe and became an official as a woman. Aren't you afraid of God's punishment?" "God? Do you believe this?" Ji Chang stared at him for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. He slowly pulled out the dagger and inserted it into Huang Mian's heart without shaking his hand at all. The emperor wearing a black dragon robe turned around, and behind him was the yellow-faced corpse that fell limply to the ground as Miss Zhang let go. The entire hall was extremely silent. The civil and military officials in the court were as quiet as chickens. They could only watch the 15-year-old little emperor take out his handkerchief and wipe the blood on the dagger while saying calmly, "From now on, in the hearts of all people, I am the god." The author has something to say. Good night. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 439. With the death of the regent, the smell of blood that was not so faint but developed quickly spread throughout the hall. Almost every minister smelled the fishy smell of blood. In their current position, it is natural that they may never see a dead person in their life. But to die in the palace of the previous court, or to be stabbed to death by His Majesty himself, this is definitely an experience that no one can dream of. Since the founding of this dynasty, it has always been a popular argument. Even if someone angered the emperor and ransacked his house and beheaded him, it would only be done by dragging him out. What? Now, His Majesty has taken action himself. No one in the civil and military circles of the court dared to speak. They all breathed quietly and dared not speak loudly. They listened to the clear and loud voice of the little emperor reverberating in the hall. "I am the sky and I am the earth. If you want to overthrow my sky, you will collapse my earth. Okay. Let's see if you are willing to use the knife in my hand." The whole place was silent. After Ji Chang's finished scolding everyone, he slowly walked back. After sitting on his dragon chair, he washed his hands in a basin of water that Zhao Ling, who was very discerning, got from nowhere. Even though he was careful with his movements just now, some blood was still stained on his hands. As he washed his hands, the blood slowly rippled in the water. "Do you have any objections to what I just said? If so, why not just come forward and I'll listen." There was no anger in his voice, and it was as calm as if he were speaking in an ordinary morning. As expected, none of these ministers who had long been accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong stood up. Even the tough ones knew it when they saw Ji Chang's appearance. "Your Majesty is not at all the fool they always thought he was, just playing tricks on the emperor. It seems that he has not grown up in these years, but in fact, he has always remembered it in his heart. No matter how hard the bones are, this His Majesty will not be soft-handed. He can slowly break the bones of anyone who dares to touch him bit by bit. When a hard bone turns into crumbs, it will naturally become hardened." No one dared to say anything to this emperor who had been silent for more than 10 years and shocked all the courtiers when he made a move. They just knelt on the ground tamely, listening to Zhao Ling above speak out the emperor's arrangements. The ministers of the Manchu dynasty were almost directly removed. 2/3. No matter how old an official they were, how many people were holding them when they left. Under the corpse of the regent in front of them, they could only hide the words they were about to blurt out. In fact, I know it deep down in my heart. The master they used to follow was the regent. Now that the regent is dead, it is good for them to save their lives. Facts have proved that there are still some ministers who have committed extremely evil crimes and cannot even save their lives. In these 2/3, nearly 30 courtiers were captured on the spot. They cried out for help and said they were being wronged. The shrill voice seemed to be full of grievances, but the expression of the young emperor above did not change at all, and he just watched the group of people being dragged down with an expressionless face. There was no choice of date or venue. Directly at the entrance of the hall, they were forced to kneel down. The soldiers in armor, smelling of blood, pulled out their swords and swung them down as they screamed in more and more craziness and terror. With the sound of heads falling to the ground, the courtiers who were jumping alive a second ago, and even meeting and greeting their colleagues outside the palace half an hour ago disappeared. The huge bloody smell almost surrounded the entire hall. Some timid officials were so frightened that their bodies were shaking, and they were kneeling on the ground with their heads heavy on the ground, shivering and not daring to make a sound. At this moment, everyone looked pale. At first glance, the entire court was as white as paper. Compared with them, the young emperor's psychological quality was obviously very strong. So many people died, and he didn't even blink his eyes. He only tapped his slender fingers on the dragon throne, and it seemed that he even felt a little boring. Occasionally, a bold minister would look up cautiously, but then he would hurriedly lower his head after seeing it. It is conceivable that the most frightening existence in the court from now on is this young emperor who has been unknown for more than 10 years. Killing someone, vacating a position, naturally requires a new person to take the position. Of course, the ministers who can be used in the court are not only those in this one hall, but there are also some people who are not allowed to go to the court. In other words, their existence is similar to that of interns, who need to work for several years before they can show up. Most of these interns are talents who have passed the imperial examination every year. Many talented but proud people have been suppressed and unable to get ahead. Those who can't stand it can only choose to work as a minor official. If they can't stand it for a long time, they start to doubt whether their choice is correct. But no matter. Anyway, the more people there are, the better. The data obtained by Ji Chang's secret investigation allowed him to retain some of the talents. Zhao Ling continued to read the list of people Ji Chang's was optimistic about. These people may not be in court, and even if they were, their official positions would not be too high. The person who was kneeling was startled when he heard his name, and he quickly knelt down tremblingly. Before my heart could burst from nervousness, I heard something from behind. It turns out that the purpose is not to question the crime, but to be promoted. The shock was followed by great joy. After years of hard work, they were finally promoted. Even though they could still smell the blood of their predecessors in their noses at this moment, these officials still couldn't help but kowtow. And some people who are not in the main hall will naturally need eunuchs to pass them on. Fortunately, Ji Chang's is very patient. Anyway, the uncle who died the most has already done it, and there is plenty of time left, so he is not in a hurry. Those who don't know what happened in the court and are immersed in doing their own things don't realize that they are about to be promoted from heaven. In a small office courtyard, a young man is immersed in copying documents. Although copying is tiring, it doesn't make people feel bad. But the problem is that these documents are all old things. It doesn't matter even if they are copied again. Usefulness. To put it bluntly, he is doing useless work. The junior officer sitting at another table saw the other person copying without raising his head, and his eyes showed sympathy. I heard that he was a prostitute at the beginning, but now he is too down and out. Don't talk. The official who was closer to him and also older scolded him. The junior official. He has offended the Prince Regent to act like this. If you keep talking too much, you may end up like him. The petty officer hurriedly shut up, fearing that he would eventually follow suit. This once proud man could only do the most basic and simple work and follow in the footsteps of his colleagues. After hearing what they said, the not-too-old scribe showed a trace of self-mockery in his eyes and did not stop working. As I was copying, there was suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps outside, and then 2 eunuchs came in. Judging from their clothes, they were the high eunuchs serving the emperor. The older official stood up immediately. "Hello, gentlemen, I wonder what important matters you are here for." The 2 eunuchs didn't say much. They just took out the list and shouted, "Your Majesty summons yet. Lin comes to see you." As soon as these words came out, all the officials turned their attention to the young official who was copying documents in surprise. Lin was also a little surprised, but after years of suppression, part of him was arrogant, so he didn't say much. He put down the pen in his hand and followed the eunuch out of the courtyard. Immediately afterwards, he followed these 2 eunuchs to another office location. They are all accurate in naming names, and they are all about talking too much. Some people have long-standing petty officials with gray hair, some are young and energetic young people who are full of curiosity and inquiry, and some are middle-aged people with a calm temperament who are always speculating. At this moment, these people who have not yet come to the court, including themselves, do not know why His Majesty summoned these low-level officials. It wasn't until they arrived at the entrance of the main hall and saw the corpses outside and the soldiers standing with weapons in their hands that the group of people realized that something big must have happened. After entering, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the regent queen lying on the ground with her eyes closed. They are more or less suppressed by the regent or people of his lineage. As long as the regent is not the winner in this change, their lives should not matter. Sure enough, when everyone knelt down, the decree to confer various officials on them came down. To describe it as pie falling from the sky is not an exaggeration. They were excited and excited. When they received the order and raised their heads, all these emotions settled down when they saw His Majesty sitting quietly above him in a black dragon robe. There is no fool kneeling here. When they met those majestic eyes, they all understood. Your Majesty is not at all as stupid and indulgent as the regent has always been. Did he win? The regent, who had made the entire court a mess, fell. And they have not been forgotten by His Majesty. His Majesty has always remembered them, but he did not dare to use them because it hindered the regent. Now as soon as the regent fell, they were immediately brought to the court by His Majesty. At this moment, they could not describe the excitement and flattering feeling in their hearts. When they realized that they were depressed and unachievable, in fact, the greatest person in the world, the emperor was carefully observing them and approving them, they felt as if a fire was burning in their hearts. They kowtowed to the people above them again and chanted, "Long live, long live, long live, long live, long live." Even if no one says a word, the tone can make people feel their support and loyalty to the young emperor. Ji Changs looked at the new courtiers below. These courtiers will be his first team. They are destined to be busier and gain more. When they fell over the corpse of the previous loser, they should know that the only path they can take in the future is the loyal emperor. So now the layout of the court has become, 1/3 of the old ministers, some of the female ministers, and some of the ministers who have just been raised from below. There are still many vacant positions. Part of it is that talents are really hard to find, and part of it is Ji Chang's deliberate decision. He wants to use female officials, and wants to tell the world that women can be officials, and that women can still support everything as long as they have the strength. He declares that recruiting female officials is the fastest way. The new will was quickly decided. This time no one dared to object. Although part of the reason is because the opponents are all lying on the ground and going to drink mengpo soup, it also shows from the side that Ji Chang's is still quite dignified now. The 15-year-old little emperor comforted himself in this way. While Ji Changs was talking about the new policies and regulations, the soldiers smelling of blood were diligently carrying the corpses. Dragged down the ministers who were members of the court half an hour ago. Even if they die, it doesn't mean it's really over. 90% of these officials who Ji Changs couldn't bear and killed directly were greedy, which meant that there was a lot of wealth hidden in their mansions. Ji Changs will directly send people to search the house. As for his family members, at this point, the young emperor has no intention of implicating the 9 clans. Implicating the 9 clans can indeed scare others, but Ji Chang still doesn't like doing this very much. Of course, he was not tolerant, but rather confident that he could suppress the officials even without using such a terrifying method. The young emperor was not so soft-hearted, as the new officials at court would realize every day. In this weird environment of carrying corpses while having a meeting, Ji Changs announced all his new rules. After he finished speaking, he asked very democratically. So? Anyone want to object? No one spoke in the entire court. Ji Changs quietly waited for 3 seconds. Okay, since no one objects, let's do this. Now that many positions have been vacated in the imperial court, the remaining loved ones should worry more about it. Who among the courtiers dares to say no? Ah, I can only say yes. After the young emperor said that he would leave first in the next court session, the others slowly regained their tone of voice. But even if they could speak, they still didn't know what to say in the hall filled with the smell of blood. The officials who stayed behind were all without any cliques and had never made any mistakes. In the past, no matter whether they flattered the regent or not, at least they themselves did not do anything more unscrupulous. This also shows from the side that they are relatively timid. What happened today really scared them to death. They looked at each other but no one dared to discuss anything. There were even some who were very timid and put their hands in their sleeves and walked out. In a hurry, he probably planned to go back and discuss it with the elderly at home. Compared with these old ministers who were frightened out of their courage, the female minister and the newly promoted ministers seemed much more calm. The ladies simply knew the inside story from the beginning, and they had practiced countless times to prepare for this day. Because they clearly know that it is more difficult for women to gain a foothold in the court than others, they pay more attention to their image in the eyes of others. At least not panicked. So among all the courtiers, they were the first to react, and they walked out of the hall together without looking sideways. There is a little eunuch outside to guide the way. Now that their identities have been disclosed, they will naturally no longer have to live in the harem as the emperor's concubines. Considering that most of these women are homeless, Ji Changs specially give them a place to live where they used to work. Of course, it is not just for women. What Ji Changs wants is that both men and women can work for him, not that female officers are special just because they are women. If this is the case, others will not regard them as equals. Look at them with your eyes. Taking this into consideration, he also provided some accommodation for the male officials. From now on, this will be the dormitory for some officials who have not settled down in the capital. If the quality is low, multiple people will need to live together. If the grade is high, you can live alone. If he makes any special contribution to the imperial court, then Ji Changs. You can also give the other party a house in the capital. After all, there has been a lot of looting in the past few days, and he has a lot of houses and fields in his hands. The female officers all looked calm, and their steps and postures were quite steady. The rest of the new officials who had just taken up the post finally realized it belatedly. What Your Majesty means is that women will be admitted to the next imperial examination. A middle-aged official spoke in disbelief, still doubting whether today was a dream. What if, after being suppressed for many years, he suddenly got promoted and got promoted? Not to mention, he also learned that His Majesty allows women to be officials, and looking at this situation, women can always be officials in the future as long as they have the ability. Exactly. Compared with other courtiers who were more or less unable to accept it, Yelin accepted the news the fastest. Your Majesty is truly tolerant of everything. Not only did he accept it, he was also very impressed. An official knew him, and when he saw his admiring look, he even wondered for a moment whether his own perception was wrong. Master Ye, don't you think this matter is too ridiculous? Absurd. At this point, what Yelin said was the same as what Ji Chang's said. In the past, the regent controlled the government. Those who did not obey the regent could not get ahead no matter how talented and ambitious they were. They were willing to follow his lead. Even if you are a loser, you can get a high position and a good salary. That's ridiculous. He said firmly, believing that the emperor's decision was correct. If you have objections to His Majesty's recruitment of female officers, why not? Think about it, because there are too few men who can do things for your Majesty. If it were you and I were good enough, your Majesty, even if you recruit all the female officials in the court, what would you have to do with us? When he said it like that, it really felt very different. Those who can be suppressed for so long and are not willing to bow to the regent have pride in their hearts. Unlike those courtiers who look down on female officials, those courtiers look down on female officials, and no one like them looks down on them. Only those who are better than them can get a high look from them. For example, the young emperor who had been following them for many years in obscurity, pretended to be crazy and acted like a fool for many years, and killed the regent in one fell swoop. Everyone is confident in their hearts. His Majesty is now in power. He is not like the regent. As long as he is willing to flatter him, he can get the job. Your Majesty is only looking at talent. As long as they are talented, they don't have to worry about promotion and promotion. So why do you care so much about whether a female official is a female official or not? They themselves have been suppressed for so long, so why are they still willing to take care of this? There are still people who feel that they have figured it out when Yelin says this. They thank him for many things and praise him for being as broad-minded as your Majesty. Yelin, it's not that I'm broad-minded, but that I have a sister in my family who has been extremely smart since she was a child, and her intelligence is by no means inferior to mine. Oh. Does everyone else understand? Anyone who is a scholar and has a woman at home, especially a smart woman, will feel a little regretful. What if she was a boy? This personal talent is enough to take the imperial examination. Pity. These words often accompany those women who are born into scholarly families for the first half of their lives. After they got married, no one would talk about these things. Because except for their parents and brothers, who would care about whether they are talented? Being reminded like this by Yelin, everyone began to think about their families and whether there were any talented women among their relatives. At first glance, your Majesty is a man of action. Even if it's an unmarried daughter, they don't dare to just send it over so rashly, but the married ones and the widows can do it. Now that there are so many vacant positions in the court, every one of them is a carrot and a pitfall. This is the best time to seize the opportunity. Looking at these, colleagues who were initially resistant, but once they realized that family members could also come to the court and even occupy a good official position, they began to think thoughtfully. Yelin also followed suit thoughtfully. But what he was thinking was, had His Majesty already anticipated that something like this would happen, so he specifically vacated so many high-ranking official positions? That's right, Ji Chang's did it on purpose. Benefits have always moved people's hearts, and Ji Chang's has no intention of curbing people's yearning for benefits. As long as people live, they will pursue fame, wealth, and money. After all, what does everyone want to live? Well, who wants to be really poor and have to be a beggar for the rest of his life? In other words, people in ancient times were more reserved. Obviously everyone wanted to get a high official salary, but for the sake of reputation, they still put on a face like, hey, I'm not interested in money. I really don't like money at all. It is said that money smells like copper. But let them work for free. You don't have to pay a dime, but you can see if they do it or not. Corrupt officials are partly out of control about power, and partly about money. Ji Chang simply explained. Do you like money? Okay, I'll give it to you. Do you like power? I have it too. But you have to be honest and conscientious and do the things I have assigned you. If you want money, ask for rewards from me. Don't think about taking money from the already poor people every day. He showed this attitude, but it seemed that only Yelin got it. But it doesn't matter, there is still a lot of time in the future, and these courtiers have plenty of time to slowly understand what the young emperor wants to do. At present, they still don't have time to think about this. So many positions in the court suddenly became vacant. Those who stayed were initially grateful to have saved their official positions and lives, but then they were overwhelmed by the mountain of official duties. It is the most difficult to deal with the official duties that are already there. The most difficult thing is that His Majesty has to issue an encore. He is going to hold a big exam. Very fast. This exam does not involve anything but the selection of talented people, it is just a simple election of candidates. What? He's an alternate. What this means is that although this exam cannot bring them a lifelong reputation, for example, if you pass the exam, you are a scholar, and even if you fail the second exam, you are still a scholar. But those who pass the exam can directly choose officials. Even those who lose in the last round can still enter the official school for training, and can take up their posts after the training is completed. Some people who are not interested in imperial scientific examinations may not understand the difference between this time and the previous ones, but those who are studying are extremely excited. Well, let's talk about it. The previous process was test, 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 test again. After a lot of tests, people can lose 20 pounds. And after taking the exam, going to the palace examination does not mean that you are infallible after passing the palace examination. At this time, you have to choose the first, second, and third. The remaining people passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals with great difficulty. Now, in the end, they can only end up with the same Jinchi. The scientific examination system of this dynasty is relatively simple. The fellow Jinchis had to choose officials at this time, but because they were fellow Jinchis, the official positions they finally got were very small. If it doesn't matter, it will probably be difficult to return to Beijing for the rest of my life. And those who stayed in the capital were not so lucky. Most of them were minor officials among minor officials. It is difficult to get promoted, and you may not be able to attend a court meeting in your life. In other words, after taking a lot of tests, you may not even get a chance to show your face in the end. But this time it's different. Although this exam is a long one, those who finally pass the exam don't have to endure it slowly and can directly get an official position. The last batch of graduates don't have to lose hope. They can enter the official school for training. After the training, they can directly be elected as officials. This is simply a clear road with no twists and turns. Moreover, the official positions needed now are clearly written on the imperial list. There are 3 of them in the first grade alone. Not to mention the second and third grade. If we want to use an analogy, it is equivalent to the modern times when everyone takes the civil service exam together. In the past, after passing the exam, we would be just a small clerk, but we could earn a promotion in the future and save face by eating in the government. Pretty. But this exam directly changed the rules. Tell the candidates, take the exam. If you pass the exam, you will be the first to be the mayor. Even if you have enough strength, you still have to take a test. What shocked the world together with this big news was that even the women clearly listed on the imperial list could take the exam. No restrictions on gender, no restrictions on identity, no restrictions on age. As long as you have real ability, you can pass the exam. Even if you can't get the job, can't be the first mayor, or pass the exam, you can still be the mayor. It can be said that it was a sensation all over the country. While some people were still protesting, no. How can a woman take the exam? There were smart people who had already bought the books and went back to make up classes crazily. Yes, there is really no routine in this exam, just draw the range directly. Ji Chang's also recognizes multifaceted talents, but if he thinks about it carefully, being versatile is certainly good, and specialization is not bad either. At least at this moment, he really needs countless omnipotent subordinates to support himself. There are no subordinates to take advantage of. It's hard to get up even if you want to. Especially the officials he left in charge of running the court were not very capable in nature, and could only be said to have achieved nothing. The female officers and the new officers are very capable, but they are small in number. No matter how much they forget about food and sleep, they cannot really solve everything in one go. Ji Chang's couldn't help but urge them to take exams to select candidates, and at the same time searched all over the world for those who had been regents. He persecuted capable ministers who left the court. Fortunately, the one these courtiers disliked was the regent. Although they were a little disappointed with the young emperor, they could not say they were filled with hatred. Now that I know that the little emperor has been pretending to be mediocre, I accept it well. In addition, Ji Chang's persuaded a very prestigious veteran to help him pimp, and finally recalled some of them. They even felt guilty when they came back. For these veterans, loyalty to the emperor and patriotism are ingrained in their bones. When the regent controlled the affairs of the court, the little emperor had no control at all, which made the court full of chaos. When they left, they were angry but did not feel that they were at fault. The result is only known now. It turns out that His Majesty has never been stupid, he just can't fight against the regent. He can't help but pretend to be crazy and hide his reputation. At the moment, many people feel guilty. If they had chosen to believe it at the beginning, His Majesty wouldn't have been so difficult to find. If they wanted to find cronies, they could only find a group of women. Because of this little guilt, no one said anything about Ji Chang's policy for female officials. Even if some of the more old-fashioned veterans opened their mouths to say something, they were first betrayed by Ji Chang's and went back crying. Roughly speaking, it is, at the beginning, except for Zhaoling, no one around me was trustworthy. I did not dare to go to the courtiers because the courtiers might think that the regent was much more reliable than me. I also did not dare to go to the private sector. Who knows if the other party will betray me because he has no official position. In the end, only those female officials were willing to help me and were loyal to me. Now that they have helped me, how can I? Anyway, this is how it happened. He is very loyal to these things and has no objection to him. He is just a veteran with old-fashioned ideas. Playing rogue is the best way to solve the problem. Sure enough, when the little emperor cried, the old minister who already felt guilty began to feel that he had no objection, even if he felt that it was inappropriate to do so. They were the ones who abandoned the young emperor and resigned. There is no one around the little emperor who has not asked whether to use female officials. Now that they are back and asking the other party to expel people, what kind of people have they become? Despite Ji Chang's crying and making trouble, none of the returned courtiers said anything anymore, and like diligent old scalpers, they began to do their best for the court. Except for the female officer. They feel a little unadapted, but they really like the current court. Although there is a bit of chaos, there is still a bit of busyness, and there is a bit of lack of people. But it's gone? Prince Regent. Since the death of the Prince Regent, the sky has become so blue and the clouds have become so white that even the sight of the female official felt suffocating. Especially when you are too busy and exhausted and the female official can help. At the same time, Ji Chang's also began to declare to the world. My concubine is not a concubine, but a female official. The women I robbed were not women. They were women of the people, and they were female officials. We have a very strict superior-subordinate relationship. I am grateful that when I was coerced by the regent and was always under surveillance and insulted, Yellowface, Japan, these female officials did not hesitate to destroy them. Lose your reputation and pretend to be a concubine to help me. Now I restore their honor. Of course, if you don't believe it, there's nothing you can do about it, but if you insult me with words or take actions, I will deal with you directly. Is the young emperor's attitude very clear? These are all heroes. If you dare to offend, courtiers. Who dares to offend? Each one of them is more ruthless than the men. When they are dealing with the official affairs of the court these days, if they find out anything, they will be killed in a big way. I heard that a junior official got the news in advance and ran to the female official's dormitory to plead for mercy. A woman should be panicked when she was broken into her boudoir, right? The female officials were indeed panicked. After being panicked for a second, MRSRU just picked up the sword and killed the person. His Majesty didn't even punish him, and he also punished the person who revealed the information to the junior official. Everyone in the world thinks that women can be bullied. But the female officer is different. Firstly, they are confident and are not afraid to stand up to them. Secondly, His Majesty is willing to support them. As long as they do nothing wrong, he will never choose to ignore them because of their female status. What's that? It's true that you are truly strong when you are strong. When they respond to others' malice with malice, people who know that they are not easy to bully will naturally not dare to attack them. As for what? We are all colleagues, and we are afraid of making trouble ugly, and think it is difficult to get through in order to save face, and so on. They don't care. If you don't like it, I won't like it. If you want to embarrass everyone, they will be embarrassed together. Now that they have endured this breath, what is waiting for them is to push the envelope even further. They would rather. Even if someone calls her a tigress, she doesn't want to be praised for her gentleness. Of course, the most important thing is, Your Majesty is supporting them. As long as they do nothing wrong, His Majesty will definitely support them. The female officers are becoming more and more confident and doing things more and more neatly. Some men even muttered at first, but later they found that they didn't listen at all and talked too much, and they themselves felt that it was boring. The main reason is that this behavior of having no choice but to whisper behind the other person's back makes them think it looks very vulgar. As Ji Chang's most optimistic official at present, Ye Lin has been watching the show on this matter. When he returned home, he learned from his sister and even shared his experience with her in a serious manner. So you should be more aggressive after selecting officials. If someone dares to verbally offend you, you should directly attack him. If you really can't do it, bring it to His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely seek justice for you. Sister Ye Lin was very helpless. What's wrong with my brother? He looks like I can definitely choose him. Ye Lin touched his sister's head. I know you are capable. Your talent is not inferior to mine. If you weren't a woman, you would have become famous long ago. It's not easy to achieve this now. What an opportunity, brother, I hope you can seize it. Your Majesty is a good person. As long as you are talented and have no bad intentions, he will definitely reuse you. Just looking at Miss Zhang, she immediately leads the troops and becomes a real general. As long as she doesn't underestimate herself, no one can underestimate her from now on. Sister Ye Lin nodded, still looking a little hesitant, but I'm currently discussing marriage. What else do you care about? Discussing marriage. Ye Lin didn't care about this at all. If you have a man you like, my brother will definitely help you. If you don't, why bother to waste too much time on this matter? Our parents would have gone early. My brother, you are the only one I have. I know you don't like having a husband and raising children. I used to be a little worried. Now that women can be officials, it doesn't matter if you don't get married. His idea can be said to be deviant at the moment, but for a sister who doesn't really want to get married but knows that this is not right, it is definitely the greatest support. The woman smiled relaxedly and nodded heavily, yes. I don't want to discuss the marriage, I want to take the exam well, and after I am elected as an official, I will benefit both parties. Yelin looked at the expectation in his sister's eyes and felt extremely happy in his heart. He seems to be watching a show these days, but in fact he has always been on the front line of protecting female officials, just to pave the way for his sister. However, it has been strange recently. What can he do before he has time? All the old stubborns are amazing. Let's not talk about how can a woman be an official. This made Yelin, who was about to secretly output, bewildered. Have these people collectively changed their gender? Ji Chang's didn't know that a great figure was about to appear on his list of subordinates. He was looking through the official business in his hand. After reading it, he threw it aside. Who said before that women can't be officials? Call him here. This is Ji Chang's daily activities these days. If anyone wants to force a female official to become an official, he will push his own work to the other party, saying it is to let the other party feel in advance that there is no female official. Life. Soon, an old minister entered the main hall with a grimace. The young emperor smiled tenderly. Did you tell people yesterday that it was ridiculous for a woman to be an official? Don't be afraid. I don't want to punish you. I want you to feel it in advance. The veteran who had long heard about what the emperor likes to do recently looked at the thick pile of official duties while listening, and the bitter look on his face became even more bitter. As soon as Ji Chang's finished speaking, he knelt down. What do you think? It's a good thing for women to be officials. I have no objection. The young emperor, who fully expected the other party to help him handle his official duties, tisk. Can this group of people take a stand? To oppose, one must have the persistence and position to oppose. Really? There is no one who can fight? The author has something to say. Good night. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 440. In ancient times when communication technology was not very developed, it was still difficult to transmit a message to the whole country. But who gave Ji Chang so many clever ideas? He directly sent the flying pigeon guards out. The so-called flying pigeon guards are a group of guards specially set aside by the young emperor to deliver messages. They would carry the imperial edict and lead their teams, divided into 4 directions and go all the way. When they met in the towns, they would check to see if the imperial list was posted and spread the news. Wait until you reach the border and then go back. Thanks to the earnest work of the Fei guards, His Majesty wants to directly recruit people to serve as officials, and the news that there is no restriction on men and women has really spread everywhere. At the beginning, those who were going to start reviewing were women from scholarly families. They either have family support, or they secretly read books to prepare for the exam. Although His Majesty also said when he issued the decree, if anyone wants to take the exam but is blocked by their family, they can report it directly to the government office. The young emperor's attitude was very open-minded. It's just that I haven't announced it to the world. In this exam where I want to find my subordinates, no one can stop me. If anyone wants to stop him, please refer to the corpses dragged out of the main hall for details. Some parents and officials were not well informed and did not know what was happening in the capital. After seeing the imperial edict, they deliberately concealed the news and covered up the fact that women could also take exams to become officials. As a result, they were discovered by the Fij guards. As long as they collected the evidence, they could deal with the opponent without even reporting it. Ji Chang's cold-blooded method scared everyone's courage, and no one dared to make any fuss about this matter. Just kidding, you only have one life. Your Majesty was known as a coward before he came to power, and now he kills without blinking an eye. Why bother to fight him? This point is still due to Huang Mian. The regent has always been accustomed to being powerful, and the officials below have long been accustomed to being submissive. It is better to obey His Majesty than to obey the regent. When the news spread to the public, the men prepared seriously for the exam, and some women also had thoughts. Especially Yandy. This place was once visited by 2 female officials, one of whom was born from them. At that time, everyone was already proud because they thought the other party was the Empress. Now that they knew it was not the Empress but an official, they were collectively confused at first, and then they became even more proud. Although they don't know why they should be proud, everyone is saying that being an official is more powerful than being a queen. I can't blame the lady for asking her to help her hometown. If it were the Empress, this would inevitably be said to be too pampering, but it would be different if it were an official. At this time, the people did not know that a large number of navy troops followed Ji Chang's instructions to lead them to speak. At this time, most of the people were illiterate, and what the government said was what it meant. Ji Chang's naval plan was naturally going smoothly. There is a female official who came from their place in Yandy. This female official has been hiding in the harem, helping the young Majesty to fight against the evil regent. Their admiration for her has made many people encourage the girls in their families to take the exam. Don't worry about whether you pass the exam or not, just have an attitude. Therefore, among the women who finally went to the capital to take the final exam, Yandy was the most numerous in each region. Ji Chang's finally waited for the final selection when all the flowers he had been waiting for had withered. The Beijing examination is divided into 3 sessions. After each exam, the court had a courtyard for the candidates to rest. Although many people needed to live in one room, everyone had their own bed. Most of them are not locals. If they find a place to live by themselves, it will cost a lot just for one day. Therefore, Ji Chang's move has been praised again, saying that he really loves the people like his son and is as considerate as his heir. Ji Chang's did not circle the candidates like the previous rules. He came up with all the exam questions, and no one could leak them in advance. On the 3rd day, all the candidates returned to the courtyard where the imperial court had given them a rest. If the male candidates are excited and nervous, the female candidates are even more nervous. Almost 80% of female candidates can come to the capital, and most of them have established psychological construction. The fact that they have come this far means they have succeeded. Even if you can't directly select officials, you can still join the official school. But the official school is for both men and women. In other words, they will still have to make a decision when the time comes. Many people have already thought about their future and have a firm vision. More people are hesitant and don't know what to do. There is still a small group of people who are sure of victory and are calm. What is Ji Chang's, who is being remembered by all the candidates, doing? He is marking test papers. No one can do this job for him. After all, the people selected are all current and future courtiers. He can only do it as an emperor and cannot rely on others. Unable to find anyone to take his place, the young emperor could only lament and look at each one. Zhaoling. Not next to him. Although I have to admit that Comrade Zhaoling is really good at taking care of people, but rather than being good at taking care of people, this father-in-law who wears many hats is even better at providing intelligence. After Ji Chang's took power, he gave him a position. It's not a father-in-law, but a serious position in the previous dynasty. Ji Chang's didn't want to think about the specific scenes of that day. He only remembered that Zhaoling, who had always been an optimist, cried with tears and runny nose. For eunuchs, from the moment they cut off the roots of their descendants, their only fate is to be slaves. But the emperor he served gave him a serious position and told him that he had the ability and that this was what he deserved. After Zhao Ling finished crying, he swore to the sky that he would be the knife in Ji Chang's hand for the rest of his life. Although Ji Chang's wanted to tell him that he didn't really want to turn into a sword alone, he saw that the other person was so moved that he still swallowed the words in his throat. Without his good housekeeper Zhao Ling, Ji Chang's could only eat grapes and grade papers by himself. The last batch to come to the capital must all be talented people. What he has to do is to select a group of the best from these outstanding talents. It's quite difficult. Because the emperor marked the papers alone, there was a longer delay. The candidates had to wait for 3 days before the results were released. On this day, many people cheered and cried, many people looked to the future, and many people accepted it calmly. Their lives are divided into many forks in the road, but what is certain is that as long as they want to, they will always choose the right and confident one. After determining the candidates who were suitable to be officials, Ji Chang's urged them to come to work quickly. Don't worry about whether you will be bullied or isolated when you first join the company. Everyone is so busy that no one has anything to do, so you isolate your colleagues. The female officers, who were still anxious at first, unexpectedly found themselves in a clean and peaceful working environment. The officials who had long been accustomed to female officers did not look at them strangely, but their eyes shone with the light of catching strong laborers. Some female officers gradually became familiar with their colleagues. Occasionally, we would chat together when doing official business. Talking about the time when we first joined the company. At that time, I was worried that you would look down on me because I am a woman. I worried about it for a long time. Only when the result came did I realize that I was overthinking it. An official smiled bitterly, Your Majesty has issued many new policies, and we are all very busy. My feet are not touching the ground. At that time, as long as I see a person, I will be happy, and there is no time to think about these things. If someone runs away, who will help them share the burden? They are not stupid. A new generation of officials entered the court, and Ji Chang's finally breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't have to think about anything else at all, he just throws out any ideas he has. People are not allowed to walk on the streets. If they are found, they will be fined, and they will have people collect night incense every day. What? No one has ever done this before? I don't care, you are going to do it anyway. Build a commercial street. As long as you pay the money, you can go in and open a shop. What? Is this difficult to do? I don't care. I've given you the money. You can do it. Open a girls' school for a few years first, and then wait until the time is right to open a mixed school for boys and girls. Then send some guards there. If someone wants to do something evil and kill them on the spot, what? No one has ever opened a girls' school. I don't care, I just want to open it. The newly recruited young courtiers quickly realized how young this young emperor really was. His forbearing strategies and domineering plots against the regent in the past seemed to be people's illusions. When he wants to promote something, it suddenly becomes I don't care about my age, I just want to promote it. Why should he implement it anyway? He didn't have to tell these courtiers. Don't be afraid of the difficulty of implementation. He is the emperor, no matter how many people have opinions, no one dares to really come in front of him and force lie. The body of the Prince Regent had not yet completely turned into bones. Ji Chang's development of new policies did not just come out of nowhere. He gave money and people, but it was up to the courtiers to handle matters. What can't you do? I don't care, I will do it even if you don't want to do it. Courtiers. Don't worry about men and women, and don't care whether you reject being an official with a woman or worry about being bullied because of a woman. There is no time to think about this anymore. I am so busy every day that my head is hanging upside down. Sometimes when you meet the little emperor and a flash of inspiration strikes your head, it's possible to stay up all night. At this time, it can be seen that the little emperor is not really being unreasonable and making troubles. He also built a night canteen for the courtiers. If the courtiers work overtime at night, they can eat more than their share of delicious food. And one person can also pack one and take it home. This makes some courtiers who are poor or have not yet developed their backgrounds very excited. Sometimes they even voluntarily stay and work overtime, just for the sake of being able to sell it outside without saying a word. A luxurious late-night snack worth more than 3 taels of silver. And the canteen is not only the only benefit. If any courtiers want to stay in the palace at night, not only can they stay in the staff dormitories, but they can also take a dip in the hot springs. Next to the hot spring, there are little eunuchs for the male officers and little maids for the female officers. If you are willing, they can also give you a full body massage to relax your tired body. In the end, I was lying on the couch comfortably, feeling that Your Majesty is so kind and His Majesty's grace is so great. Yelin, who always sees clearly. He was thinking about this. If His Majesty hadn't assigned too many tasks to you, you wouldn't have to work overtime. Why did you work overtime, eat the late-night snacks His Majesty gave you, and enjoy the massage to relieve the fatigue of overtime work? It became His Majesty's holy grace. Yelin asked his colleagues to say this and was educated. Frankly speaking, how can you say that to Your Majesty? His Majesty gives us too many official duties and it is not for the sake of the world and the people. Are we doing things for His Majesty? We do things for the people. Your Majesty, you are only sympathizing with our hard work, but when it comes to your words, it sounds like Your Majesty is deliberately scheming to induce us to work overtime. You actually miss His Majesty so much. You really think too much. Yelin, okay. Although he was temporarily brainwashed by his colleagues, whenever he went to report to Ji Chang's on official business, he would always find that the other party was either reading a playbook, fishing, or drawing, and he always felt that his colleagues were really, I was fooled into being stupid. Ji Chang's didn't pay attention to Yelin, the only smart person. If he notices it, he will definitely be pleasantly surprised, and then happily give the other person something suitable for a smart person to do. The new courtiers who entered the court, regardless of whether they were men or women, devoted themselves to the happy days of being exploited by the emperor. The good news is that Ji Chang's is not stingy. Although he exploited officials, the salary, fame, and fortune he gave them were definitely enough. He even madly invented an award called the Lord of Loyalty. Of course, this is not a title, but a plaque with gold edges and the words Loyal Lord on it. It means that these are the courtiers who are most loyal to the emperor and the most conscientious in making contributions to the court and the people this year. In human terms. That is, whoever does more work will get this. Yelin once suspected that this was His Majesty's trick to encourage everyone to work overtime. However, the temptation of being personally acknowledged by His Majesty as having contributed a lot to the court still made many simple and pitiful people continue to work hard and die for His Majesty. No matter how busy I was before, when Zhongxinju's brand was delivered to my doorstep with drums and gongs, and I saw the proud eyes of my family and the envious and admiring eyes of my neighbors, everything was worth it. And the emperor also gave another choice. If you want this brand to be sent back to your hometown, I will also send someone to send it off. I have to say that Ji Chang's really understands things very well. As the saying goes, it's about returning home in glory. We are all human beings, and we all have a bit of vanity. We all want to see our awesomeness show off to our former villagers. Our parents are praised high, and our clan is proud of us. When the guards beat gongs and drums to deliver the plaque of Lord Loyalty personally rewarded by His Majesty to their doorsteps, for many people, this is simply the pinnacle of their lives. As a result, His Majesty, who is very understanding, gained a large number of workaholic subordinates. He was very satisfied and found that the court no longer needed him, so he thought about checking the progress of the school. The official school is directly coeducational. Of course, considering that it would not be easy for everyone to let go of their guard against men and women at the moment, when the school was established, the girls' dormitories were separated from the boys' dormitories. There are guards guarding each dormitory. Under the boys' dormitory are male guards, and under the girls' dormitory are female soldiers. If a man is found to have evil intentions towards a female student and is reported to the police, he will be directly disqualified from being elected as an official, and will also be stripped of all his honors, such as being a scholar or a scholar in the past. In the same way, female students are not allowed to do anything to male students, otherwise the punishment will be the same. Although this seems a bit redundant at the moment, it is better to be strict as a school rule. Most of the school teachers came in turns from the courtiers. Although Ji Changs likes to exploit people, one advantage he has is that if he exploits you, he will still pay you wages. The courtiers who were selected as teachers were paid a salary as teachers, and the remuneration was quite high. In addition, they were equivalent to teaching future colleagues, so many of them worked hard to get in. There should be more female officers. It's not that Ji Changs is partial, but compared to men, these female officials are more hardworking and more motivated. All current policies have just begun. They are not sure whether they can continue to be officials in the future, so in the bottom of their hearts most of them do things with the thought of making more money. Your Majesty is generous. As long as they really do something, they will definitely not worry about money. His Majesty, who was already 16 years old, put on student clothes and sneaked into the school quietly. There was no one during the exam before. Dare you look at Emperor Vacuum? In addition, he doesn't have to worry about government affairs recently. He eats well and sleeps soundly. He has gained a lot of weight and is much taller. At first glance, he looks like he is 18 years old. He didn't attract anyone's attention along the way. His Majesty originally thought about blending in and changed into student clothes. However, he found that many people wearing various clothes in the school were looking around curiously along the way, so he asked, "Who are these people?" The little chubby father-in-law who Zhao Ling chose from thousands of choices immediately responded with dedication, "Today is the day when the student's family can visit the student. Many people have come all the way here." Oh. Only then did Ji Changs remember that the government had been undecided before, and he was worried that these students would be affected. In addition, men and women were classmates together. Maybe there was nothing in the school. After they went out, the people around them made irresponsible remarks that affected their mentality, so he ordered them to only after you have learned enough can you go out. There are still holidays. The school is so big and has everything. If something happens at home and you need to go back, you can also ask for leave. However, except for local students in the capital, other students rarely ask for leave. After all, it takes 2 months for them to come back and forth, and their courses will definitely be behind when they come back. Ji Changs thought at that time that even if prisoners could visit the prison, these students would not really feel like they were in jail, so he decreed that their families could visit them every 6 months. The school pays for the family's travel expenses to Beijing, and they can also stay in an inn built outside the school for free. If the family does not go to Beijing, the money will still be paid. It is equivalent to giving them an opportunity to make extra money. Don't let everyone think that this group of students can't make any money. Unexpectedly, he happened to catch up with such a day. A certain emperor who has become more and more passive recently feels guilty. He is now too busy to play without making strategies. But soon, he became confident again. Wouldn't it be a big fool if a subordinate doesn't use it? Why do you have to work so hard when you can do everything easily? Isn't it good to play around and eat whatever you want every day? Speaking of eating, why not go eat duck tonight? I heard that a restaurant in Beijing has developed a new dish called fermented duck. Feeling that he was already 16 years old and could drink alcohol, Ji Chang's became so greedy after hearing this that he said, "I really want to eat." The little chubby father-in-law next to him, who had been raised for a long time, guessed that he wanted to eat as soon as he saw His Majesty's expression, and he quickly took out 2 candies from the bag he had been carrying. "Your Majesty, eat some sweets." The little emperor, who has become more and more fond of sweets due to age, took out the candy and threw it into his mouth. He said vaguely, "Then I'd better change my clothes." Since many people come to visit, isn't it normal for him to blend in among them? Ji Chang stared at the people coming and going in the school for a while, then decisively selected an official teacher, walked behind him and patted him on the shoulder. The official, who thought he was a colleague, smiled and turned his head, facing this face that he saw almost every day in the court. The smile on his face immediately froze. "His Majesty." His official position is not that high, but he has not had much contact with His Majesty. When this happened suddenly, he felt like a muggle. "Ji Chang's, do you have any clothes?" Official. After lighting the incense, Ji Chang's wore the new clothes that his subordinate bought for his son, waved his fan, and walked out of the teacher's dormitory in a comfortable manner. He raised his chin to the little fat father-in-law, "Let's go for a walk." Not only Ji Chang's wanted to go shopping, but almost all the relatives of the students who came today also wanted to go shopping. The school is always under renovation. Whenever something good comes out, the palace may not use it first, but the school will definitely put it on display first. After all, these officials have a lot to do in the future, and we must not relax in cultivating their adaptability. Many students' relatives have never had time to relax after coming to school. Especially the huge water wheel as soon as you enter the door. Next to the water wheel are some strange puppets. They hold various tools in their hands and move with the rotation of the water wheel. In the eyes of many people, it is a miracle that these puppets can move without human control. There were many people who wanted to pay their respects, but the students next to them smiled and explained before putting down their hands with hesitation. "Dad, it's big." A little girl stood in front of the windmill, her eyes were bright, and the 2 little ones on her head seemed to be swaying with her joy. A middle-aged man hugged her, his smile full of doting. "Father, I just heard from the students here that this is called a water wheel." "Water wheel?" The girl stared at the rotating water wheel with a thoughtful expression, then turned to look at her father. "Dad, are these water wheels going to be everywhere in the future?" "Probably not. It looks very expensive. But mower, look at it, it can irrigate farmland, which saves a lot of trouble. If there is a water wheel next to every farmland, it will free up a lot of time to do other things." Ji Chang's was originally just. Seeing that this girl was quite young and articulate, she took a few more glances. When she heard this, she stopped and looked over with interest. These ideas are not that difficult, but the difficulty is that the person who said them is a child. Compared with the female doll, her father seemed a bit mediocre. Maybe that's the case, but how much farmland can be bought for the cost of building a water wheel? How can the common people afford it? But what if there was a water wheel next to the farmland? Slowly, there would be more and more food. Wouldn't everyone have money? What the girl said was just innocent words in her father's eyes. He smiled, and walked away with her in his arms. Ji Chang stared at their backs. "Pang Pang, do you think that man looks familiar? I seem to have seen him somewhere." The little fat father-in-law was worthy of being a disciple taught by Zhao Ling. He only searched in his brain for a few seconds and got the answer. "Your Majesty, that is a member of the clan. Your Majesty must have never seen him before. The blood relationship is so far apart, and the other party has no official position and cannot enter the palace to join the emperor. However, they are relatives after all, and the other party's appearance is somewhat similar to Ji Chang's relatives in the capital. Ji Chang's feels familiar. It's also normal. His family has always lived in a wealthy city. His eldest son should be studying in school. I came to see him this time. Although he belongs to the clan, he is already far away in seniority and has no land or title, so he can come directly to the capital. He's from the clan, he doesn't look like him. The relatives of the little emperor in the capital all want to wear peacock feathers on their bodies. Look at the two in front of them. They are too plainly dressed. The almighty little fat father-in-law immediately gave the answer, their generation must have declined. Although they have the name of a clan, they have no official positions and salaries from the court. Plus, the previous generation, some are good at gambling, and now this person is very poor. In fact, saying you are poor is flattering. When Zhao Ling took him to do homework before, he was shocked to see that the young man from the clan was working hard and thriftily every month. At first, I thought it was some kind of fight between wealthy families that forced the legitimate son to work as a laborer, but after some investigation, I found out. What kind of fight between wealthy families is this? My family is simply poor. Ji Chang's touched his chin and looked at the little girl's back as if he were looking at a future child laborer. Come on, let's follow up and take a look. He stepped forward casually, not even looking at the older man. With his beard all over his face, he looked like he could be his father, so he said. Brother, are you here to visit your family? Ji Hulan turned around with his daughter in his arms at a loss. When he saw a young boy with red lips, white teeth, and clear eyebrows, he didn't take much precautions and nodded in response. Exactly, I wonder who you are. I'm also here to visit my family. Since we are all here to see our families, why not go together? As he spoke, he naturally took the lead and walked ahead. After walking a few steps, he saw that Ji Hulan didn't follow, so he urged, hurry up, I heard that we can go to the school cafeteria to eat in a while. There are so many people here, and we won't be able to catch up if we are late. Ji Hulan was at a loss. But after being urged like this, he subconsciously took a few steps forward to follow. The daughter Gmo in his arms saw her father like this and whispered, Dad, you are so stupid. Why do you listen to him? We don't know him. But they've invited me kindly, so it's not good for us to refuse. What's wrong? If you don't recognize it, why should you agree? Little Gmo seems to be born with an innate understanding of why people have to compromise for the rules of the world, and nothing else. She especially doesn't understand and is unwilling to do things like it's not a good idea to say no. Okay, don't say it. It won't be good if others hear it. In the front, the fat father-in-law with a sharp ear relayed what they were talking about to Ji Chang's word for word. Ji Chang's fell in love with this little girl more and more. This is simply a social animal who is born to pioneer everything. No, he is a good person. When the group of people arrived at the school cafeteria, Ji Chang's also saw that Xiao Gmo noticed that he was deliberately approaching and was wary of him. He didn't go to talk to her anymore, but instead went straight to her father. It can be said that Ji Hulan contains all the qualities that Ji Chang's likes. Stupid, naive, easy to deceive. When everyone parted, the other party was already reluctant to leave. Ji Chang's took the opportunity to make a request, I don't want to leave my brother. If not, how about bringing Mo'er to my house as a guest tomorrow? There are many gentlemen in my house. Didn't I say before that I want Mo'er to be admitted to a girls' school? Maybe we can take a look at her qualifications first. Ji Hulan was extremely moved. He simply couldn't believe that he just came out to see his son and got such a good brother. Look at how good he is even willing to help Mo'er check her qualifications. Until he parted ways with Ji Chang's, Ji Hulan was still immersed in emotion. Ji, who has never been able to interrupt. Mo Liang said in a whisper, how will Dad explain to Mother when we get home? Huh? An explanation? What explanation? The little girl's eyes were clear, Daddy is going to pay a visit. In other people's houses, there is always a gift. Didn't Daddy think about this? Geez Hulin. He really didn't expect it just now. GMO sighed when he saw him like this. She knew it. Her father's character is not a bad person, nor is he purely stupid, but he is too easy to trust others. He also knows how to work hard and is not strict with his hands, so every time he makes money, he leaves it to his mother to take care of it. But if he meets someone who is specifically trying to trick him, he won't be able to resist at all. If their family hadn't fallen into decline, my father could have been an idle rich man and be happy all his life. But who allowed their family to fall into decline? GMO patted his father on the shoulder. Let's go and see my brother first. The father and daughter left. Ji Chang's just walked away and a head popped up from behind the big leaves. Look, how is this, little girl? The fat father-in-law hid his body behind the big leaves with difficulty. She is smart and smart. Looking at the way she talks, sometimes I think I have seen your majesty. I also feel that if I were not old enough and have never been close to this woman, I would really think that this is my long-lost daughter. Fat father-in-law. He keenly heard something from His Majesty's words, and looked at Ji Chang's with a shocked face. Your Majesty, you will not. Ji Chang's, I will. Please do not. I want it. But I don't care. But the courtiers probably won't agree. Ji Chang smiled. Have you ever seen me listen to the opinions of my courtiers? Fat father-in-law. Finished. His Majesty actually has such thoughts. He is only 16 years old. The fat father-in-law suddenly felt that the sky was falling. After learning from His Majesty that this matter could be spread. When he returned to the palace, he quickly found his master Zhao Ling and talked about the day's events and asked him what they should do now. Zhao Ling had just come back from the outside. He was ordered to deal with a group of corrupt officials. Now he was filled with a murderous aura. After hearing what his apprentice said, he slowly wiped the blood on his sword and said solemnly, as long as His Majesty wants it, I will do it for your Majesty. Fat father-in-law. After leaving the master's residence, he went to visit some of His Majesty Nobushij's court officials. Ministers. MRSRU said, hey, your Majesty must be too tired. You should have made plans a long time ago. Just wait, I will prescribe a prescription for your Majesty to replenish your body. You can take it back and give it to your Majesty. Yelin, haha, your Majesty is worthy of being your Majesty. Miss Zhang, who came back to report on her duties, said, looking at the troubled expression on your face, does anyone want to stop His Majesty? Who is it? Tell me, I will definitely beat him to submission. Fat father-in-law. He finally realized that he should not speak about His Majesty's decision in front of His Majesty's true fans. These people don't care whether this decision is right or not. As long as His Majesty says so, they will do it faithfully. He finally gave up his resistance and even began to wonder if he was the abnormal one. And at Ji Hulin's house, Ji Hulin's wife was sighing, opening her mouth to say something to her dejected husband who knew he had done something wrong, but then swallowed the rest of the words. Since you have agreed, then go ahead. A gentleman will never go back on his promise. Ji Hulin knew he had done something wrong and desperately thought of ways to make up for it. I'll bring some of my favorite books with me tomorrow. How about that? You are a member of the clan after all. You are so shabby and you are not afraid of being laughed at? Are you? What am I afraid of? It's just a joke. It's just a conversation. I don't want to get anything from that brother. If he looks down on me and thinks I'm shabby, it means we can't get along. Even if I pretend to be fat now, our family situation is like this, and it will still be what it will be in the future. Why should I wrong my family just because of how outsiders see me? The last trace of resentment in Ji Hulin's wife's heart was gone. Her husband-in-law is indeed stupid, but at critical moments, he will always understand that family is more important. GMO sat next to him and wrote big characters, completely ignoring his parents. This is also her innate skill. You give it to you and I will write mine. She still has some ideas in her heart. Nowadays, women can also be officials. She must study hard and become a female official in the future to let her parents live. It's a good time to have no worries about spending money. Over there, her mother asked, by the way, you said someone would send someone to pick you and mow up tomorrow. Didn't he tell you where your house is? Geez Hulin, I asked, and he said that someone needs to be picked up to get into their house. You can't get in by yourself. That must be the son of a wealthy family. I found Moer's pink dress and your newly made dress. The second day. The family was ready. Geez Hulin took the book and looked at the appointed time. Touched his daughter's head. When someone knocked on the door, his wife, who was drying clothes in the yard, went over and opened the door first. As soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. But someone from Brother Z's mansion is here. Geez Hulin heard the commotion and came over. When he saw the eunuch outside the door, he was also stunned. The fat eunuch greeted them and said something, but they couldn't hear it at all. Until the end, Geez Hulin was still confused when he hugged his daughter and sat on the sedan. GMO was young, so she was not afraid of this. She opened the curtain and looked outside until the sedan arrived not far from the palace gate. She suddenly found a person wearing black robes looking at her on the palace wall. Inexplicably, she could see some schadenfreude and impatience on the man's face even though he couldn't see his expression clearly. Glowed. Little GMO didn't understand. She felt it wasn't malicious, so how else could she explain the gloating? Wangxing 16 years. His Majesty made the clan's daughter GMO the princess, but did not adopt her, causing an uproar in the court. But it's of no use. It should be established anyway. In the 29th year of Wangxing's reign, Emperor Wangxing retired to his concubine GMO. Then he took Zhao Ling and the fat eunuch away, saying he wanted to experience the world. In this way, the imperial social beast of Tianxing Emperor Ji Chang's was extended to Tianhong Emperor GMO. Be happy for them. The author has something to say. In the next world, I want to write about the world of sand sculptures. I really want. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 441. When Ji Chang's opened his eyes again, it was dark. It's really hard to reach out and see the 5 fingers. But he only didn't adapt to it for a moment, and he just opened his eyes and couldn't see anything and started checking the memory. The memory this time is a bit special. Most of the time, there was a long, empty darkness. Ji Chang's must spend part of his time extracting the information he really needs. Although the memory is very long, once the really useful things are extracted, it is extremely short. The original owner was a vampire. There have always been legends of vampires in this world, but now there are only legends left. The reason is the emergence of a certain vampire catastrophe. In an instant, the strong light penetrated all possible places, and even the sleeping vampire below could not escape. The aristocratic vampires at that time were no longer afraid of the sun, but not being afraid of the sun shining on their faces and not being afraid of lasers penetrating their bodies were completely different concepts. In less than a minute, those vampires who roamed the human world, all died. As time goes by, everyone gradually thinks that vampires are just legends. And the original owner was the only vampire who escaped during the catastrophe. It's not because he is powerful, although he is indeed quite powerful, but simply because he loves to sleep. In order to sleep well, he specially built himself a unique black coffin, so that the sound of sleeping inside and outside cannot be heard. Even a vampire with good eyesight can't see even a trace of light. You must know that at that time, saying that such a coffin was out of print was an insult to it. If the original owner hadn't been rich, he wouldn't have been able to get such a coffin. Speaking of the original owner, he has a big background. This world is different from most of the previous times. It has been a merger of China and the West from the beginning. For example, the original owner's parents are both great earls, and they are the sole heirs of the family. As the only son of the two, the original owner is naturally rich. And his aunt was the queen at that time. Because of this relationship, the original owner had been in and out of the palace since he was a child, and was very loved by the emperor. Before the emperor's death, he pitied the original owner's parents for passing away early, and left a special decree to directly promote him to the title of duke. At that time, it was the highest ranking title among the nobility. With his status as a duke and the large amount of inheritance left by his parents, the original owner's upbringing environment could not be overstated. However, since he had everything, he became afraid of death. Suck it at that time. Vampires are rampant, and one of the royal vampires is the ancestor of the royal family's ancestor. This ancestor left his own country after becoming a vampire. He came back by chance and met the original owner. Otherwise, the original owner was loved by all. After learning about the original owner's fear, this ancestor embraced him for the first time and gave him the power equivalent to a duke among vampires when he was born. In the vampire legends at that time, the original owner definitely accounted for a lot of writing. Countless people have spent pen and ink describing his power, wealth, and tricky tongue. At that time, there were still girls who thought it was an honor to be sucked dry by such a powerful vampire duke. As the saying goes, as long as time passes, any kind of rumors can happen. After the great catastrophe at that time, vampires disappeared overnight. People gradually forgot their fear of vampires, and even the new generation refused to believe in the existence of vampires. But they don't mind making up stories and rankings for vampires. Without knowing it, the original owner inexplicably became one of the 9 great vampires in ancient times. Until modern times came. Some unlucky tomb robber took a pair of jade rings for burial out of the cemetery and was so mean that he accidentally broke the jade rings. It's over now. The owner of the tomb was a vampire hunter at that time, so the jade ring contains something other than a vampire. After all, it couldn't fit into someone so big. What was sealed inside was the blood slave. As the name suggests, they are slaves of vampires. Blood slaves are generally used by low-level vampires. After being marked, they basically don't look like humans or vampires. Strictly speaking, blood slaves are more like the images depicted in various modern vampire movies. You can't see any light, even turning on a fluorescent lamp will feel very dazzling. If you suck someone, you can't control yourself and want to suck them dry. Usually, even in the house, you have to wear black clothes and cover everything from top to bottom. Strictly. Otherwise only low-level vampires use blood slaves. High-level people don't have to use blood slaves. Those who can resist the temptation of blood prefer human servants who are white, tender, clean, take a bath, brush their teeth, and put perfume on their bodies. These 2 blood slaves had lost their minds after being imprisoned for so many years, and they were trained by low-level vampires. They were a little confused when they were first released. Wait. Take a closer look, yo, there's so much food. Their thinking is restricted, and they don't know what is good or bad. When they see so much food, they happily eat it and suck it hard. This kind of blood slave is cultivated. It is to allow them to find new blood slaves for their masters. Low-level vampires are not as picky as high-level vampires, but they can still enjoy sucking the blood slaves. Their master was dead long ago and could not give instructions to these 2 crazy blood slaves, and they didn't know how to take their time and bite them in one breath. In the end, they ran out of power and died, bringing more than 100 new blood slaves to this new world. Blood slaves also need to suck blood, and they don't even know that they are blood slaves. After all, First of all, those two blood slaves are crazy, and secondly, in their cognition, does this need to be said? If you are bitten by a blood slave and injected with the blood slave, doesn't that mean you become a blood slave? They don't know this kind of common sense at all. Duo beep beep. So, this creates an error. All new blood slaves feel like they have become vampires. After all, the strength becomes stronger, the eyesight becomes better, and the person is afraid of light. Being touched by the sun is like being burned, leaving a wound that looks like it was burned by fire. All modern blood slaves are sure of it. He became a vampire. Obviously no one dares to expose this kind of thing. Everyone has seen movies and TV shows, and the relationship between vampires and humans is already very clear. Even if I, as a vampire, knew that I had no harmful intentions, would humans dare to believe it? Isn't this like a dung beetle saying to dung beetle? Don't be afraid. Although I call you dung beetle, I won't eat you. Do you believe it or not? In short, although this example is a little confusing, the words are rough but the reasoning is not rough. That dung beetle is born to eat dung. Vampires just want to suck human blood. After accepting this reality, some blood slaves began to hide and find ways to drink the blood of various animals to survive. Everyone has watched the TV series. One of the more popular ones is the one in which the vampire family only drinks the blood of animals. It turned out that this trick really worked. There's just one thing, this thing doesn't last long. The summary is that animal blood is like instant noodles. If you want to eat instant noodles 3 times a day and 365 days a year, that's fine, but it definitely doesn't have much nutrition. Either fat or thin, but not healthy anyway. So although you can live by eating instant noodles, you still have to have a big meal and drink some human blood during the holidays. Some vampires cannot convince themselves to drink the blood of their own kind, so they can only steal the blood secretly. For example, pretending to be a blood donor, tricking people into donating blood, then refrigerating it and drinking it slowly. Others went directly to the doctor. Working in a hospital, if you steal a bag today and steal a bag tomorrow, you can get away with it. There are also some people who are more aggressive and go directly to the crematorium to work and drink a little while no one is paying attention. Although the above are deceiving and stealing, they all have no intention of actually harming those who were once the same kind. The other part of the blood slaves didn't think so. As human beings, there are good guys and bad guys, and blood slaves are naturally the same. These blood slaves did not know their status as blood slaves and thought they had become immortal vampires. They instantly felt that they were no longer low-level animals like humans. Some blood slaves began to develop their own power. There are also some blood slaves who huddle together to keep warm. Another group of idle blood slaves go around sucking blood openly. If they continued to mess around like this, the original 100 or so blood slaves soon turned into 500 or more. In short, the longer the time, the more blood slaves there will be. And people all over the world are gradually discovering the existence of vampires. The aspiring blood slave began to search for information about vampires in history. They discovered that when all the vampires were punished together, among the high-level vampires at that time, only Duke Zi, one of the 9 great vampires, had his body ashes not found. According to historical records, although all the vampires turned to ashes at that time, none of the clothes they were wearing at that time turned to ashes. Their human servants use these clothes to identify which pile of ashes belongs to their master, and then bury the pile of ashes properly. At that time, there was a historical record that Duke Zi's ashes could not be found no matter how hard he looked. At that time, his loyal servants had no choice but to be buried directly in the tomb. So some blood slaves used their brains. Now that 2 vampires from ancient times have come out to suck people, is Duke Zi, whose ashes have never been found, still alive? There is a group of blood slaves with great ideals who feel that they should not be satisfied with developing a small group, but rather invite powerful seniors to lead them to a sure win. After all, he is a vampire from ancient times, has rich experience as a vampire, and has pretty good leadership skills. It was so powerful in ancient times. If it can survive to this day, it will definitely be stable. Another point is that they themselves can't explain why they always feel uncomfortable without a powerful vampire leading the way. Obviously they are very happy to fly alone, but inexplicably they feel that they should summon a powerful vampire to lead them to the right path. Road. Although they don't know what this correct path is, they can be sure that it is definitely not like the headless flies they are now. So they summoned the original owner. The original owner was really innocent at this point. His body did escape the catastrophe and he was not dead, but that didn't mean he could survive. Otherwise it wouldn't happen. It has been sleeping for so long without bubbling up. Originally, he had been lying like this, maybe he could have stayed alive for more than 10,000 years. However, a group of stupid blood slaves began to think about resurrecting their predecessors in order to strengthen their own power. When they tried to summon this powerful vampire duke using a strange altar they didn't know where they learned it from, the original owner who opened his eyes again was no longer the original owner in a sense. The body is still the same body, but the soul is no longer him. It was more like someone forcibly fabricated a soul with his memory and transported it into his body. After his resurrection, he became cruel and bloodthirsty, and only wanted blood to restore his strength. The first thing he said when he opened his eyes was that he wanted to drink blood. The blood slaves had no idea what the original owner was like, and they thought they had successfully resurrected the original vampire duke, and celebrated happily. They have natural faith in the original owner. Of course, the blood slave who didn't know his true identity at this time only thought that this was a sign of respect for his powerful senior. The original owner, or this new brutal soul, did not give the blood slaves much guidance. After he drank enough blood, he directly ordered all blood slaves to find blood from living people. The blood slaves who hesitated were beaten to death by him on the spot. So, the world was in chaos. The new vampires began to order the blood slaves to continuously produce new blood slaves. All the blood slaves together were robbing human lives every day. People are increasingly panicking. At this time, another vampire force stood up to fight against the original owner. Although he is also a vampire and very powerful, he believes that humans are the same kind because everyone is a vampire converted from humans. On the contrary, this vampire of the old era did not live in an era of equality, and his identity was not that of an ordinary citizen. Instead, he was born into a powerful family that attracted much attention from the beginning. Vampire Duke is just like the concept of inequality in that era, and he never believed that humans and vampires are equal. So even though he is also a vampire, when faced with the life and death of human beings, in this situation, he still chose to stand up and fight against vampires together with humans. The blood slaves who also didn't want to harm their original kind were moved by his words and came to his side. Human beings and blood slaves twisted into a rope and started to fight against the hateful and cruel vampire duke together. In the end, as they wished, the vampire duke was completely killed, and no ashes were left. Ji Chang's felt something was wrong when he saw the front. Sure enough, I found the clue at the end. It is impossible for a vampire to really regenerate a soulless soul just by summoning it. The vampire duke who was later resurrected did have the memory and habits of the original owner, but he was more like a puppet without much clear thinking. It's like a broken soul. And this incomplete state will amplify the nature and allow the nature to take control of the body. But Ji Chang's, who has seen the memory of the original owner, knows very well that the original owner's nature is at best to like luxury and pleasure. I can only add one more to sleep on. He grew up being supported by thousands of people, and he didn't even bother to brutalize others, let alone be impatient to suck up all the blood in the world. These characters, which accounted for more than half of the original owner's soul, seemed more like they had been forcibly inserted into him. Someone must have tampered with the original owner's summoning ceremony. What was originally a resurrection ceremony turned into a fabricated character. I can't blame the original owner for not being willing to issue this mission even after his death. He tried to sleep peacefully, but ended up dying. If he dies, he will die, but after all, he has been dead for so many years and still has to be dug out and a fake soul made out of his broken soul. Although he is a vampire and a duke, he has a conscience, and he has nothing to do but treat others harshly and abuse others. Just attending banquets, choosing whose blood to suck, sleeping and trying on clothes every day is not enough time. All his servants respected and loved him, so why should he beat and scold them? This can be said to be a typical example of being victimized by posthumous criticism. Ji Chang's was basically certain that someone had done something wrong. And he directly targeted the savior who would rather betray his own camp to help mankind. However, the original owner had died long ago, and the memories that appeared later were intermittent and incomplete. Ji Chang's was unable to pinpoint who the dragon-slaying warrior savior was. He didn't even know where the timeline was at this moment. There was no way. The original owner was forced to take away a little of his soul and hum a lot of them, he didn't even want to. If he can have a rough memory of what he did, he is considered strong. After figuring everything out, it was useless to think about it. Ji Chang stretched out his hand and gave it a tentative push. Sure enough, the upper lid was movable. He pushed it down gently and it slid down. Good guy, this ancient coffin still slides to unlock. I can't blame the original owner for feeling aggrieved. He was carefully cared for and cared for by the people around him from birth to death. He didn't know how much manpower and material resources were spent on even a coffin. As a result, even if Feng Ping was killed, he couldn't bear the grievance. As soon as Ji Chang sat up, he saw two young men approaching him respectfully, with uncontrollable admiring smiles on their faces. "My Lord Duke, you are awake. We have prepared the food you ordered before. Do you want to enjoy it now?" Ji Chang's could smell their fragrance without smelling carefully. Not the smell of perfume, but the smell of food. After all, the blood slave was a long-term blood bank created by vampires from the beginning. But these people don't know how many they are. They are blood slaves, and their smell is not as attractive as food should be. Instead, it has the greasy smell of fried eggs with tomatoes and too much oil. The two blood slaves were looking forward to the powerful senior vampire getting up, but they saw the young man sitting in the coffin looking disgusted and covering his nose with his hand. "You have so much meat on your body, you're so greasy." Two blood slaves. They looked at each other in shock, and couldn't help but point their fingers at themselves uncertainly. "Me, us." Although they can't be said to be very thin, they probably don't have much fat either. The vampire duke still seemed to dislike his two new subordinates, but his face soon showed a reluctant expression of "forget it, it's useless anyway, I'd better use these two if they can." He came out of the coffin directly, patted the non-existent dust on his body, and tidied his cuffs and collar very carefully. After sorting it out and realizing that he wasn't very skilled, he opened his arms and winked at the blood slave closest to him. The specific expression of this wink is to slightly raise the chin, with a look of condescension. Blood slave number 1. He was a little confused. What does the Duke mean? Ji Chang's frowned. Don't you know how to tidy up your clothes? Is this how your master trained you? Blood slave number 1. He wanted to say, what age is this? How could I arrange such ancient clothes, and what else could I say about the master? Did this person directly regard him as a servant? But he is a subordinate, not a servant. But there were a lot of words in his heart, but for some reason, after he looked at the vampire duke in front of him who had just been resurrected for less than a day, he couldn't help but walked over and started to help tidy up diligently. Seeing that he was still on the right track, Ji Chang's felt a little more satisfied in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he opened his arms and let the other party tidy up his clothes in a matter-of-fact manner. At this point, we must also praise the financial resources of the original owner. When this dress was originally made, it was considered that its owner might sleep for more than 10 years. It was specially made in a direction that would not be easily damaged, even if a long time passed. It turns out that money can really make a difference. The original owner had been sleeping for several thousand years, and when he woke up, he could still wear his clothes. It can be seen how awesome the production technology at that time was, especially the production technology specifically for vampires. You must know that there were many vampire craftsmen at that time. They had a lot of time, and some time to slowly study the technology. Unfortunately, after a catastrophe, these diligent working ghosts, who were still trying to make a living by their craftsmanship even if they became vampires, eventually turned into ashes. The suit Ji Chang's wore was the most expensive vampire sleeping suit at the time. Its maker claims that no matter how long you sleep, your clothes will not get damaged or become old. In the eyes of a group of vampires who love to sleep, this is definitely a good thing. After all, no one wants to wake up naked. In the end, it fetched a sky-high price at a vampire auction, and was won by the vampire duke, who is recognized as the richest. And now, Ji Chang's is wearing the sleeping suit that is still new and exquisite after thousands of years. He is comfortable and of course enjoying the service of the blood slave. Waiting for vampire number 1 to tidy up his clothes, he slowly put down his hands, glanced at the blood slave, which was unattractive and even a bit fat according to the aesthetics of ancient people, and boasted lightly. Good. His attitude was obviously very arrogant, something that modern people would never accept, but blood slave number 1 felt inexplicably excited, as if he had been praised by the most important person to him. He could even hold back tears. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If an uninformed person saw his happy look, they might think that he was not praised for a word or two, but that he had won some kind of grand prize worth tens of millions. Blood slave number 2 was a little confused. He simply didn't understand why his companion would kneel down and lick this ancient vampire duke like this. Even if the other party is stronger than them, this is a new era, and they don't care about master and servant. As a result, Ji Chang's finished praising blood slave number 1 and turned to look at him. The vampire duke's complexion is the white color reserved for vampires, but compared to the miserable whiteness of the blood slaves, he is just a little pale, and his eyes are extremely light in color. If you put on a set of modern clothes, others might think you are a college student with fair skin. The college student spoke. You. Pack up my love coffin. Blood slave number 2, okay, huh. Love, what do you love? Ji Chang's looked at him with disgust. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes clearly said, You are a blood slave, why are your ears so hard to use? But maybe it was because he could only use these few blood slaves in a short period of time after he was resurrected. He patiently pointed to his silver-rimmed coffin with beautiful patterns carved on it and repeated. Love the coffin. Blood slave number 1. Blood slave number 2. In all their long time as humans and their short time as vampires, this was the first time they felt so confused about their own understanding. Did vampires in ancient times call their coffins this way? Although it sounds a bit incredible at first. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense. Men in ancient times called their wives their beloved wives. A son is a beloved son. Then it seems very logical to call the coffin a love coffin. What a ghost. It's not the most outrageous thing for vampires in ancient times to call their coffins love coffins. The most outrageous thing is that after realizing that they finally understood what he meant, the vampire duke, who had just been resurrected for a day, began to give them a brief description of how to pack his love coffin. First, use a jade comb to spread out its lines inch by inch, and be gentle. My love coffin is very fragile. Wait until the jade comb is finished, and then cover it with crystals. This is to quickly purify the energy that has been trapped for many years. I want amethyst, definitely not white crystal. I don't like the energy of white crystal. After placing the crystal for 2 hours, put in the pearls. Each pearl must be as big as a fist. Wait. After the pearls have been put for 5 hours, then grind the pearls into powder and spread it all over my love coffin. There must be no gaps. Finally, pour out the pearl powder and comb it with a jade comb. Just go over it. You seem to be very poor. Let me remind you that the pearls ground into powder must be new. They must also be the size of a fist. They must not be fresh out of the water for more than 10 days. I don't like the fishy smell of the sea. 2 very poor modern blood slaves. They were simply shocked. I can't blame the vampires in ancient times for being extinct. If all vampires raised coffins like this, then who could afford to raise them? Seeing them staring blankly at him without speaking, Ji Chang's frowned. What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you hurry up and do it? Vampire number 2 looked at number 1 and saw that he had made up his mind to pretend to be dead. He could only raise his hands weakly. Well, Your Excellency, we are also willing to serve you. But let's not talk about how rare fist-sized sea pearls are, nor how expensive it is to buy a coffin of amethyst. Let's just talk about jade combs. We can't afford combs made of jade. Cannot afford. The vampire duke seemed to be shocked by these words. He said, how is this possible on his face? You can't even afford a jade comb. The 2 blood slaves nodded in unison. We all had jobs, but didn't we become vampires? We couldn't see the sun at all during the day, so we all quit our jobs. Although there are vampires who work the night shift, they haven't found the right one yet, so they have been staying at home until now. Or not. Chosen to take care of the newly resurrected vampire duke. The vampire duke in their care was obviously stunned by their poverty. How could my men be so poor was written all over his face. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it. The whole person, ah no, the whole ghost seems to be powerless. Never mind. Ji Chang's waved his hand, with a hint of despair. We will talk about these things later. Where is my next meal? Bring it, bring it. Seeing that he was not angry, vampire number 2 breathed a sigh of relief and quickly claimed credit. They are all found according to the adult's requirements. They are 17 or 18 years old, the most vivid age. We have found 11 of them, and all of them have very fair skin. They are all students, scholars, and knowledgeable. Yet, vampire number 1 quickly added, 3 of them are top academics, the kind who have received scholarships. To be honest, the fact that the vampire duke looked menacing and wanted to drink blood as soon as he was resurrected was a bit scary to them. The most important thing is that the other person looks at them as if they are looking at food. No one dares to neglect a group of blood slaves. Slowly, almost using up all his strength to find a human who met the vampire duke's requirements at that time. If there weren't quite a lot of them, they probably wouldn't have been able to find them all in such a short period of time. Hearing that they had prepared their next meal, the young vampire duke showed a satisfied look, and the depression on his face faded a little. Bring people here. He looked around, staring at a leather sofa with disgust for a while, then he condescended to sit down slowly, as if he was waiting to open his mouth to eat. The 2 blood slaves quickly went out and called to their companions outside to bring those humans. 11 men and women who had just turned 18 came in with panic on their faces. They were even more frightened when the blood slaves around them couldn't help but bared their fangs at them. I didn't dare to scream, after all, no one knew what screaming would cause. These 11 people were also unlucky. I went to school normally, but I was just walking all night when I was inexplicably transported to this dark place. The first person to be arrested was imprisoned for a full day. Although the blood slaves refused to communicate with them, they also guessed the clues from the salivating look on their face and the way they showed their fangs from time to time, as if they couldn't restrain themselves. Rumors about vampires have been circulating for a long time recently, but people who have never seen them refuse to believe them. Vampire? Do you want to make a TV series? As for the advice of those who believed it, they did not take it to heart to advise them not to walk at night. Now that they were caught in the vampire lair, regret could not even be used to describe their feelings. Go faster. The blood slave behind pushed the slow-moving students and looked at them standing in the middle of the room with panic on their faces before saying to Ji Chang's, who was sitting on the sofa, "Sir, your food is here." The young Marquis raised his head expectantly, and then his smile disappeared little by little after seeing the 11 humans in front of him. He stretched out his fingers that were as delicate as if they were painted, pointed at these humans, and shook unbearably. "You just let me eat this." The blood slaves looked at each other, but the pressure from the vampire duke made them tremble subconsciously. With their faces turning white again, they explained nervously. This is the best food we can find." "Is this good?" Ji Chang stood up directly. With an ugly face, he walked straight in front of the students whose lips turned white from fright, and started to criticize from left to right. "This. All of them are fat as balls. Just looking at this makes me sleepy. This one's face is turning yellow. This leg shape is not good looking. This one is also fat. This one is also fat." He stopped in front of the last person and gritted his teeth. 11 humans, 11 of them are fat. How can you let me eat something so greasy? Fat students. In fact, they are not very fat. It is just a normal phenomenon for students nowadays, with a little belly and a little bit of sub-health. They were not blood slaves, and they could not feel the air pressure that suddenly rose when the vampire duke became angry. However, those blood slaves felt it clearly, and every one of them had a pale face with fear. "Sir, please don't be angry. We really tried our best. They are already the healthiest ones we have selected." "The healthiest?" The vampire duke grabbed the human in anger and pointed at the 2 big black circles hanging under his eyes. "You call this health? The circles under his eyes are so black. How dare you let me drink such low-quality blood? Do you want to die?" The student who got 2 big black eyes because of his hard work and stayed up all night playing games. "Thanks for the game. Thanks for staying up all night." While he was still thanking him, the blood slaves were frightened by Ji Chang's aura and hurriedly tried to defend themselves. No, we didn't do it on purpose. It's just adults. Today's human beings, most of them have black bodies, eye circles. At least 18 years old. Even if he didn't just go to college and stay up all night, he just went through the college entrance examination. Who doesn't have dark circles after passing the college entrance examination? The 11 students stood numbly, listening to the various efforts of the blood slaves, BA, who seemed to be full of dark temperament, to explain to the vampire duke. It's not that they aren't looking carefully. The quality of human beings nowadays is mostly not good. No way, this batch is still of good quality. I listened to their explanations for a long time. At the same time, because the other party was afraid that he could not explain clearly, he took out his mobile phone with pictures and texts, and analyzed the current problems such as staying up late and staying up late, looking at mobile phones for a long time, myopia is normal, sub-health is too common, etc. After listening to the popular science about modern blood slaves for half an hour, Duke Ze finally accepted this reality. Fine. He looked at the 11 humans with disgust. Then you send them to live there first, get up at 6 o'clock every morning, read in the morning, exercise in the afternoon and study art in the evening. After learning art, everyone. They must take a bath and go to bed before 10 o'clock. 3 meals a day must be healthy. They must also be given massages every day to relax their bodies and minds and keep them in a happy mood. Looking at them all, how can such blood taste so good? Blood slaves, then, they are all going to die, so it should be difficult for them to be happy. Death? Why die? Ji Chang's gave the blood slave who said this a strange look. I only take one sip, and I will die with one sip of blood. Human beings nowadays are really useless. One bite? Blood slaves. So what this person means is that they entertain these humans with good food and drink, and they also have to supervise them to go to bed early and get up early every day to learn the art of fitness, massage them, and play music to soothe their bodies and minds. And do all this just for a mouthful of blood. No, wait. Wait. This is where vampires have 3 meals. This is basically a health and self-discipline training camp center. So special. It's free. The author has something to say. Vampires EE is coming. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.